bude začínat za 10 minut. To znamená, že pokud jste v předsálí, tak vás zveme do hlavního sálu. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is going to start in about 10 minutes. So if you would like to join us from the lobby, please enter the main hall.
Ahoj, já jsem Sara Polak a vítám vás na 9. ročníku konference Digitální Česko. 2 našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou podívat.
The Digital Czech Republic for 2 days now, and it's been really amazing getting to meet all the speakers, talking to the other booths, and it's just been all very good connections that we've had, so we're having a good time.
Je zřejmé, že naše republika má před sebou ještě dlouhou cestu k digitalizaci, ale tahle konference i doprovodná výstava dokazuje, že jdeme správným směrem. Jsem ráda, že i holky v Metaverse, naše komunita, může k tomu přispět a že tady dneska můžeme ukazovat nejnovější technologie.
Konference Digitální Česko mě velmi milé překvapila. Nejdřív jsem byla trochu zklamaná, že jakožto vystavovatel nemám prostor být na přednáškách, které měly velmi zajímavé témata a řečníky. Nicméně nakonec mi to aspoň dalo prostor projít si ostatní stánky, vidět ostatní vystavovatele, co tu mají. Zajímavé věci z oblasti digitalizace, AIčka, různorodost, super.
To bylo Digitální Česko. Budu se na vás těšit zase příště. Ahoj.
Doufám, že méně politická, protože musí být energetika založena na fyzice, na logistice a na ekonomice. Nepochybně budeme směřovat k nízkoemisní energetice, současně ale v mezidobí nesmíme vylít s vaničkou i dítě, to znamená rozumně se musí utlumovat uhlí a současně se musí najíždět plynové zdroje. K tomu potřebujeme i diskuzní platformy, jako je třeba ta, co se chystá.
Není sporem, že energetika a dostupná energie je klíčový faktor pro naši společnost. Proto se Institut pro politiku a společnost rozhodl založit novou platformu NextGen. Na této platformě se budou setkávat nejvyšší odborníci z českého prostředí a do budoucna i ze zahraničí.
Our transatlantic relationship is it's critically important. It's foundational to our collective security. It allows us to work together to collaboratively affect regional, transnational, and global challenges. And it's based
ještě nejsou, tak zveme k tomu, aby do hlavního sálu přišli, protože naše konference bude začínat za krátký okamžik. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference, Digital Czech Republic, we would like to welcome you in the main hall. So once you are in the lobby, please join us, because we are going to start in about a minute.
Krásný den, dámy a pánové. Dovolte nás.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are extremely pleased to welcome you all at the conference Digital Czech Republic here at the Hilton Hotel. This is not the real start. There are still many people in the foyer, and we appreciate you being here, so we want to invite you inside. We have time to share with you some housekeeping remarks. This conference will be bilingual in Czech and in English. And if you prefer to listen to the interpretation, pick up your headphones.
Appreciate the other language. There is an option to get a translation device and to greet our great interpreters, Roman and Ivana, who are going to translate for you for the whole day.
Taky se vám bude hodit.
Please keep your mobile phones at hand. Because we are not going to purely listen to presentations, but there will be questions. The guests will be answering them, and we want to hear the questions from you. We want to have a very interactive debate. We will have Slido, and you can use it throughout the day to ask the questions that you want to know. I see that some of you still stand at the back, but there will be places. Don't worry. Go and find them for yourselves. This is still not the official start, so please join us here at the front. Have a look around and pick a seat. But we are nearing the official start. There are still some places in the front rows. You can take the opportunity to talk to your neighbors and start with a small talk and get to know people you haven't known until now. And you have a few seconds because the start is now.
Krásný den.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at the 10th year of the Digital Czech Republic conference. We are very happy to see you here, and we are happy to welcome you at the St. Thomas Day at our conference. When I got ready for this event and I checked the progress of digitalization, I found a comparison with preparing a steak. We all know what it should taste like, but only the professionals and the good ones know how to prepare it properly. And today we have the experts here, and we will be helping us throughout the day to find the perfect recipe for digital transformation. We are also lucky that today it's the National Speech and Debate Education Day, so we can celebrate this day by our discussion. It's also the National Dress in Blue Day, so everyone who wears something blue is actually celebrating. I forgot to take blue shoes. What we also forgot to say is that it's a National Employee Appreciation Day, and it's one of the topics included in digital transformation because it's always about people. And now we want to open the conference with the introductory word. Of course, it's not going to be us, but someone who's much more appropriate for that. That's Šárka Šup, the Executive Director of the Institute for Politics and Society. Good morning. The red carpet and the attention of the public is yours. Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on behalf of the Institute for Politics and Society at our Jubilee 10th year of the Digital Czech Republic Conference. It's really nice to see so many of you who want to discuss the digitalization and future of our country. The subtitle is Shaping the Future, and we will be talking about the aspects of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence and digital transformation, which are all at the basis of the general economic transformation of the Czech Republic. I need to thank our partners who help us to organize this conference. The traditional partner of the whole concept of the conference is Google. Then Vodafone, which is the gold partner, and our silver partners include Microsoft, LPP, BankID, Meta, Allegro, and Cetin. These have been supporting the debates and digitalization on all of our programs that we offer. I want to thank our media partners, Ekonomický magazín, InfoCZ, and Svět průmysl. These partners help us set up a platform on which we can debate the most important aspects of digitalization, digital transformation, and where we can share new ideas and hopefully also solutions. So I wish you an inspirational and fruitful day full of idea sharing. Hopefully, we might come up with new solutions for digitalization of the Czech Republic. Thank you. Thank you, Šárka Šup. We have a very nice railings here just for the ladies. So this was the official beginning of the conference. For all those who have not been here during our prequel, we remind you that you can use headsets to listen to interpretation. This is going to be an interactive event. We hope that you will join in the discussion through Slido. You can scan the QR code, which will connect you to the application, and there you can ask either your own questions or support and like questions that someone else has already posted. And last but not least, this conference is streamed live. So this is what you need to know. And we can start with the keynote speakers. The Czech Republic as a leader in the use of artificial intelligence. This was the topic that the then Minister of Industry and Trade and today's Deputy Chair of the Parliament introduced back in 2019. He's a person who represents both the public administration and also business. And that's the Deputy Chair of the Parliament of Czech Republic, Karel Havlíček. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for this lovely event. I didn't realize it was the National Dress in Blue Day. Even without knowing it, I picked a blue suit. I forgot, or I didn't take blue socks, unfortunately. But even without blue socks, let me start with a few topics. The European Union faces a big challenge. Evermore, we realize that the EU is not in the center of the world, but we still have ways to change it. The important thing is not only visions and plans, but also the capacity and capability to translate the plans into actions and results and outcomes. And all this is based and requires money. If we are not able to generate funds, financial funds, it will be difficult to translate the plans into actions. Let's see a comparison. 25 years, the European Union, together with a highly inspirational United States, was at a very comparable level. On the global level, we held some 26% of the global economy and the United States 27%. 25 years later, the United States remain on the 26%, while the EU dropped to 15 to 16%. Those 25 years ago, China held 3%, while today it's on 16%. China is taking a big part of the European proportion. In order to realize how to change this and how to improve it, we need to analyze why the United States is still on the same level and what made China improve.
In case of the US, there are several factors, but the most important is that the US always bet on markets, on the private sector, on companies, and they are not afraid to take bold steps. They understand that the private sector is the sector that generates profits, and they are not afraid to support startups, newly emerging companies, and they create a great environment for that. They have tools from capital market for that, of course, but the other thing is that they invest on large scale in new technologies. The new American administration says that the AI will be their strong sector in which they are going to invest. This is not anything new. We see that the US in the past invested approximately $70 billion in AI and related fields, and China at the time invested 15 billion and Europe 8 billion. If we look at top 50 most important or highest capitalization companies that are active in AI, then the majority of them are from the United States. Perhaps you will see some companies from France among them, and we will have, I think, an interesting discussion about that. As far as China is concerned, there was a major shift. The China moved from an economy that is based on cheap labor and they transformed into an innovative economy. This is a major difference. Now China is focusing strongly on new technologies. They invest a lot in artificial intelligence, and we can see what impact it had on the markets just in the latest months. This is not by chance. We underestimated China, and at the moment, there are 250,000 Chinese students in the US, over 100,000 in the EU, and also similar number in Great Britain, in Australia. And these students return to China in big numbers, and this has been happening for many years now, for almost a generation. And these people help to build a new knowledge-based economy, technology-based economy. They know perfectly foreign languages, they know Western approaches, and this means that China is catching up in fast pace. On the other hand, Europe is overregulated. It is reluctant to take bold steps, and we will have a discussion about whether we are not overregulating also the area of artificial intelligence. I think that you know that in France at an AI conference several weeks ago, the United States, Great Britain and Israel decided not to sign a joint declaration. We may discuss about what were the reasons why they rejected to sign, but one of the main arguments was that they had a feeling that it was overregulated, and if someone who is more advanced than ask says that, then we should consider whether we are heading in the right direction. What are we going to do about that? I think that we should get inspiration from those that are better. We first need to understand in Europe that the US is doing better, and unfortunately even China is doing better. I'm not happy about that, but unless we recognize that as a fact, then we will not succeed. And we should also get inspired from the inspiration from the US. We should give control back to the companies. Now I'm over exaggerating. We should let the state decide less and give more powers to private entities, companies which have people, which have capital to invest, which are able to address risk, and they generate added value. The state, Europe, should only create an environment in which they can succeed, and they should not complicate that by overregulation. This is the basic idea. We still, if we need to invest in some area, whether it is science or defense, then we first need to decide where we are going to find funding for that. I do not agree that we should just say that we will get this money from funds that we have available. We first need to make sure that companies are able to generate values. We have to make sure that we stop the drain of companies, for instance, to the United States, and we should understand that the current US administration will do everything to attract companies from Europe to the US. They can use various incentives to do that, and this is a great challenge for Europe. We should evade that, because if these giants, if the big companies leave Europe, then we will lose revenues from taxes that we could then invest into AI, into infrastructure, into defense, or whatever we decide. We just need to make sure that we balance our investments. Even defense is related to new technologies. I think that everyone understands that AI, for instance, is also used for internal security and in defense industry. If we do not have these funds, if we do not have these revenues from the taxes, then we simply will not have enough to fund these developments. We can, of course, borrow money, but this is something that is not a solution in the long term. So we should focus on the private sector, on supporting the private sector, and we should make sure that the private sector becomes the engine, the driver of growth. And if we succeed to do that, then it will be the first important step. We will have a strong private sector, and here it is a difference between Europe and the US. The US achieved a great thing, even if we may not agree with the current administration in many aspects. They have the support of the private sector. The current administration convinced them that they will create conditions that will allow these companies, the private sector, to grow. Of course, we may not be happy about that, because there are often measures that prioritize the American interest, but we just have to make sure that we implement a similar model. We should focus on reshaping the energy sector, on creating the environment where there will be a lot of predictability about the business environment. And the other thing on which we need to focus are small and medium-sized businesses, and in particular startups. We should have a look and we should get inspiration from the US, how they are able to support startups. We just must not accept the fact that young, talented people, we have many young, talented people that are full of energy, that are educated, and we see them leaving to the United States, among other things, because they will not, they do not want to accept the fact that if they want to set up a startup, they would have to take a loan from a bank or wait for some subsidy. This is simply not practical for them. They go to the US because there are investors that are able and willing to invest into startups, that are willing to support promising projects, promising ideas and so these people do not need to take bank loans and take a risk of taking a loan. So this is another major change that we'll need to make in order to start up our economies. I discussed that with my Swedish colleague, and they have a model like that already implemented in Sweden. We need to make sure that we keep talents here. I understand that if talents go to the US, it may be good for them, and it might also be good for us later on when they return to our country, but we should make sure that we create environment to support talents. And as far as China is concerned, this is not about inspiration. This is about taking lessons. I will give you just one example where China is catching up very quickly. It is shortening of life cycles. Those of you who know something about this will probably know that the life cycle in the EU, in Europe, is extremely long. In China, they are successful in shortening life cycles. That means the phase of research, sales, and putting a product out of at the end of their product life, they are able to contract that period to only 4 years, while in Europe it is 8-year cycle. And we need to take lessons from that, because customers, of course, appreciate those who can offer shorter life cycles and are able to innovate extremely quickly. We may discuss about what are the reasons in China it may not be, there may be other factors in place, such as that it is a centralized economy, but this we cannot do anything about that. We need to make sure that we are able at least to keep the pace, and we should therefore focus on innovations and change some paradigms that we are currently using. So I will finish my speech by this. I think that we should focus on things that are opportunities for us, and we should all be aware of the fact that these are challenges and opportunities that we can use. We should be able to focus on transforming our economies and transforming our words into acts. And I wish you a successful conference. I'm looking forward to a debate about AI that will follow, and I believe that we will discuss much more. So enjoy this day. Karel Havlíček, thank you.
This was an excellent illustration of the keynote speaker. The topics that we have heard are exactly those that we will be discussing the whole day. So this was basically the agenda of the conference. Have you noticed that the organizers got more chairs for you? So I hope that everyone eventually will be seated. We are extremely pleased to see so many of you coming.
There's a gentleman who is a renowned futurist exploring how artificial intelligence and emerging technologies shape our future.
In his work, he examines how AI can not only enhance human capabilities, but also learn to understand and respond to emotions. He also raises important ethical questions. How do we ensure that AI serves humanity rather than disrupting it? Today, we will hear his insights, and let us welcome here
Mr. Richard Young.
Dobry den. Good morning and welcome to Digitalny Česko 2025. I'm Richard Young, futurist, and I have the pleasure and honor to be helping to kick off this amazing day of conversations and discussions around all things digital. This being the 10th year of this conference, I think it's a really good time to concentrate a little bit on the future, what it means looking at these technologies as we look ahead at its impact on businesses, on institutions, and particularly on the Czech Republic and its future leadership in this new era of digital technologies, innovation, and transformation. For years, I've been speaking and writing about the relationship between humanity and technology, a relationship that in many respects I see as synergistic and really in many respects a coevolution between ourselves and our built world. This is something that has been going on for a very long time, and we have literally created everything around us. If we look at this room, if we look at this room and the sound system, your seats, the lighting, your everything, your clothes, glasses, our languages, our accumulated knowledge, all of this is technology, and we have literally created this from nothing. All through our human consciousness that allows us to transform immaterial ideas and concepts into physical reality. That's phenomenal, and it's something that too often we take for granted. Now, as we look ahead, we've created an awful lot of things, but we have a huge amount of change coming because of a range of new emerging technologies that we are developing that will change our lives, change the world over the coming decades. Now, there's nowhere near enough time in this short keynote to talk about that in real depth, but I would like to touch on a few of them because these are multi-trillion-dollar industries that we're looking ahead to that are going to impact all of our lives, but particularly it's going to, for all of you, affect the future of the Czech Republic. First of all, I'd like to start off, of course, with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is something that's been on people's lips and minds for quite some time now, but it is also an area where many of us have been focusing primarily on generative AI, the LLMs that contribute to things like ChatGPT, and this is only a small part of artificial intelligence. For many people I speak to, this is something that's artificial intelligence has only been around for 5 or 10 years. And I'm always surprised when they say this to me because it's been going on for 75 years or more since the middle of the 20th century. And during that time, it has gone through all of these phases, all of these developments of different types and approaches to solving this issue of how do we create more and more intelligent machines. And so we've gone through all of these chapters that in many respects are going to lead us into a new era. But if we look ahead, there are so many new and different forms of artificial intelligence that are going to be developed, that are currently being developed in the research labs. Neuromorphic computing, artificial emotional intelligence, machine common sense, all of these are aspects of new forms of artificial intelligence that will take us beyond this current stage where we are today. And so as we look ahead, how is that going to transform our world? Well, let's take just one form of artificial intelligence that is becoming more and more prevalent in this day, and that's agentic AI, or the digital agents that are becoming more and more prevalent in our world. These are intended to perform different types of tasks, to take loads off of our work, to allow us to be able to be more efficient, to be able to perform tasks in a rapid way that we have never been able to do before. As these systems become more and more capable, as they become more developed and reliable, we're going to literally allow them to become our colleagues, possibly even our companions in the future, in such a way that even small children may be growing up with them as teachers that they will learn from. And these systems may actually grow with the individual such that they come to know that person as well as any human being does. Now, of course, there's going to have to be a range of changes, a range of different advances in areas of privacy and in terms of siloing and protecting our personal data so that we ourselves are protected. But this day is coming. And that's just one area of artificial intelligence. The thing is, when you think about where we are today, if we were to write a book years in the future, centuries in the future, about the history of artificial intelligence, we would only now be on the first page or the first chapter of this book. There is so much still to come. In many respects, it's like the early days of electrification. 200 years ago, before we had electricity, the world was run on steam power, water power, animal power, and along comes electricity, and all of a sudden we have this way to become more efficient, to be able to perform things we could never do before tirelessly. And that was just the beginning, because initially we were just replacing the tasks that we had done before. But somewhere along the way, we started to realize that, oh, we can use it for other purposes. And we started creating the radio, television, computers, the internet. All of these were totally impossible before the invention of electricity. We're at the same stage with artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence right now is just performing the tasks we've ourselves have been performing. But what happens a little while down the way when we start using it for things we've never imagined before? And when we do, we probably are going to get to a point very quickly where we say, how did we ever do without this? So that's something to think about for that technology. I'd like to just talk a little bit about a few more technologies before we wrap up. Quantum computing, quantum encryption or cryptography, quantum sensing, all of these are based on the utilization of physical forces in non-classical ways that allow us to perform some really amazing things, things that seem impossible by using some of the other technologies that we have. You've probably heard about the idea of a quantum computer being able to solve a problem that might take a classical computer thousands, tens of thousands of years, and be able to do this in only a matter of minutes or seconds. That's going to be incredible, but to be sure, that is only certain types of problems. We're not going to replace classical computing. It's simply going to augment that. So that is going to essentially be provided as a service in many respects. Quantum anything is essentially too hard to manage to have it as a desktop device or anything like that. In all likelihood, it's going to remain in facilities where it will be delivered to us perhaps as quantum as a service in a way that we query it and it gives us answers back. The same with things like quantum cryptography. The idea that we can create unbreakable encryptions, and yet, even if it should in the future be breakable, that we would know instantly because that is detectable with a quantum, a form of quantum encryption. Likewise, quantum sensing is going to allow us to look at materials and structure problems in small chips, in cells, and even be able to create new forms of medical scanning devices. These will ultimately allow us to contribute to our healthcare. We're going to develop new healthcare platforms that are going to lead to increased health span, increased lifespan. Again, a multi-trillion-dollar industry as we move into a new era of personalized medicine. But again, we have to be able to protect our data, silo it, allow us to control who gets to see it and who doesn't. All of this is going to be delivered through the cloud. The cloud is going to continue to expand, to continue to become more and more elaborate and extensive and distributed in order to be able to deliver all of these things. And finally, cybersecurity is going to be necessary to fight the level of cybercrime we are at today. This keeps expanding by orders of magnitude. Over the past several decades, it has grown and grown to the point that the global cost is close to $10 trillion today. That we can't allow that to continue, or it's going to literally eat our future. So all of these are major growth areas for digital technologies that can and should be taken advantage of. So what do we do with this? How can we use this knowledge going forward? Well, there are three ways. So I'm going to wrap up very quickly, but essentially focusing on education, focusing on public-private partnerships, and focusing on utilizing futures technologies, futures methodologies to help to better understand and anticipate the challenges that we face. Ultimately, I want to leave you with one thought about how we build the future. As we go forward, we have to remember that we are not building this just for ourselves. We are building it for our children, our children's children, and the generations to come. We have a responsibility to ensure that technology works for humanity and not the other way around. So I suppose what I'm ultimately saying is this. As we go forward in our days through this conference, as you build the ecosystems of tomorrow, technological ecosystems of tomorrow, Don't just build a future, build the better and brighter future. Thank you, and have a wonderful conference.
Richard Young, thank you very much. Thank you. Chance to ask Richard questions because he'll be part of our panel discussion just right after the lunch. But now I switch back to Czech. Přejdu do češtiny.
Now I will switch into Czech because we will be discussing a topic about how to make the artificial intelligence the driver of economic growth. And I will start with a quotation. Artificial intelligence is one of the most profound technologies we are working on, as important or even more important than fire and electricity, said Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google. Another quotation, AI is not just another breakthrough, it is a transformative technology just like electricity or the internet, says Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. And I think that we all understand that this is a breakthrough technology that is the future driver of economic growth. What are the opportunities and challenges for us? And this is what we are going to focus on in the ensuing discussion.
A diskutovat budou a
So discussing will be Karel Havlíček, the Deputy Speaker of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, the former Minister of the Ministry of Trade and Transportation. He was also the head of the Association of Small Businesses and Entrepreneurs. I would like to invite him to the floor to participate in the discussion. Also, I would like to invite František Štrupa, the Director of Google for the Czech Republic. He focuses on the digital transformation of companies in Central and Eastern Europe. In the past, he was active in performance marketing. We also have Jan Kavalírek, the Deputy Member of Government, Ministry of Industry and Trade. And we would also like to invite Tomáš Čupr, who is an entrepreneur, a founder of companies like Slevomart, Dáme jídlo, CZ, innovator in e-commerce, logistics and retail. He uses artificial intelligence to efficiently expand to overseas or foreign markets. So we will be interested to learn more. So please, gentlemen, sit down, and I will start by what I mentioned in the beginning, that the Europe is not faring well in competition with the United States or China. We know that very well. So what do we need to what we need to do to improve the situation, Mr. Havlíček? Well, I already spoke, so I would like to leave room also to others. But what we need to do, we need to definitely decide whether this is just marketing, whether this is just words for us, whether we will be talking about the perspectives or future of AI and how important it is, or whether we actually start doing something. I will give you an example. I like a distinction by Mr. Měchouček, who is a wizard in the area of artificial intelligence, and he mentioned four areas of 4 countries, 4 groups of countries. First are the countries that are the drivers in developing AI, which is the United States, and from Europe, for instance, France. And then there is another group. These are companies that base a large part of their economies on AI. And the third group are countries that use AI but do not develop it. And the third group are countries that do not use it. So we are somewhere between group 2 and 3, and our ambition is to get to be in group 2 if possible. And in order to do that, we need to create the environment. We need to focus on development and research. The purpose is not to have this it is not just to assemble the final products, but we should always be those who create the algorithms, who help to create the added value, and the state can support research teams. And I have been saying that for some time. Unfortunately, nothing changed. In Czech Republic, there were 106 large research projects that focus on different areas, machine engineering, biotechnologies, etc. But none of them focuses on artificial intelligence. If we lose this competitive advantage, then it would be a mistake for us, and we should focus on that. I would like to know what is the perspective of a global company. What does Europe need to do to be competitive? Can you share that, your experience with us? What is our experience from the Czech market is quite a broad question, but I would like to follow on what was mentioned. The question now is not whether we should jump on the train of technological progress or innovation. We simply have to do that in order to have a positive future for us, for our future generations. It is quite clear that the well-being, the affluence of the population is based on economic growth, and if we want to achieve economic growth in the future, then we will need to focus on developing technologies and also on innovations. I think that this was, if you maybe you are aware of Mario Draghi's report that was released in autumn last year, and in that report Mario Draghi clearly declared that the European Union, or Europe in general, is lagging behind in economic growth. If I was to give you some figures, since 2019 the GDP of EU was growing at half the rate of the global average, and we are not comparing ourselves with the US or China now. We are comparing ourselves against the global figures. So these are alarming figures. The Draghi report identified 3 areas on which we need to focus. The first area was support for innovations and technological development, and this should result in economic prosperity. The other area was decarbonization, and the third area was security, which is closely related to technologies. If we focus on the first area, which is the economic development and innovation, then I think we should focus on supporting companies, supporting startups in this area by, for instance, supporting education, by supporting collaboration with universities. And maybe I would take one step back to where it all begins, and this is a meaningful regulation. Regulation is a big topic when we discuss AI. We as a company believe that artificial intelligence is too important. It brings too big a change in order not to be regulated, but it is at the same time also extremely important for our future. So we may have to make sure that it is regulated well. Regulating well is extremely important. So if we speak about regulation, also if you look at the data from small and medium-sized companies that are still the driver of economic growth in our country, then one of the first things that prevents them from developing quicker, from growing, is the regulatory burden that is imposed on them. If they want to innovate, and they need to have free hands in order to be innovative quickly, instead they have to deal with many regulations, and it is extremely difficult for them. So we should start with that. What is important is also the mindset. We should look at AI and technologies as an opportunity for growth rather than a threat, and this is extremely important, this attitude, this mindset. We should start with that. We in the Czech Republic should say that this is the way we want to approach it, that this is the way we want to think about it. I will also be happy if Mr. Kavalírek will respond to that. Now we are discussing the AI Act is too strict, and Czech Republic is about to adopt this act into its national legislation. Sometimes we are even stricter than the EU legislation. So what can we do to make sure that this becomes an opportunity and not additional burden? We first of all have to make sure that we do not overregulate, that we do not implement even stricter regulations here in the Czech Republic than what is proposed by the European directives. I am a big fan of AI, and I had the opportunity to see how it contributes to increasing efficiency and prosperity of companies that introduce AI. So this is how I got to AI, and I think that we as a country we should make everything to make sure that we set up the conditions that are favorable for developing AI in the Czech Republic. So we should not be only successful users, although it is important, but we should be also able to develop AI and implement it in companies and support companies in implementing it. So I fully agree with what Mr. Hlavíček said at the beginning. We need to invest. I think in Paris, Macron also summed it up very well. We regulate too much and we invest too little. So this is something that we need to focus on all in the Europe because it is in the interest of all of us to make sure that we succeed in AI. It was already mentioned that now US invests 10 times more in AI than Europe. China invests 5 times more. So we need to invest more also in Europe. And as far as the regulation is concerned, I am at the ministry for 2 months now, and I came there with this idea that I wanted to focus on AI. Over these 2 months, we have been focusing mainly on how to successfully adapt the AI Act into the Czech national legislation, and this, what you mentioned, is extremely important for me. AI Act is already in force. It is in force since August 2024, and it will, it was adopted in August 2024, and it will come into force in the near future. We are ready to participate in discussions about the implementation of the AI Act, but on the national level, we have to make sure that we do not add additional national regulations. That means with the Minister of Industry and Trade, we want to be very active. We are ready to draft the legislation, the national legislation. We coordinate our efforts with the Ministry of Finance and with other ministries, and we will take only those articles from the AI Act that require to be actually implemented in national legislation, and we will include only those into the national legislations. These are articles or provisions relating to sanctions, also provisions relating to research and development. Here we want to make sure that we include as many exceptions for the use of AI in research and development as possible. And the third area is the establishment of supervisory authorities. We are currently having discussions about which authorities should be responsible for overseeing AI, because we need to choose authorities that will not only regulate but will also support and will create an environment where we support AI in the Czech Republic. We understand this is not easy. But I would like to know the opinion of someone who has successfully built a company in the Czech Republic and now is about to compete on the international markets. Well, I agree with what was mentioned, and I think that we are lacking understanding. Just one thing that should be mentioned here. We stress research very much, but the key thing is to improve the productivity of companies on global markets. Unless European companies do not have an opportunity even to become successful users of AI, I think that we no longer have a chance to be in the first group that you mentioned. On Wednesday, I had participate in a discussion with CFO of OpenAI, and I see that we are really lagging behind, and there is no chance that we can jump on that train. It is already gone. So, but companies that will stay behind and do not become even successful users of AI will become more expensive on global markets. If they are more expensive, it means that they will not be successful and they will go bankrupt. And then in the next 10 years, we are about to see bankrupts of large companies unless they actually start implementing an AI or a larger scale. I am also from a company where we need to closely watch our expenditures. We need to use AI in order to reduce our expenditures in order to compete with our competitors. Research and development is something that is often far-fetched, but disruption of companies, lack of competitiveness, this is a real risk that we face. US companies will not be regulated. That means that they will be able to use AI. People in the US will be able to use AI also during their work. Their employers will encourage them in using AI. So this will be the situation in the United States. On the other hand, in Europe, the people will be in much more regulated situations. The employers will not be able to not only allow the employers to use AI, but they will not be able even to make them redundant if it is necessary. So I think that is extremely important that we focus on changing the environment, because the world is developing very fast. I was speaking to František recently, and I spoke with František how the things are changing extremely quickly in this area. Now, for instance, we are able to program using AI because new tools are available. Tomáš, imagine that you would fall asleep and next day you will wake up and the progress would be even bigger. Well, it actually happens. But this, I wanted to mention it just to stress the urgency of this situation. We are not talking about future in 3 years or in 2 years. The changes are here now, and in 6 months the change will be even bigger. This cycle is going very fast, and 6 months ago I said about our call center. Well, at that time, the artificial intelligence was not good enough to actually sound like humans, and now it is not true. And now if you call us, if you call our call center, you will be speaking to a computer and you will not be able to tell the difference. And this is what happened just in 6 months. And we can expect the changes to accelerate even more. You are from Google. You are a big company. You are a big company, but you also meet with small companies. Small companies account for 60% of the Czech GDP. How can we make sure that even small companies use these new technologies? Often they do not use even ChatGPT.
That's an excellent question. I think that Tomáš actually led us to this question and answer. Not only us, we are sitting in this room, but all citizens and in the Czech Republic and in the EU must become skillful users. And if we talk about education, it's not only elementary schools and secondary schools. A fundamental precondition of success is lifelong learning. So we are talking about upskilling people. There will be a dedicated panel at today's conference on this topic. That's great because it's an important topic. I think this is a great place or a great opportunity for collaboration between the public and private sector. Google has trained 650,000 people over the last 10 years, not only in AI, but also in digital marketing, cybersecurity, which is very closely related to AI. And these are the people that eventually can find new jobs on the labor market and also can help to push the businesses further. Mr. Havlíček already mentioned that a number of companies actually consider moving their businesses and operations to the US from the EU. The latest example that I know about is Safetica, Czech company, who expressed being very sorry to do that, but the business conditions made them do it. And apart from the capital markets that are better available there, it's also the availability of the human resources that are much more skilled. And this is why we need to promote upskilling, reskilling through a national strategy. And second thing is that very often people simply do not express certain concerns because they don't know what to expect from AI. And the very simple start would be starting using the very simple AI tools such as Google Workspace or targeted promotion. For small and medium-sized businesses, good use of digital marketing would be fundamental. It would be really a cornerstone of their further progress and success on the market. Through that, they might improve their competitiveness and become, again, the driver of the economic growth. So you need to do something. You take certain active steps. Tomáš? Education and training, skilling is extremely important, but it takes time. What I think is crucial for the success of small, medium-sized businesses in the upcoming months and years is educating them to be prepared for the API-first approach. So at least this fundamental infrastructure agentization of the system. If you have an ERP system, you have to make it possible for an agent to use the ERP system. Without that, you won't be able to make your labor force more productive. And of course, this will again negatively impact your productivity. In my company, Rohlik, which was established 10 years ago, it's not really an old company. Many of our systems are not agent ready. So since we will have to get ready to that, we spend a lot of money and time to transform the structure in that sense. And it's not easy. It's only starting, but when it really starts, it will be a jump progress. 1,000 people will be able to do the work of 10,000 people. If you are ready for this agent type functioning on the market, you will be much better off. Today, you will have a programming company with let's say 20 programmers instead of 100, because coding is quite a simple system, because larger language models use the structured language. So it is important to reiterate that you need to make your systems agent-friendly. No small and medium-sized company will be able to do without it in 12 months. But, of course, SMEs, when you tell them this, are all scared because they don't know where to find an expert who would help them. All that you see, it's a puzzle of small things. If we look into the questions that we receive, it's regulation all the time. How can EU be more important in global economy if we are not able to finalize implementation of the harmonized legislation? How can you develop efficient AI if the regulation basically blocks it? So there are questions like this on the same topic, all repeated. Gentlemen, well, hello, you look at me. But I'm not the one who's on the government, but maybe one day I'll be there again. But I still try to realize what the politician should be able to influence and where their role should stop. I used to work in businesses, in large businesses. Of course, there was no artificial intelligence at that time, some 30 years ago. But we all know that at this moment it's fundamental. I like the French model. Why do you think France is so successful in AI? One of the government members was a founder of the Mistral AI project, and they were not afraid to involve this person in the government. So he was pushing the topic in the government. So even if you are not AI-oriented, it's good to have people around you. I have my colleague Aneta, who is somewhere around, because she works in, she used to work in Silicon Valley in the Czech startup, and she still commutes. And the good thing is that she always comes with new ideas and tells me what's happening there, and it's really reviving. So you need to make sure that your team have a good overview of what's happening around in other countries. It's the businesses who need to implement things, not the government. I remember when you started with your project, I was then the chairman of an association of businesses. Perhaps you had a good intuition. You were there at the right timing. It was during the pandemics. But of course, it was your enthusiasm and your decision-making that pushes the things forward. It's not the government. What the business needs is foreseeability in investments, foreseeability in taxes, foreseeability in the energy market, hopefully, and you need people. And this is where the government could take its role in education of the people so that we are able to generate a labor force that are willing to adopt the topics and to make sure that we have enough Tomáš Čupers here. You mentioned foreseeability, but I'm afraid that we somehow foresee that the regulation will be so strong that we cannot go any further. Try and convince us about the opposite. Currently, we have a team at the Ministry of Industry and Trade that understands this, and we realize that regulation is an important topic. Yesterday, we had a meeting with all the important stakeholders founded by the ministry that we wanted to involve. Yeah, we want to be very specific. We need to establish several bodies. That one of them is the supervisory bodies that will supervise the market. That it is all imposed by the AI Act. There are big requirements for hardware, software equipment. Ministry of Industry and Trade has already proposed one of its institutions, one of its organizations. We believe it's quite experienced and it should be well functioning. That would be not only regulating but also supporting the market. Then there is a notification body, which is a body that notifies the European institutions about the notified bodies. It is not a body that has to be established based on the legislation, but in my view, it is important to have such body. In medical devices, we created and established this body too late, and for that reason, some of the businesses had to apply for certification abroad. Basically, this approves the compliance of the AI system with the requirements so that it can go on the market. in Annex 1, there are 12 harmonized pieces of legislation that relate to various topics such as medical devices, toys, and etc. And whoever tries to place a product on the market and has AI implemented has to undergo a certification process for compliance. Now, reaction. Wouldn't it be better to establish, rather to cancel these bodies instead of establishing new ones? I don't care. People say, I don't care what the body's name is. I want to make business. Well, if it was just my decision, I would answer, yes, you're right. But we are not able to influence this. This is an infrastructure or the structure of the bodies that the AI Act requires strictly. What we can do is to ensure that there is no gold plating. I have been in very close communication with the businesses, with the Association of SMEs, with the Chamber of Commerce and others. And everyone is interested in a code of conduct, let's say, which applies to both users and providers. I'll just finish the sentence. This is currently being discussed by the Commission, and unfortunately, the Commission says, well, this might be even stricter than the AI Act as for transparency, as for equipment, open AI systems, territoriality. So here, our government, the state, should try and push to avoid this. We are at this moment at a stage where we are more or less okay with the legislation, but we don't want to make it even stricter. Thank you. When I see the number of those various bodies, basically I don't like it, but I understand we can't influence it too much. What we can do, though, is to influence the efficiency of the bodies, because often the implementation and actual performance of regulation is a bigger problem than the regulation itself, because a Czech public officer does not use AI, obviously, and I'm waiting for the approval of the public officer for too long, and this makes me incompetitive. If we need to have these bodies, please make sure that they function well and efficiently, not only in AI, but also in other areas such as R&D. When talking to the CFO of OpenAI, I was virtually shocked by the energy demand of their research and of their infrastructure. Thinking that something of this kind might appear in the Czech Republic is, well, it's unthinkable. It would need huge buildings and a lot of energy, and we are not able to promote the completion of a highway. Where there is a will, there is a way. So regulation or no regulation, I believe that if we have the right tools at hand and if we have the good terms of reference, we are able to progress. It sounds like there is not enough will. The will for more efficient functioning of the public administration is missing. So each body is just incrementing the complexity.
I will be very brief. I agree with that, and this is exactly the region where I think Ministry of Trade and Industry should play a role there. This is the ministry that is here to support industry, and we should be aware of that. We should focus on that very much. We and the minister have this idea that MPO, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, should be responsible for this infrastructure, and as far as the notified body comment is concerned, we really want to make sure that we have the good conditions for AI, and this is why we want to have this notified body in the Czech Republic. In case of medical devices, I saw a situation where if we do not have that body here in the Czech Republic, then it will be more difficult to get certifications from them. If this notified body exists, for instance, in Sweden or in other country, it will be more difficult to get from them certifications for systems using AI in the Czech Republic. So the regulation basically can be good if it is set up correctly. František, what do you think about that? Yes, I would. I agree with that, and I would like to support what you said, that we should not be stricter than the EU. We should be cautious, and we should implement only regulations that are intended well. I believe that there are good intentions when the regulations are adopted at the EU level, and we should implement it in the Czech Republic, in the national legislation, in such a way that it does not deteriorate or make the environment more difficult for companies. If you looked in the environment that exists in Europe and US, then there is a big difference, and regulation plays a big role in that. If you compare, for instance, search results, also you get different response depending in which country you perform your search. In Czech Republic, for instance, we do not provide more detailed descriptions regarding the results of search performed on a news service, and this is all the consequence of how we implemented the regulation that was adopted on the EU level. And I think that we should focus on making sure that we do not overregulate in the Czech Republic. I represent our company, and I do not want to pretend that everything is ideal, but I believe that for the future of the Czech Republic and for the future of our economy, it is important to have open minds, to look for opportunities for partnership, and this is the better way to go forward rather than to build barriers around ourselves and to protect ourselves even more. Yes, I agree that partnership is extremely important, and I would like to learn from all of you how you see the potential collaboration between companies, the state, and also the universities. Karel Havlíček mentioned several times figures, and he mentioned the difference between investments in EU, US, China, and Europe into artificial intelligence, and we have a question about that. Really breakthrough innovations, technologies were financed by countries, SpaceX, etc., Internet, where we'll be able to shape the approach of the state to innovations. Well, it is not about not having sufficient funds available. I already mentioned that we should make sure that we continue generating money. That means we need to support companies and support, make sure that they have profits, that we can tax these profits, and then we can use this money to finance various kinds of infrastructure, including AI. Then it is about priorities that we use in each of the countries, or we may talk about larger units such as the European Union. We need to decide in when we want to invest where we want to invest the money. But unfortunately, at the moment, we are making less money because companies are leaving to the United States, for instance. That means the group of companies that generate big profit is becoming smaller. So this is the first step on which we need to focus. And the second thing is, even when profits are generated and taxed, then there is a lot of hands into which we that are asking for this money that we can distribute later. For instance, those who are operating green technologies, it costs a lot to support that. Then we need to invest also into defense, and then there is science and new technologies, and these are different areas, and we cannot finance everything at the same time, and we need to set up some priorities and provide reasons for why we have these priorities. And I would like to return to the United States, which are a big inspiration for me. Now, we are talking about geopolitics, about the situation in Ukraine, and about customs in relation to the current development in the US, but we do not talk that much about how much money the current administration is ready to invest into startups or AI. They are very well aware that these are the areas that will help them to move forward even in defense. And in 2019, when I met with Donald Trump in the White House, even at that time, we talked a lot about AI. This was a topic that was mentioned very often. And Trump focused on AI not because of business reasons, but because of security reasons. He said this is the absolute fundamental thing for us, because we need to invest into AI to support or to strengthen the security of the United States. Also, Narendra Modi in India sees AI as a tool to improve their security. So large countries see AI or more from the perspective of improving their security, strengthening their security, not only as something that will contribute to growing their economies. Of course, it will contribute to growing their economies, but then it will also allow them to use these resources also for defense. Tomáš, I agree with everything that has been said, and I see from the questions that are posed that there is a willingness to rely on the state. And I would like just to say that I think that in the Czech Republic, this is not the right thing to do. Yes, big breakthrough innovations in the past were financed by the state, by drastically larger states than the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic does not have enough money actually to do that. If we wanted to do something like that, we would have to do that on the European level. We would have to do it on the level of the continent. But what I see is, if there is a will, there is a way. If the research is done by Americans and the state would not like to contribute for that, then the Americans turn to the private sector. And if they think that they do not have access to data for their research, they would get that data from somewhere, because someone would be willing to give that data to them if they can participate in the outcomes of the research. And this entrepreneurial spirit, which we put down by over-regulation, is something that is a burden for us. It causes these questions that we are seeing. We are looking at the state and we are always asking, what can we get from the state? I never had this attitude, and I think that this is something that is correct. The state should not stand in our way. If it stood in my way, I would raise my voice against that, but I do not think that it happens that often. Jan Kavalírek. Thank you. I think that this is a very realistic perspective, and Mr. Havlíček also mentioned that we need to push on the state to create the conditions. This means also focusing on education, on the educational system. This involves programs that are intending for elementary schools, for retraining, requalifications. These are programs that focus also on support supporting development of people in companies, and then we should focus on implementation of AI in companies. We already discussed that. We should implement AI tools to increase the efficiency of companies, and of course, we should understand that there is some level of expenditures which we cannot afford in the Czech Republic. There are projects to develop chips, for instance, and I am a big fan of that. But if the EU wants to be self-sufficient in the production of chips, computer chips, this is an important issue at the moment. If we want to be self-reliant as Europe, then it has to be a European project, because this requires such big investment that no single country in the EU can afford that. And we should now be aware that we are fully dependent on chips from the US. This is also an area that we are focusing on intensely at the moment. We want to change this situation. We want to move from Group 2 to Group 1. You know that this is a problem of many European states at the moment, but on the other hand, it is also an opportunity that opens eyes for us in the European Union. We must not import all these key components. We need to be self-sufficient in some of these key areas. You answer some of the questions that we see in Slido. How can we keep key talents here? Well, I would like to respond to what Tomáš mentioned. I fully agree with it, and I admire Tomáš for what he has achieved, his entrepreneurial spirit, his courage in many situations was extremely important, and it helped him to bring to where he is at the moment. Also, I would like to say that it is good to realize that not all people have the same starting position, and that we have some groups of people which for some reason in this extremely fast changing world can be left behind, and we should be aware of that. We should keep that in mind. We should make sure that even these people find their role in this changing world. And this goes back to what Honza mentioned, to what Jan mentioned when he mentioned education. What do we need to make sure? What do we need to do to make sure that even these groups of people are able to keep pace with the changes, that they are able to flourish or succeed in the changing environment? So I wanted to mention just that not everyone is starting from the same starting position, and we should make sure to support some people. Not for everyone it is so easy to adapt to this AI environment. We have a question that is for Mr. Havlíček. Would you go the same way as Mr. Kavalírek and the Ministry of Trade and Industry? And this question came here when we discussed the implementation of AI Act into the Czech national legislation. So would you do something in a different way? Well, I think that we are all from, each one of us is from a different political party, but still I think that this is something that is not a political issue. This is something that all governments will need to address, so we should leave political rivalry aside. When I listened to what Mr. Kavalírek said, when he mentioned how many new bodies and how many new agendas will be established, it made me, it caught my attention. But I understand that if something new is established, something new is implemented, you need to take some approach. But at the same time, you should reduce in other areas. So we should not be afraid to implement something new if we believe that it will be beneficial for us. But at the same time, we should make sure that we cut on bureaucracy or public administration elsewhere. So in the Czech Republic, it has become a habit to implement new things, but keep all existing things that are here. And you will always get some reasons why people tell you that their body, their organization should be capped. So this is the problem as I see it in the Czech Republic. We should not overregulate. But in the moment, I think we will have a discussion about regulations in the next panel. So I will leave that aside for the moment. And also last year when I was here, I mentioned, we discussed show business. I am a big fan of rock music. And if you know Peter Gabriel, you will know that he is very innovative. And lately, AI has been mentioned quite a lot in connection with music and regulation. And this pop stars or music star are really worried about that, because AI can be used to mimic their pieces. And Peter Gabriel was their opinion on that, and he said that he sees it as a challenge, not as a threat. And he said that he doesn't like the regulation in this area, and he doesn't mind that there is a number of projects that may be perceived by some as a threat. He said, I see it as something that tells me that I should be even stronger, that I should develop and make myself succeed even in this more difficult environment. So this is an illustration of the approach that we should take. We should regulate only things where we need to be protected against crime, etc. But we should not try to interfere with the competitive environment. So this is the basic common sense that we should apply.
I fully agree. We have a certain level of regulation that is imposed by the AI Act to us, and I completely agree with what you said, that we should be taking the same path, all of us. We should closely collaborate across academia, public administration, businesses. I have always been very open. I have always tried to be in contact and communicate with all the stakeholders, because I need to have a feedback on what the regulation should look like. When we want to develop this piece of legislation, we are quite sure that this is not going to be approved by the current parliament. So we need to try and formulate the legislation in such a way that even the future parliament after the elections is approved. It would be nice to have this level of continuity. Let's now try and discuss the way the academia, the public administration and the private sector should collaborate so that we do not hinder one another's activities. Another question from the public concerns education and training, how we want to educate the young people and how we want to keep the young talents in the country. For example, without the employee shares. Eventually, employee shares will be actually approved. There is quite a good draft of the bill at the Ministry of Finance. The employee shares started to be promoted some 18 months ago, but it was not good enough. Unfortunately, it did not reflect the inputs from the businesses. So, in fact, we do have employee shares available, but they are not used because of the way they are regulated. So this is where I want to listen to the business. At the moment, we have a new draft. Again, probably it's not going to be approved, even though this would be the version acceptable and usable by the businesses. In any case, we are trying to discuss, this is our approach, that we try to discuss the detailed paragraphed draft of the bills because the basic and fundamental debate is such that either we have the people here and can generate tax income. So either we will have the money from the taxes or not. If we want to tax the people at the very start from the employee shares, from the very start where the people still do not have anything, we won't get much money. If we want to tax them only upon exit, then of course the probability is much higher. The state is now looking into the things in the accounting way. But we need to have a holistic approach. We have the view of if we do a certain step back today, can we make more profit on it 5 years later? We need to make sure that young people stay in the country. I already mentioned my business experience many years ago. Now it's much easier to establish a branch or a business in a foreign country. And of course, if we do not offer good conditions, they will do that. I'm a member of the task force on employee shares. I have one comment on it. In the Czech Republic, we often try to reinvent the wheel. The debate was how to make 100% sure that no one is going to damage the money of the country. The debate should be how to keep the people in the country, how to keep the talents in the country. The debate was completely turned the other way around. What if this highly improbable situation occurs? Let's make another paragraph to make sure this does not happen. I eventually actually quit the task force because this was too much for me. Since we have the representatives of the current government, I can explain it to you. These are things that have already been thought out and invented elsewhere in the country. So why should we try and reinvent it? Well, the reason is because the public administration often wants to have it its way. Thank you. Sometimes I have the feeling that the legislation is done because of those who want to circumvent the laws, but they will do it anyway. How should we, what approach should we take that we avoid this in case of AI? I think that the crucial thing is the mindset. The mindset should be such that we want to exploit an opportunity that there is. And we need to say this loud so that it can be translated into the actions. We don't need to look over the Atlantic. We can have a look at the UK. This is what they said. The Prime Minister clearly said, we look at AI as an economic and social opportunity, and only in the second phase will we try and address the threats. This should go for the regulation. We should be aware that regulation already exists in many of the areas where AI is going to be implemented. There is an existing relatively good regulation in many of these areas, which might require only a minor amendment. So once again, as for the EU legislation, it should be implemented on the national level sensibly, without any gold plating. Secondly, as a national priority, we should promote systemic upskilling and reskilling across the population because this is fundamental for the success. And thirdly, we need to enhance and strengthen the partnership between the public and private sector. On behalf of Google, we are extremely open to that. We highly appreciate if people from the ministries approach us and talk to us about how our technologies can be beneficial for the various ministries, whether it's defense or social affairs. I see the opportunities there, but we do not have any visits like this from the ministries. I would see this as very useful and beneficial. On behalf of the business, I see this as extremely important. For many years, we have talked about economic transformation. We do not want to be the blue-collar workshop of Europe. We are one of local companies that have expanded, that are technologically advanced. We are one of the most valued startups in the Czech Republic. However, over the last 5 years, I haven't had anyone coming from the public administration coming to me and asking me, look, what could we do to have this happening again and again elsewhere? No one is talking to successful businesses. No one is talking to technology companies. We are not enemies, of course, but no one is realizing that we offer the opportunity. I'm extremely open to this, similarly to František. I am not going to be the one to knock on the doors of the government office or of the Chamber of Deputies, because I don't think this is my task. But I have to say it here. We should have a minister here. A conference on such an important topic should host a minister. Well, hopefully the ministry will knock on the door. The minister was very sorry to not to be here, but as far as my information is, he's on a long-planned business trip to United States, where one of the topics is also technologies. However, thank you very much for this open approach, and I am extremely willing to talk anyone who can help us promote AI and technology progress in the Czech Republic. I highly appreciate invitation to this panel because I can see the willingness among the people, and I'm really extremely happy to talk anyone who is so open-minded. I have been in contact with all the professional associations. We have contacts with Prague AI. We have businesses who are able to develop computer chips that are able to build super quality computers. And we have a core AI group which wants to coordinate all measures that concern AI, and a part of that we have a workforce between the Ministry of Industry and Trade and key partners from the business, where we want to discuss what needs to be done to promote AI in the Czech Republic and support AI in the Czech Republic. You don't have the current minister here, but you have an ex-double minister here. But back to your knocking on the doors. It is true that it is not your task to knock on the doors, but it's our task. And this is what I do. I visit one company after another. Last week, I had a meeting with people from venture capital funds. I had a meeting with startups. It's true that we have to approach you. And if we really want to restart the economic growth, it's not going to be the state and the government to actually do it. They do not have money, they do not have the management capacities. The only thing the government can do is to establish such or make such environment that the businesses can restart the economy. If they restart the economy, they will employ people, they will pay good money, to good wages, the employees will stay here, they will increase the consumer demand, and this is the circle. We will get our taxes, and from the taxes we can pay for the infrastructure that the business needs. So let's get inspired from the business, of course within certain maintenance, so that it's not pure lobbying. And in order to be able to do that, you need to have experts on both parts. Lobbying is not about people carrying bags of money. Lobbying is the point that the businesses have excellent experts who promote their interests, and we need to have the experts on the part of the government too. I remember our collaboration during the pandemics. I really appreciate the feedback that we had from Tomáš Čupr. I think that business was actually the sector that helped us resolve and tackle the pandemics or the pandemic era. Because we had, you will remember that, all the vaccination and testing and everything. We had to decide whether we will lock down absolutely everything or whether we will let the business run. And we let them run it and make the employers, the business, check on their employees to make sure that everyone remains healthy.
I'm happy that we know that after today, business will not need to be afraid to speak to politicians. I would just to make a comment here. It is good when business talks to politicians. So anyway, thank you very much for your perspective. Tomáš Čupr, Jan Kavalírek, František Štrupl and Karel Havlíček, thank you very much.
My jsme se tím...
So by this we open a short coffee break. After that we will continue with the topic that was already introduced by Mr. Havlíček. We will discuss regulations, so have a quick coffee, and at 10:30 Justin Svoboda will be waiting for you with his guest because we will start another discussion. Thank you.
Ahoj, já jsem Sara Polak a vítám vás na 9. ročníku konference Digitální Česko. 2 našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou podívat.
At the Digital Czech Republic for 2 days now, and it's been really amazing getting to meet all the speakers, talking to the other booths, and it's just been all very good connections that we've had, so we're having a good time.
Je zřejmé, že naše republika má před sebou ještě dlouhou cestu k digitalizaci, Ale tahle konference i doprovodná výstava dokazuje, že jdeme správným směrem. Jsem ráda, že i holky v Metaverse, naše komunita, může k tomu přispět a že tady dneska můžeme ukazovat nejnovější technologie.
Konference Digitální Česko mě velmi milé překvapila. Nejdřív jsem byla trochu zklamaná, že jakožto vystavovatel nemám prostor být na přednáškách, které měly velmi zajímavé témata a řečníky. Nicméně nakonec mi to aspoň dalo prostor projít si ostatní stánky, vidět ostatní vystavovatele, co tu mají. Zajímavé věci z oblasti digitalizace, AIčka, různorodost, super.
To bylo Digitální Česko. Budu se na vás těšit zase příště. Ahoj.
Doufám, že méně politická, protože musí být energetika založena na fyzice, na logistice a na ekonomice. Nepochybně budeme směřovat k nízkoemisní energetice, současně ale v mezidobí nesmíme vylít s vaničkou i dítě, to znamená rozumně se musí utlumovat uhlí a současně se musí najíždět plynové zdroje. K tomu potřebujeme i diskuzní platformy, jako je třeba ta, co se chystá.
Není sporem, že energetika a dostupná energie je klíčový faktor pro naši společnost. Proto se Institut pro politiku a společnost rozhodl založit novou platformu NextGen. Na této platformě se budou setkávat nejvyšší odborníci z českého prostředí a do budoucna i ze zahraničí.
Our transatlantic relationship is absolutely, it's critically important. It's foundational to our collective security. It allows us to work together to collaboratively affect regional, transnational, and global challenges. And it's based on our common values, the values of democracy and freedom.
Transatlantic relationship is extremely critical, specifically during these challenging times that the United States and Europe must come together to tackle all types of challenges, whether it be security challenges, economic challenges, or challenges to our values.
Transatlantic relation is one of the most important, the most relevant relationship because of economic conditions of the relation, because of defense, common challenges, but also because of social problems that both regions are facing.
Dong, dong, dong. Milé dámy, milí pánové, toto byl akustický gong, který oznamuje, že budeme pokračovat za 5 minut. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue in 5 minutes in the main hall. Thank you very much. A toto je druhé zvonění, které vás zve na další pokračování naší konference, která bude zahájena za 3 minuty. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the main hall for the continuing of the conference in 3 minutes.
Našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou.
Dámy a pánové,
ladies and gentlemen, please join us in the main hall because we are about to start with our VIP talk. This will be the first VIP talk of today.
Because we are going to continue right now with our first VIP talk today.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for getting some refreshments and thank you for joining us here in the main hall again. As you probably noticed in the agenda, today's conference is divided into blocks of panel discussions and blocks of VIP talks. The difference is mainly in the number of participants in the discussion and the length of the discussion. For VIP talks, we have less time, shorter time, but only 2 panelists take part in these discussions. Again, I would like to ask you to use Slido if you want to ask questions during the discussions and get involved in the discussion. We want to make sure that this event is interactive. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with VIP talk that will focus on OpenAI versus regulation. I believe that we will follow up what we have been discussing since the very morning. Europe is really on the crossroads. The world is heading in new directions, and Europe needs to adapt, and it is up to us to see it and take it as a challenge and stand up to this challenge. Now I would like to welcome to the floor Mr. Karel Havlíček, again the Vice Chairman of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Parliament. So welcome back to the stage. And also I would like to invite Patrik Tovaryš, the Public Policy Manager for Central and Eastern Europe from Meta. In the past, he worked as a government official at the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, where he led a team focusing on the regulation of online platforms and the preparation of Czech positions on the EU legislation. So, gentlemen, I wish you a good morning, and I would like to follow up, if you allow me, to the questions by which we ended the previous panel, and that is the practice. The regulation in practice and the obligations that we have in relation to regulation. We have some obligations that are imposed on us by the European Union, that are imposed on us from the outside, and then on the other hand we have practical implementation in our national system. So it is up to you who starts the discussion. First of all, I would like to thank you for providing me opportunity to participate in this conference and at this debate. I am very glad for what I heard during the previous panel, that I heard that overregulation can hamper our local ecosystem. We in Meta have the ambition to become a leader in AI. And we want to build on open source. Our large language model is called Llama, as you have probably heard. This is one of the biggest models that is available in currently. It is quite successful. It has been downloaded in many copies. As far as the regulations are concerned, we see currently that some products that are already up and running in the world cannot be launched in the European Union because of our regulations. So what should states do about this? I think it was already mentioned. They should collaborate with the sector, with the industry. They should inspire they get inspiration from other countries, because this train is really leaving, and I'm afraid that we might not be able to catch up under the current conditions. But anyway, there is a chance, there is this opportunity, and OpenAI is one of the ways how we can still jump on that train, how we can provide local talents, local companies, and opportunities for growth and for developing their own products. Open source, that means OpenAI. Is it really realistic to open AI on our markets? Well, it is realistic, but I am afraid of the regulation. I participated in the Paris summit, or I followed the Paris summit, and I think it was an important event. Now, as I mentioned, the leader in Europe is France. They finally joined the declaration, but not the United States. G.D. Vance mentioned that it is overregulated for them, but Great Britain joined this declaration, and I think also Israel. And I think that these are three important iconic players that invest a lot of effort and money into this area. And I am afraid that we are losing direction. If you follow the declaration in France, then it included also the stress on the environment. So it talked about artificial intelligence, but still this was a kind of green declaration that included elements concerning regulations that are related to green technologies. So I think this is still overregulated in many aspects, and this costs us money, that costs us profitability of our companies, and in many cases big companies simply decide not to invest in Europe and they invest elsewhere. And another thing is that we are a country of small and medium-sized businesses, and this is the situation in many other European countries. Here the regulations have less impact, but still the efficiency of these companies is dependent often on individuals, on families, and if we overregulate also here, if we add additional obligations, then these small companies will simply cease to exist, and the young generation will not be willing to take over these family companies. So I'm really afraid about regulation, and we should not regulate too much. You ask whether it is possible to have open source. Well, we see that even companies that used closed models now decide to open their models, and it is not only American companies. We said also in China, with the introduction of DeepSeek, they invest massively into open source models, and there are also recommendations from OECD, UN, from the European Commission that we should build our solutions on open source models, and open source also is a key for using AI in the public sector. It has several advantages: data sovereignty, development of innovations, and efficient operation. Well, we should also ourselves the question, how will that be protected? We see benefits on one side, and I think this is the right way to go. But then, on the other hand, you need to make sure that these centers are built in a safe, secure way, and state perhaps should participate and provide some security guarantees. This is not only about business, but this is also about public administration, security institutions, and in the current environment, current situation, these are important considerations. So we should make sure that we are able to secure these technologies. This is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Now it gave the impression that regulation is something that is bad, but security is also an important consideration, and we should make sure that our solutions are secure for the users, are secure also for the users who do not have access to education, for users that do not have skills that are needed to make sure that they are able to use these technologies securely. As far as Llama, the model from Meta, is concerned, each of the versions before it is launched goes through rigorous testing, recleaning, where we really try to get rid of individual problems and make sure that this source codes cannot be used for with bad intentions. Also, because it is an open source, these tests can be repeated by anyone. And I would also like to say, and I can give you a specific example of use of Llama in the public sector within the European Union. If the state or if the public sector starts building their products on Llama, I mentioned it has data sovereignty. That means they will be able to run their models on their own hardware, and they will not be sharing data with anyone else. They will not be sharing it with Meta, so they can use the product and improve it on the go. And another thing relating to the security, and here we are again getting back to the collaboration between EU and the US about setting up global standards, because China starts doing that. We do not have much time in this debate, so maybe I got into too much detail here, but I would like to follow up on what you just mentioned. You mentioned that the collaboration between the US and Europe is of key importance. I think that we all agree on that, and also the environment or the approach by the US and Europe to regulation in AI is different. So what steps can be taken to align our approaches? So what can Meta, what can Czech Republic, what can we here do to close these gaps? Well, I would like to start with what you mentioned at the very beginning of your question when you opened this topic. It is extremely important to align with the US, and I stress the importance of that, especially in this difficult time. Please, we should not try to create barriers. We should not try to build barriers in the area of security, in the area of economic collaboration, in the area of new technologies, transatlantic partnership. I think this is extremely important to keep this collaboration, to not build barriers. We should be aware that governments change in Europe and in the US, but this partnership must stay, because this is a crucial element that helps us to secure security. We are not able to create parallel structures, or it would not be that good. The other thing that I would like to say is that we need to make a comparison and decide who is approaching this area better. And I think that we need to be fair and say that United States are taking better approach. They are results-oriented economy. We are social-oriented, but their approach is working better, and our model is not successful. This is reality. We should not be trying to blame someone. We should just simply get more inspiration from the United States. So I am saying, let us collaborate, let us give each other oxygen, and if the United States decide to go a certain way, then let's try to adapt the European model, because we are not a leader in this area, and as we are not a leader, we should inspire ourselves from what others are doing, and we should not try to create our own approaches. It is true that Europe is getting into a regulatory loop, and we should realize that. Vance mentioned that correctly. We should simply change our attitudes. We should not focus on further regulation.
So, to my question, what we should do is follow what the US have already done. In the Czech Republic, of course, we are not those who can decide about everything. So, on our level, we should try and balance the measures that come in. Whatever is not necessary, do not introduce it. Stop gold plating and try and be sometimes in opposition. We have people that are able to lead negotiations. We are able to promote our interests and our opinions. So if we see there is something that would not be beneficial to us, let's oppose it. And before I let Patrik Tovareš respond, we have a question from the public. If we say the partnership with the US is crucial for us, is it so important for the Americans too, or at least to a certain extent? It is, even though they have a very hard negotiator in the leadership now. But even if you have negotiators who aim higher than they really need to, we need to have strong, self-reliant negotiators on our part too, and explain and oppose to them if needed. It's not true that the US would not need the EU. We, of course, need the United States for defense. And, of course, they have been expending much more money than we have. But they need a strong Europe as a strong partner. So it's bilateral. In economic collaboration, let's have a look at the business, at the trade balance. So definitely, United States need the European Union also for business, but they play at high stakes. They want to get the conditions closer to each other. If the imports to the EU from US are subject to 10% tariffs, while the European cars are exported with 2.5% tariffs. Trump shoots at 25%, and through negotiations, we can actually reach an agreement. Perhaps no tariffs will be increased. If we want help, if we are more protectionist than they are. So what's the position of Meta? Answer to your question, once again, is that Europe definitely is crucial as a market. It's 450 million people. What should the collaboration look like? The mindset in Europe must be changed. You can't sanction American companies for being successful because the basic impact at the end of the day is on the local businesses, especially SMEs. You will know that the services by Meta are based on personalized and targeted advertising. Based on the AI Act, we were forced to introduce a subscription model, which is quite okay. It works in other areas. However, the European Commission said that in our case, this is not the right approach. We set a system of less personal aids, which basically had major impact. In the past, for €1 of investment, they generated €3.5. Now, for the same amount, they have to invest 3 times more. So in certain cases, of course, the regulatory approach is sort of discriminatory. We are an American company, and if we see discrimination on the part of the European Union, We will have to discuss it with the new American administration. I fully agree that what the member states can do is to generate pressure on the European Commission. This already has started. The European Commission, based on that, receded in the AI Liability Act. For the time being, Meta believes that we won't be willing to become subject to the stricter regulations. So in any case, we will have to try and set good relations between EU and the USA. So we have come to the end of the time that was made available to us. So very briefly, in conclusion, it's difficult to foresee what's going to happen. But what do you anticipate as the biggest progress or developments in the next months in AI? Well, 2-3 months in this segment can be quite wild. We are planning to invest some $60 to $65 billion into open source, which basically means that the model should be more effective, efficient, and more accessible. We will try to implement it in our products, such as Meta AI Assistant, which is not available in Europe. This brings me back to the previous question. How come that the UK was able to find the balance and launch this product on their market while it's not possible on the EU market? It's a matter of vision rather than the regulation as such. It's crucial to set up global standards that will be function everywhere. Do you hope that this is going to be successful? I hope very much. You said $65 billion. You can't respond to that, so it's quite obvious who's setting up the parameters. This is definitely the future, but there will be growing pressure for security. We need to realize that the times are uncertain, that are quite wild, and we have to learn our lessons. These are wonderful vehicles and tools, but of course we are not talking only about the business sector, but also about the public sector, and therefore a lot of state institutions that need to be protected against manipulation, mismanipulation. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining the first VIP talk of today. Thank you. I'm glad that we see mostly all of you came back to the audience. Yes, surprised me by coming from the side. Our next panel is going to focus on e-commerce. E-commerce is an activity that substantially changes the behaviors of consumers and providers on the global markets, perhaps in Europe less. And what it's going to look like in the upcoming months and years, this is what we are going to talk about in the next block. And I welcome the panelists. Marta Meklišanská, who is responsible for public policy sustainability at Allegro Group. I also welcome Petr Bartoň, Chief Economist of Natland, who is the external consultant of investment projects, and he collaborates with think tanks on the improvement of Czech legislation in economic aspects. Next speaker will be Petr Očko, Deputy Minister for Digitalization and Innovation, responsible for the digitalization innovation section, and he believes that the Czech Republic could become an innovation leader in many areas. And last but not least, Tomáš Prouza, president of the Confederation of Commerce and Tourism, whose previous experience include work at the World Bank in Washington, responsibility for the EU fiscal policy, and he's also a businessman in startups.
To start with a question I was mentioning in the beginning, that e-commerce is going through rapid change, also according to AI, to new technologies, and I would like you to share your opinion where it is and where it comes to be. So, who would like to start? Is it? Yes. So, Tomato.
Good morning to everybody, and again, thanks for having me. I think Magda made a mistake to let me have the microphone first, so I think she'll realize in a few minutes how big a mistake that was. I think a couple of things to keep in mind, Justin. First of all, for the last 10 years, we've been talking about omni-channel experience. It's always been talk. Now, when you do not have omni-channel presence, you're dead. I think that has moved very quickly. Second one, I think a bigger and bigger issue is unfair competition from third country. Well, now let me start being politically correct. From the Chinese e-commerce guys, I will talk about it. Peter hates that topic, but I will be nice to him today, I promised. And the third thing is absolute lack of loyalty when you're shopping. When you look at it about a year ago, when we look at some of the data in Europe, 50% of people change the brands they're buying. 5 years ago, it was only 20%. And 90% of people are saying that they are going to keep changing again and again. And our final point, I think, number 4, is a huge impact of social commerce. Especially young people, they don't bother, watching advertising. I don't think they understand when they see billboards. I don't think they even understand what is on that piece of paper. But anything that's on the social media, they go for it. Again, no regulation, potentially a lot of harmful practice as well, and no ways to enforce it.
Well, it's a quite dark view, actually. Would you like to react? Do we go? Yes, you are one of the practical colleagues here on the panel. So how do you feel it?
Yes, hello, dobrý den. Yes, I'm representing Allegro, which is a Polish, I think right now in Europe, the largest marketplace in Europe at the moment. But we were born 25 years in Poznań, which is a western city in Poland. And we had this like a very long, over 25 years journey from this little C2C auction company service to this professionalized B2C platform right now. So this is maybe what I would like to also talk about. Is like also Thomas mentioned this omni-channel approach. I think when we speak about the e-commerce, a lot of there's a lot of happening and going on. So of course on the consumer side, so this demand for this easy shopping experience is, I think, growing. So everyone expects to be like 2 clicks. Have this experience shopping really quick and convenient. Of course, I think we know that consumers in Europe also expect the access to this great selection of offers, and they want to have the best price because, of course, it always matters. So these 3 components: convenience, but also access to selection and best price. I would say. At least have this choice to choose the one that you prefer is the key. So the marketplace is from the consumer's perspective, but also on the other side, because we are, as I said, this platform that connects sellers and consumers. We are this platform that is doing like this matchmaking of the consumers and companies and sellers. On the other hand, on the other side, we have this perspective of sellers. So entrepreneurs who are active, have been active in this e-commerce world, who have made this decision to go online, to start selling directly on online. And they can also have a choice. So they can be just an e-shop and building this own infrastructure and building own shop online. But they can also, and it doesn't mean that they have to resign from having their own shop, they can also use and try this marketplace model, which I think nowadays, with this very quick access to millions of consumers, because just to give you some numbers, when by Allegro platform, the seller who joins, he or she has an access to over 20 million of active users. Active consumers, so 20 million. It's quite an easy step, no costs at the beginning, so it's just the fee when you sell it. So it's like easy access and very quick going out. Also being on this big infrastructure with all this financial, technological, and also analytical tools that we provide. So this is all the support that he's or she's getting from the platform. So I think this is also a sign of a time, you know, that now we have those choices also from this consumer perspective, also from merchant perspective. But if I may add what has been said, like also in previous panels and discussions, I think we all are now in this process of discussing and thinking how can we make the local European companies grow. I'm sure that Allegro is an example of one of those companies which managed to scale up over 20 years now, and now is expanding, is going international. So that's why we entered also Czech market 2 years ago, and last year we went to Slovakia and Hungary. So now we're having this platform in all those 4 countries as a platform, and this is how I think European companies should be growing, and this is the support that we made discuss also during this panel discussion, how we can make it even better.
I'm sorry to Petr and Petr, because but I need to react with one more question. What Tomáš said. How do you work with the change of loyalty, and how do you work with this huge impact of Chinese industry in e-commerce?
Well, building loyalty is, as I think, is our goal. It's our priority. Building the loyalty within consumers. So, offering consumers all those additional tools and additional services, like for example, Smart. This is the program that we have developed a couple of years ago, which means free deliveries. No limitations with free deliveries. So you just pay once a year, and you have this free deliveries. So this is something that is really make this shopping going, because of course when you have this loyalty program Smart, you're using it, you're taking advantage of it. But also all those payment methods that we have been developing on the platform as well. So buy now, pay later, so which is making it easier. Also, we've been working on this better recommendations, also using this AI tools to make it even more accurate. And logistics. If the logistics deliveries are good and customers are happy that they are getting the delivery on time, so there's good predictability of deliveries. I think it's very important, and also AI. I think when you have all those things that you offer to your consumers, and he sees additional value of shopping online, I think this is something very important, which is building this loyalty. But of course, it takes time. It's not like overnight journey. We have built this great brands, and we are the most loved brand in Poland. Of course, we are not expecting to be the most loved brand in Czechia, in Czech Republic, you know, during those two years. But we really hope that in course of time we will build up this trust, and we will gain your trust as consumers, and we will show that we are a fair platform and fair player and fair partner for shopping. So I think this is also taking time, but it needs to be a strategy for this loyalty building. Speaking about the competition and level playing field, I would be happy to come back to it, because it's like a very broad topic, and I will be happy to contribute to the discussion.
We will come to that later, because then we will go more at a higher level. How do you react to this? Where the e-commerce platform or e-commerce contact with customers is at the moment, and where does it go in the future, in a short future?
So, good morning to everyone, and thank you for the invitation. So, I'm a representative of the state, not of e-commerce companies. So, the detailed developments in e-commerce are probably better to comment from the side of the e-commerce providers. But from the side of state, I would like to say that if the question is what is actually changing in this sector. So one thing that was actually not so much mentioned yet, but it's of course connected also with the development, with the technological developments, with the changes in the behavior in the sector, is changing legislation. So and there is where the state comes in. So I didn't hear the three letters DSA yet in this discussion. So this is something that probably is also worth discussing in this panel. What DSA has brought, or maybe should have brought and didn't bring to the sector. And I'm saying that because our part of the ministry is responsible for implementation of DSA in the Czech Republic. Actually, on the other hand, my feelings from DSA are quite good, because maybe unlike some other pieces of legislation that were actually approved on the European level in the past period, this is something that probably had to happen. The e-commerce directive was actually 20 years old. Now it would be 25 years old. It was one of the oldest directives, at least in the technological area, and due to technological developments and also new services, new behaviors, we definitely had to do on the European level something. We also have moved in the building of the single market, and actually these were actually two main reasons why to actually have some update on e-commerce legislation. So now we have not a directive, we have regulation. That I think is good. This is definitely a step that will help to develop the single market in that area. Of course, it reacts to new technologies, to new types of services. You know that there is a asymmetric regulation for different types of services, and we have some add-ons like content moderation. That is also a big topic. But generally, for me and my feedback also from the Consumer Association is that the DSA brings more trust, more consumer protection. And from the side of the business, we actually had rather a positive feedback also that it helps to better operate on the European market. But definitely we can speak about, and Tomáš already said that I don't like discussion about Chinese, but actually that's not completely like that. I think that discussion about Chinese is not just debate about DSA. It's more complex debate, and definitely we are ready also to be involved in this. I mentioned the legislative changes that definitely influence the e-commerce sector these days. But also what I would mention, and it was of course a little bit touched upon, I think especially by Marta, is this and following also on the previous panel, is like extremely fast actually development of AI everywhere, in every level of e-commerce, from logistics to personalization to security, cyber security. So this is, I think, maybe in this panel, I think this is also worth touching a little bit more in detail how AI actually influences. And in that respect, I think also following the previous panel, we also how much we in commerce we are getting under the provisions of the another new legislation on EU level, that is AI Act, that was discussed in the morning. And it brings, of course, some new challenges also for this sector, because AI Act is quite robust piece of legislation, and maybe this is also a topic, what the business thinks about it, actually.
Thank you very much. The title of this panel is How to Adapt and Success in Modern World with E-commerce. And we would definitely love to then get to the, because also questions are here, to get to the topic of the security of the consumer and to AI tools. But before we do so, we would like to give the word to Petr Bartoň, because he didn't spoken yet.
Well, that's good enough reason. So I'm the economist, and I'm supposed to provide the broader perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you back in answer to the question, what are the challenges of the e-commerce industry, which is around 25 years old, let's say, so we can celebrate a quarter of a century. But let me take you back to the year 1776, because there is the answer. Next year, it will be 250 years since the Bible of all economists has been published, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. So our discipline is basically 10 times older than yours. So hopefully we will be able to offer you some words of wisdom. And in that book, in the Bible, it says that the success of not just nations, but also industries, sectors, etc., is given by the size of the market. The larger the market, the more we can subdivide individual tasks, people can specialize, and we are all better off for it. In a small village of 100 people, you just don't have enough people. Now, the European Union and its e-commerce markets, it should be e-commerce market, but it's not. It's basically 27 little villages, with a few exceptions, that have to develop something on their own. Compare it to anywhere else. Compare it to China, compare it to the United States that we've been talking about in the previous panel. If you're thinking of starting an e-commerce company and innovate and specialize and be in one way better than the others, you're immediately facing the day that you have that you go online with your website, you have immediately access to almost 400 million people who are your potential customers. In European Union, the most you're hoping for in Germany is around 80 million people. There's only about 3, 4, 5 countries which have at least 1/10 of the American size. So given that the single market is only still a dream of the European Union, and we don't have it, and it's especially palpable on the e-commerce market. Now, I'm talking about the e-commerce market where there is some interconnection between electronic ordering or electronic sales, and ultimately something physical has to be delivered. It applies slightly less so where you're digitally selling digital products. There, let's say we have something approaching e-commerce market, the only one single one in European Union. The only differences are that your party of lawyers has to then deal with the individual legislations, how the purely digital products are compliant with the local legislation. But there, actually, the difference between the European Union split up and the single big market in the US isn't actually that different, because it's a little-known fact that even in the United States, the individual states, the 50 states, and they have twice as many than we have in the EU, they also have their own legislative quirks, which you have to account for, and you still need the army of lawyers. But if we stick to the ultimate question of e-commerce, where you're digitally selling something physical, which then has to be delivered, you're basically talking about 27 different markets, with few notable exceptions, where you can have one platform which then goes multinational, and there are some successful ones, including Marta's, but even they have to basically set up a sub-branch in the individual countries to deal with the local problems. So it's not truly that you set up one company in Wyoming and immediately you have access to everywhere. So from my point of view, the biggest obstacle to, and the biggest challenge for European e-commerce market is ultimately it will not be a single market until we have truly singlified the delivery market, which is not necessarily just the responsibility of e-commerce market, right? Again, specialization. E-commerce specializes in the e-commerce-y things and then subcontracts, often, not always, but often the actual logistics and the delivery is subcontracted to not necessarily e-commerce companies, which are still purely national, with some sort of outreach to the outside world. So that, from my point of view, is the biggest challenge. But because you're going to ask immediately, what about the loyalty question? What's your favorite? Now here is the silver lining. At the moment, this split up into individual 27-ish markets is actually working for you in that it actually creates some loyalty. Because the choice, if you're not happy with your current provider and consumer is fickle, wants to go to somewhere else, on that little market, they only have few competitors, by definition, who are active on that market. Imagine in the US, or if we had in the EU a total single market, your customers would be even more fickle because they would have even more to choose from because they could easily order that from an Italian company, from a Swedish company, etc. So the silver lining is that if you're unhappy with the fickleness of your customer, think about how much worse it will be if and when one day we will have truly a single e-commerce market in Europe.
A lovely talk. Do you want to react?
Yes, I would love to refer to what you said about 27 markets. It's like, if I can take a minute of your time, because we are a great example of how big struggle with this fragmentation and non-harmonization of 27 markets is. So as a platform, we enable our merchants to sell not only on the local market, but also to go abroad. And I think this is the best thing, because we all know and we can all agree that for SMEs, and these are like small and medium entrepreneurs, are over 90% of our partners and sellers are SMEs. So to push them and to encourage them to export, I think this is the only right way to make them go outside the local market and find European or even maybe global clients elsewhere. So what we are doing also by our platform is enabling them, sellers, to go abroad. So now, seller who lists on the platform, list once, he can sell to all the 4 markets that we've been operating in. So this is a great opportunity also for Czech merchants, and we have now like over 60,000 of merchants from Czech Republic and Slovakia selling on our platform. This is a great opportunity to list on the platform for Czech merchants and to go abroad. But of course, they have to face many challenges when it comes to export. They have to know how to navigate this different regulatory frameworks when it comes to consumer protection, tax regime, all this think about all the topics related to waste management, for example. So like a lot of topics for the small and medium entrepreneur, it's not an easy thing to know what the local legislation is in those countries. So of course, as a platform, we help them, we educate them by our trainings, webinars, we show them what are the main challenges, but ultimately this liability or this responsibility is on merchants. So he needs to be really brave to export. He needs to really know what's there. So I completely agree that, you know, after those 30 years of digital single market, we still have this challenge, and it hasn't been solved. So I encourage also local governments not to, and I'm supporting my predecessors and my previous speakers that we really encourage not to put this gold plating, because of course more gold plating is more difficult it is for us. And I see that's also here in Czech Republic, I can see a lot of pragmatism and practical approach, which we really appreciate because it's making this life of entrepreneurs easier.
Thank you very much. I'm now coming to questions or comments we had also from previous panels. Let's go practical, because this, what you have, Barton said about this one unique market in Europe, is a little bit utopia, I think, at the moment now. But it could be that e-commerce could be like an example how it can work, because it's not so difficult as a political one. Do you all have some practical tips where to start? Where to start with this? What would make it easier to be one market which will be a competitor to unique markets on the United States and China? Because China is held from one point. America, although there are 50 states with their legislation, there is Washington, and there is legislative of President Trump, who is just leading and pushing them. We don't have it. What can we do?
Just a couple of things from my point of view. First, we need to have significantly more unified enforcement of the rules. Okay? Even before we get into discussion about the new rules, I think the biggest problem in Europe, we do not enforce the rules we have on the books. Okay? And if we do, each country does that differently. So again, a huge headache. Okay? And the same goes for example, VAT registration. Again, if you want to provide services, and different rules. So again, second point that comes from that is to try to be more united in the rules we have. It's always a discussion in Europe why we've always businesses are pushing for regulations that are directly applicable, not for directives when you get a lot of creativity in national parliaments. Even you still have the new actually transpose even the regulations. So again, the second big question we need to face is how much creativity are we going to accept from the local politicians and local parliaments? I know the old lawyers just immediately started hating me right now, but and the third thing,
yeah.
And the third thing that actually matters is to make sure that we can do the business more effectively. And just give me one example and tie it back to the discussion on China. We actually did an analysis of the costs of our goods when we sell them versus when similar goods are sold on a Chinese website. And the price difference on average is about 1/3 of the total. And that is the compliance cost of European companies with European legislation. Okay? So again, think about it. We don't even have to talk about subsidies from the Chinese government. Only because we let them get away with disregarding our rules without enforcing them properly, they get a huge advantage on us.
Okay, thank you. Can we do something with it on a state level?
Yeah, of course, actually deepening generally the single market. Actually, because in what was said, actually, we are not talking about only about e-commerce. We definitely speak about how the single market. So there are definitely many areas where we can do more to have a real single market. I just would like to say that if we come back to e-commerce, that during the discussions on DSA, as follower of e-commerce directive, there was big discussion on several things, but one of the biggest discussions was the principle of country of origin. And actually, as a Czech Republic, we were like strong defender of this principle, because there were some proposals to change it at least to some extent to the country of destination principle. And what does it mean, the country of destination principle? It means that the seller has to really cope with 27 judiciary system in all the member states. So country of origin principle is one, from my point of view, a really very important step to actually really be able easily to do e-commerce within the European Union. It doesn't mean that the single market is we are fully there, but actually, thanks to this principle, it can be easier, at least from the e-commerce point of view. I definitely agree with that one more point with the note on actually the supervision of the legislation, because the truth is that we have one regulation that is now called DSA for like e-commerce, but we have 27 national supervisory institutions. And it was actually, I just would like to say that it was topic of Czech presidency of the EU, that we really should much more on actually coordinating between the member states who and in what way is doing this supervisory work. We have like this digital supervisory coordinator, and we have, just to mention, we have also other regulation like Data Act now coming into force. Data Governance Act, we have, of course, Digital Markets Act, and now we have AI Act. And for every of these acts, we have different supervisory institutions in every member state. So we have, like, let's say, 5 important acts that are actually relevant to doing digital business, and for every one of them, we have generally different supervisory institutions. So we have 5 times 27 different supervisory institutions. It's not 5 times 27 because many cases it's many countries have actually established a new agency for like all the digital supervisory activities. Some put it to some already existing institution. But in some countries the supervision is closer to like data protection agency. In some countries it's closer to like telecommunication regulation. In some countries it's a newly established agency that is sometimes focusing mainly on AI. So this is really difficult. This is something that happened. We were actually saying that during our presidency we actually did some or realized some presidency events to actually start discussion on like pushing the alignment between supervisory approaches among the 27 states. Something started to happen. We have boards of regulators for almost every of these regulations, where they actually discuss common approach to the regulation. And I'm happy that also the Polish presidency that is now in charge has this as a topic, especially towards AI Act. So, but I think we should do more in this, more coordination of these supervisory activities to have like one common approach for how the EU. And it's not easy. It's a really difficult task. I think also the Commission could play some role in this. Of course, we speak about the national level of supervision, but without the coordination on the EU level, with some involvement of the European Commission, it's difficult.
Okay, so we have the rules at the moment, we have the coordination. What do you suggest?
Before I get to that, Mr. Chairman, may I take slight issue very briefly with your characterization of the single market as utopic? It may be utopic, but if it is utopic, then we are, pardon my French, screwed. I take that word very literally or advisedly, because we do have one gentleman who is going around the world now claiming that the whole European Union was set up to screw, literally, America. Now, why are we screwed if we don't have that, maybe down the line, a couple of years, okay, it's teething problems, but if we don't get it down the line, then we are screwed, because if it roughly is equally problematic to order something from France here in the Czech Republic as it is from China, then guess who wins? China wins. So the only way how we can ultimately defeat everybody ordering directly from China is to make it easier to order from France. Otherwise, Chinese competition will paradoxically be even bigger, and then there is no hope for European e-commerce as such. So that's just to the point of view of utopic, and I will offer 2 solutions that you're asking for, practical solutions, one of them practical, and the other one practical but utopic. The practical solution is build more roads. Ultimately, it's what divides up the individual markets is not the website. The website can easily be translated into other languages through AI. Ultimately, it's the delivery channel, it's the logistics. Why are logistics still so set up, basically to be national primarily, and only then as a sub question to worry about logistics to the other countries? Well, in countries like Benelux, you do have a pretty homogeneous road network where you literally cannot tell whether you happen to be crossing a country or not. But almost anywhere else, most roads end at the border, and even in the Czech Republic, to this day, we only have 3 highway connections to another country. We don't even have a highway, motorway connection to our former capital, Vienna, to this day in 2025. Until we have that, or if the miracle happens, we have better and more practical train network haulage, but ultimately, I think for European e-commerce delivery, it's still going to be by and large through trucks, and therefore you need the motorways. Until we have better connections, there is no hope to make logistics to other countries cheaper, and ultimately, nobody's going to have that competition of ordering something for France or French ordering from Czech e-commerce companies, as long as it's so difficult and so expensive to get somewhere. So that's the practical solution.
Oh, this was not the utopic one.
Building roads. What else do states love doing?
All right.
They love cutting the ribbons when they open the new bits of motorway.
And in 117 years, we don't have a highway to Vienna.
No. Look at Poland. If we completed roads at the rate of Poland, more or less in the Czech Republic, we would already be connected with the rest of the world. Right. So there are solutions, and it's a win-win-win for everybody. States love doing it. Why do states love spending on roads? Because they can classify it as investment. Right. And once you say, from the state's point of view, oh, this is an investment, then all discussions start, oh, it's an investment. Therefore, we have to do it, and therefore you can take debt on the country, you can debt future generations because it's investment. So that's not utopic, it's very practical. The second solution I'm suggesting, and that's a utopic one, although since last week, maybe less so, is to get rid of post offices, national post offices. Their charging structure is, basically you have one single rate across the country, wherever it's being delivered, and then, as a hanger-on, oh, if you want to cross a border, oh, that's another charge. So if you're in Ostrava, near a large Polish market just across the border, it's going to be cheaper to transport it across the border to the large population in Poland, physically, for the post office, but they're going to charge you more than delivering it to Prague. So yielding the space away from national-based post offices to truly European delivery companies and logistics companies who charge you by how much it actually is difficult to deliver it to the point, that's the way, because then all borders in Europe disappear immediately, and you're charged by the mile or by the difficulty of getting to that place. And once you get rid of these national border-based charges for delivery, then you're making it easier and you're getting rid of it. Now, last point, it may have seemed utopic, but for the last week, we live in the world where it's no longer utopic. I don't know if you've noticed, in the last week it's been announced that the Danish post office is shutting down. Not that it's subcontracting to other companies. It's literally shutting down. There's going to be no more letterboxes through which to post your letters. Basically, the Danish post office has said, well, there's already enough companies who take care of the remaining few letters that are still being delivered. Therefore, there is no point in us doing it. If you want to, just use one of the existing other companies, and we're giving up. Because the old system of the post office, mainly to deliver letters across the country and just an occasional postcard from holidays abroad, is no longer valid. So once we Europeize, once we get rid of the national-based delivery companies, that is a way how to de-border also e-commerce in the European Union.
I'm afraid that we'll have first the highway to Vienna. First get rid of post offices, then the highway to Vienna. But please, what are practical tips?
I would like to refer, like everything what was said, I can completely agree. So more cooperation of these national regulators, more enforcement. I would be happy to come back to this. And also roads, this is essential. But also, when we're speaking about these postal offices and postal fees, I have another example that I can add to your group of paradoxes. Please imagine that you have this postal letter coming from Shanghai to Prague. And the price, the fee for this postal service is lower than sending a letter from Ostrava to Prague. This is why? Because this is the quite, I would say, ancient law, you know, very old legislation that was accepted and developed by Universal Postal Union, which has been treating and still treats China as a developing country, which means that they have like great preference when it comes to this letters and postal fees. And please try to guesstimate how many low-value parcels or letters are coming from China every day to Europe. 12 million every day, low-value parcels. This is going to hopefully change because the last recent communication on e-commerce launched by the European Commission, which did the research and estimated the cost for European entrepreneurs and how many losses we have because of this non-VAT, non-customs fees, non-controlled anyway and anyhow import from China impacts the local and European business. So 12 million of parcels every day, and now we hope that there will be some actions taken, like this abolishing of this threshold, 150 euros threshold, which is like outside of this taxation regime. It should be terminated, but we also hope that there will be more cooperation between the local tax offices and customs offices. So we really hope to have this customs data hub in Europe, and also this EU customs authority that might be an authority who would put more control over those parcels from China. This is the only way. This is a very practical action that can be taken to really stop this this process. And when we're speaking also about this competition from China, I think this is something that as Allegro we have been following for many years. It's not just last year or 2 years. I think at least, you know, I've been in this company for over 7 years, and it has been my topic from the very beginning, because we could see how much unbalance we can experience as a platform, but also our merchants, our sellers can experience. So this level playing field, putting the same legislation for all the players on market, I think this is a very reasonable and well explicable approach. Not more, not less. Let's compete, but on the same rules. Let's have this legislation which regulates the market, because it needs it. I think, you know, some kind of regulations are needed, because otherwise it would be just you know, no control over and no consumer protection. So I think that these are like things that should be somehow regulated. But let's be sure that all the players who are coming to the European consumers, Czech consumers, Polish consumers, are playing the same rules. And how we can make it, I think, you know, it's very important that we know it. And I might say that if I can refer to this previous conversation of my colleague from Meta with Mr. Havlicek, I don't really think that, you know, applying all the same rules for all the players, including Americans, is something that might be taken by the US as something that is, how to say, planned as this strategically focused on how to harm the US companies. I don't think this is the case. I think we all have to play the same rules. So DSA is not against the US companies, I think, or DMA. I think we are also in the scope of DSA as a platform. Of course, we are not this very large online platform yet, because we are not that big, but we are also in the same regime. We also have to play these games. We have to also publish the reports, yearly report, and we have to have this content moderated content provisions, and we have to be compliant. And I don't understand why the other players could say, okay, it's not our game, because this is our game. We are all in this game. Okay. We have to same the same rules. Thank you.
You would like to comment shortly, please?
I think what Marta said is important about the legal changes, like the custom scope. But keep in mind, yes, the Commission is saying, well, let's get rid of this €150 threshold, but the customs code revision will come in 2028. It will take 2 or 3 years to actually update it. So what do we do in the 5 to 7 years in between? Now, if we do nothing, a lot of e-commerce companies will be dead by then. So it is very much about, we need to push the changes, but we need to enforce better. And just, one example. When you look at the aggressive sales practices that are acceptable on the Chinese websites, if Allegro did that, there would be millions and millions of fines, and maybe Allegro would be shut down by now. So again, we're punishing European companies, we're letting this go in the others. The same with data protection rules. Okay? You have the Czech Data Protection Authority that actually says that if you just have maybe more than 5 newsletters, maybe that's too much.
All right.
But I've never seen them come into discussion what happens with your private data when you shop on these Chinese websites.
Yeah. Okay? But yes, great. Thank you very much for this bridge, because that leads me to protection of a customer and to a safety on the net. And also, when you are saying that this is the aggressive Chinese marketing, isn't it good that we have this protection? And how do we continue with this protection? Because we want to keep the protection we have, I believe, at the moment, and we want to take care of our customers. We don't want our customers to be somehow, as the questions here in Slido, to be somehow cheated. And what do we do with it? Because the risk is great. Also according to AI tools, because the AI tools are very powerful. And how do we work with it?
Just let me start with one thing. You've never hear me say that we need to get rid of those rules. I think it's good we have them.
That's right.
So that's what I want to emphasize once again. We're not questioning the rules. We're questioning their non-enforcement towards some of the players on the market. I think that is the issue. I think we need to be very careful. I think you see, I think Marta can agree with that there's now more and more aggressive sales practices. Sometimes it's because of this lack of loyalty. You need to be much more aggressive in your communication. You need to find new ways how to actually capture the customers. So yes, it helps. It increases the competition. Mm-hmm. But you see that some companies are taking the shortcut. And this is, I think, what we need to focus on, that the shortcuts are not allowed.
Okay.
So I fully agree with what was said. Actually, the enforcement actually is the enforcement of DSA, or the DSA as such, is not, to my best knowledge, and actually I was part of negotiations. Is not meant as enemy tool to any country or part of the world or any concrete company, but this is a way how to bring even more protection for the customers. That's one thing. Another thing is actually more transparency to the processes behind e-commerce and other services. And another step to single market. That's all actually. So I think we really need to take care about the good enforcement for the European customers, and of course it was touched here. DSA probably does not address all the areas. Some of them are maybe purely a question of consumer protection that probably could be addressed by Česká obchodní inspekce or this kind of institutions. And of course, there's big role of customs offices. That actually we had very good discussion. Thank you for actually facilitating that with customs, and they are getting ready for actually being more proactive against the third country players, and they are actually ready to actually accept some new rules, also maybe including the abolishing the 150 limit. So again, actually from my side, it's a discussion about the enforcement, about the coordination of supervision, and if there are some areas where actually we see unfair competition that are not covered by DSA. Let's talk about legislative or non-legislative measures that can address them. Just saying that it's not all about DSA.
So we are back to legislation and to the rules we already have. All right. Do you want to comment, Peter and Marta?
Well, if the question is what do we do about unfair practices from China, whether it's through marketing or dealing with data and data protection, now may I bring up the word utopia again, in that hoping to curb Chinese or any other, it doesn't have to be China, it has to be anywhere else outside the EU. Now that until we have a world government, which we probably never will have, then there is no hope. So there is always going to be second best solutions. One of the second best solutions seems to be linking the, it's going to be around the corner when the decision about who owns the data ultimately is going to be decided, at least on the level of European Union or maybe civilized world or whatever you want to call the outside of China world. Now, that is no failure to the current system that it hasn't been solved yet, because data as a tangible product itself is a new thing. 25 years ago, there were data, but they were not treated as an object of commerce. They were not treated as what economists called a good, a tradable good. So it's a new thing, and we have to invent a way how to deal with it, who owns it, etc. So that hopefully will be a partial solution to the problem in the future. So there I'm hopeful. The other solution seems to be that until we have that, and maybe even after we have this ultimate decision who owns the data and therefore who is in charge of it, is going to be, again, location-based. Where is the data stored? If it's stored in the European Union, then it's subject to what we want the good rules to apply, and therefore it can be the case that, if you want to do e-commerce here, then you have to store it in the EU. Ultimately, I can imagine if you want to import something from China, you have to show at least that you have bought it in the European compliant, maybe sub-website of a Chinese seller. And if you don't, there's going to be extra tariff. Right? We don't want to close down the competition altogether, but if you show, and you can easily show your receipt, because you have to go somewhere to get your customs declaration anyway, so you have to show, often it's very costly, which is, by the way, a great boost to the e-commerce, because now that you have to go and pick up your parcel somewhere and do the customs declaration, it's a huge detriment to ordering the small packages from China. And if there is a different tariff rate depending on whether you've ordered it from the Chinese website itself, which is not compliant, or whether you've bought it from a Chinese subsidiary in the EU, which is compliant, then there is a way. If you ask an economist for a solution to any problem, he's going to say, put a price on it. And that's a price on it. Right? Different tariff rate.
Do you think it can anytime work practically, or it can work with America?
It will work better than hoping that China will somehow be compliant with the European rules. That I consider to be utopic. Putting a price on what you like and getting a discount on what you like and putting an extra charge on something you don't like, well, that's just like what we have with emission trading system, right? We don't like polluters to emit CO2, so we put a price on it deter them from it.
So the price is the safety, right?
Well, price is the solution to any problem that you perceive. If you don't like something, put a price on it. And as long as there still has to be a physical movement, and as long as there is some sort of customs border through which it has to go, you have the booth collecting the price, and therefore the price is applicable. Okay. Now, of course, economists like to go in the world without prices, without tariffs, but if you're asking, is there a solution to the bifocal system where you have European compliant and then the rest of the world uncompliant, then the second best solution is, okay, put a price on what you don't like.
Thank you very much. Marta, you want to comment?
Yes, definitely. I think, and I agree with what Thomas said, that we have already, all the legislation is already in place. We have it. About consumer protection, we have this, let's call omnibus regulation, which has been now in place, I think, over 2 years. So it's about this transparency of prices, that you know if the discount is really like a real one and not the fake discount that you can see on the platform. So sellers have to be transparent about the price, for example. But we have also this new regulation on the cooperation of CPCs, so this consumer protection authorities, and I think this is the main challenge and main hope, in my opinion, because if all those European regulators will be in constant dialogue and cooperation, they would have like the same digital system, so they could really transfer the information and get informed each other on, what is going on on the local markets. I think it would be also a step forward to really make this enforcement going. And also what Pat said, maybe this kind of thing like geo-blocking, it would be, of course, an ultimate goal, an ultimate tool that can be taken, like this last resort, I would say, tool. But the threat of using this geo-blocking tool towards the players who are not responding and are not meeting legal requirements, I think this is something that is very tangible and practical. Maybe we should think about it now. I think this discussion has been going on for a while also within the CPC regulation debate. This kind of tool can be something that should be taken into consideration by all those players who are not meeting the requirements. And speaking about the regulation and new regulation, I just wanted to also stress the fact that this compliance to the regulation is very costful. This is something that is maybe not you're not aware of it, but we have done some research also with this Polish e-commerce organization. We have estimated that the cost of implementation resulting from changes in the law, including all these data protection regulations and Omnibus Directive and DSA for the Polish e-commerce sector is around 13 billion euros, this cost. At our platform for Allegro, we have only just for this DAC 7 legislation, which requires, which is like reporting obligation for us to the local Ministry of Finance. It took us 5,000 hours for the tech team just to make the platform compliant just to this one. So it means that those 5,000 hours that we devoted to developing solutions to be compliant, we could have spent maybe on some innovations and looking for some innovative solutions. So this is, I'm not saying that it's not worth being compliant, because being a good citizen is something very important also for our customers, who can see the reliable and fair partner. But on the other side, we need to take into consideration this cost. So it's not just the cost of people who work there, but also all those legal teams, compliance teams, public policy teams. So this is something that we really need to speak about loudly, because new regulations it's not the good direction, because we have all the regulations in place. It's just about how to use them wisely.
We have the last 10 minutes, and I would like to close with one topic which was somewhere here above, which includes disloyalty and also the attachment to the market and also the protection, because the European population is growing older, and the technique and AI and everything is fast growing and changing, and most of customers, or not most, but a lot of customers are not educated at the moment, and they will not be educated in the future, including me, because I'll grow older and I will just...
we are boomers.
We are boomers. And we need to deal with it. And I would like to have a short comment from you, how to work with education of customers. As mentioned before, upskilling and reskilling of them, because what I believe myself is that education is the key. Once you know where your goods is coming from, then you pay more for something local, then you support your local provider, although and you are then loyal because you have the attachment. Am I correct?
Well, absolutely you are, but I think the solutions are already there. Maybe being tested, maybe not rolled out yet, but at first, you'll always learn, because we all already learned. But let me give you an example. You had Tomáš Čupr here earlier today, and Rohlík in the past was a great service in Prague. We all loved it. Then we were a bit jealous when he rolled it out to Brno. It's always a questionable when you do stuff in Brno. But now he's serving most of the country. And all of a sudden you see that it's changing, for example, the discussion on food retail available in villages and small towns. In the past, the political approach would be, well, we'll need to subsidize this last food store in this village. Right now, the response, even the political ones, okay, well, Rohlík delivers, or Košík delivers. So that's okay, we've taken care of it. We don't need the physical infrastructure. And then you see, for example, a local mayor who exactly has the same question. Well, but how do I teach my 80-year-old ladies to shop on Rohlík or Košík? Well, he does it, and then he picks up one of the teenagers who then goes to talk to these people. Say, well, okay, what would you like to have? This is what I can order for you. In some villages, they, for example, have now a village credit card that you used to pay, and then the mayor collects the money from each of the pensioners when they can come and pick up the delivery, for example. And that's today, but there's an interim solution. And I'm sure that one of many things Tomáš Čupr works on is already an AI when you will actually talk to Rohlík and simply tell them, okay, well, I'd like to have this and this and this, and they will then basically build up your shopping basket out of a conversation.
You'll not recognize that you are not speaking to a living person.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So I think there are many, now you have the technology to go around this barrier of the screen.
Good. Thank you.
So actually, again, speaking from the point of view of the state, definitely I think that it's in very good interest of all the e-commerce players, especially the big ones, to actually somehow invest into technology adoption measures, education, awareness raising among all the age groups. That's one point, but the second point is that, of course, the state should be, and I think is, active in actually changing the education and especially lifelong learning programs to actually help people to really grasp the digital skills. That's very important in all age groups. Of course, the more elderly and also boomer. My children usually, even I am responsible for technologies. My children usually are able to do anything on their tablets much faster than I do. So that's I leave it like this. And I think supporting lifelong learning programs also for elderly people, it's one of the roles where state definitely can play its role in the area of digital competencies, technology adoption, because some people are scared, of course. Yeah? But of course, if as it was said, actually, the development of the new products, AI-based products, is designed in a way that for people that are not so much familiar with new technologies, it's always a good way, and it's also definitely there is a business interest in developing such a such a kind of applications and devices to be actually very easily accessible for people that do not have these digital skills. But as I say, from the side of state, we need probably to invest even more in lifelong learning and digital competencies.
Thank you very much.
The problem of aging population is, it faces every aspect, every sector in the European Union, but in other countries it's been relatively gradual. Still, the rate at which there is an increase in old age pensioners is faster than the rate at which they adopt the new technology. So it is, if the e-commerce sector is not going to pay attention to it, then they're basically going to be serving ever shrinking size of the market, but they are aware of it and they're doing something about it. Now, how do we scale it up? How do we make it more structural? Ultimately, the best way of teaching old people about new technology is by their own grandchildren or children. I remember, and maybe some of you will also remember, I was of the generation that had to teach my parents how to operate the video recorder, because it was a new technology for them. I was born, or I was growing up when it was around, and therefore it came as an automatic thing, and I taught my parents. I would have taught my grandparents if they actually had a video recorder. So that's the best way of teaching it, the young generation. Now, the problem is that we don't have enough of a connection between the, especially across over one generation, from the grandchildren to the grandparents. It's going to be a problem ever increasing because we don't have, at least here in Central Europe, enough of institutions. And then maybe there is a silver lining. It sounds horrible, I know, but given that we don't have enough institutions for old people, then they're going to be, in a way, forced to stay more at home. And maybe the grandchildren in the future will be called upon to take better care because there's not going to be the care homes, then instead maybe there is going to be connection, greater connection between the grandkids and their elderly grandparents. Now, that's not to say that to help e-commerce we have to stop building old people's homes to encourage this. Right? But, okay, as a closing thing, I've already suggested one outrageous suggestion by cancelling or closing down the post offices. How about closing down Czech schools? There is an alternative system which is better. It's called International Baccalaureate. As part of your final grade as a secondary school before you go to university, you're not graded only on your geography, on your maths, and your chemistry. There is also a module which says something like social responsibility to the community. You're graded on it. You have to do some work towards it, just like you have to do some work towards your geography project. And that's a perfect solution in the villages. Instead of looking for something, cleaning up garbage along the motorway, you go to old people and teach them something. You get secondary school credit for it, therefore everybody has to do it, and that's something that the Western countries have already internalized, and therefore it is part of the International Baccalaureate. It is not part of the Czech curriculum. Now, okay, if we don't want to close down the state schools, make that part of the curriculum. Just like we don't teach people economics, and therefore they're surprised at how does inflation work, where do prices come from? Get rid of the old syllabi, teach them not just economics, about how the world of people works. We only teach them how the world of plants and animals and stars and atoms work. We don't teach them about how the system of people works. And this could be part of, ultimately, practical economics. Because once people understand how the world of people works through economics, they will understand, okay, we have a problem, old people, new technology, let's go and solve it. So that's a practical solution.
Thank you.
So many topics. I would like to refer to all of them, including the one with the social programs and granting some additional points at school, at high school. We have already in place in Poland, and we've been a proud partner of one of those social programs that was supporting but yes, maybe this is for another conversation, but I would be happy also to contribute to this one. Speaking about the special needs or more inclusive approach, I think it's going to be nothing new. That of course education is a key, and I think education in all the groups youth and women and elderly people, you know, we have to like really take care of those more vulnerable groups. This was very we could see this need and this urgency, especially during the pandemic. So suddenly, especially the elderly people, they were like left alone, you know, staying at home, and with all this lockdown, they couldn't just go out to make groceries, and so it was a challenge. Really, we had to challenge, and this is what we were contributing with, was this extra line. Phone line, so everyone could just. This was aimed at senior people and elderly people, but of course everyone could just call us, and we were guiding him through how to, you know, navigate to this shopping process online. But I think the key is not just to have additional lines to support, but to make this service as simple to use as possible. And we are coming to this also accessibility thing that is not just for some groups of people. We just want, as a platform, of course there are some regulations in place, this European Accessibility Act, but it's not just about regulation, it's about consumers. So we want to have all the services accessible to everyone, like every consumer who has special needs. We want him or her to be sure that he can have this access to our products. So both the layout, everything like interface of the service is important. Also the big font, you know, it has to be adjusted to those needs. But also the process itself should be easy, clickable and intuitive, so I think, you know, everyone can understand this. Either the teenager or the elderly people, you know, can find it easy. And last but not least, it's all about also logistics. Like our parcel lockers are fully accessible, so everyone, so they're put in the way that also a person on the wheelchair or with a trolley or with everything, you know, it's accessible to everyone, because this is the point, how to get to this parcel locker. But you can also choose the height that you need, because maybe you're with this very short person or maybe very, very tall person, so you have your own needs. So everyone has needs, special needs, right? So we need to be sure that we can address those needs for everyone. So and for the education, I can say that there's a great space for the public and private companies just to cooperate on this one. I think this is also about the scale, how to get and how to get access to more people to take part in those trainings or webinars.
Okay. Thank you very much. It would be this topic for a whole conference. I am very glad that you were my panelist today. And thank you everyone, to Marta, to Petr and Tomáš.
Díky moc.
Děkuju. Děkuju moc krát. Děkuju. Děkuju moc krát. Thank you very much, Marta. And now, teď přehazuji.
So now I will switch.
So we stay with English, and I'll pass the floor and your attention to my colleague Michala, who is now going to lead you through what she's going to do.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, we stay with English but we will continue with very similar topic as we speak here the whole day about how artificial intelligence is changing the world. It brings new opportunities, but also big challenges, as we've heard. So it has a potential to transform a wide range of sectors, but also create risks associated with privacy violations, disinformation, and technological unemployment. Europe is trying to find a balance between innovation and regulation, between competitiveness and security. So, what are the main challenges and opportunities associated with AI development? We'll talk about it right now. Let me invite to the stage Katarina Vallin-Bureau, the General Manager for Strategic Relations at Microsoft European Government Affairs. She has extensive experience in government relations and the societal impact of technology. Before joining Microsoft, she founded and led the consultancy RISE and also worked for e.g., I think we'll stay here in the middle. So she also worked for the European Commission. This is my, I think.
This is yours.
Yeah, thank you. You're just, you know, changing the mobiles. That's our communication vehicle. Thank you, Katarina. Welcome. Thank you. And I also welcome Martina Tauberová. She's the Director of External Relations at LPP Holding and CEO of MTG Export International. She was a Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade for the Czech Republic and has nearly 20 years of diplomatic experience. Martina, welcome. Closer to us, please. Oh, you know, sorry for that. We just switched it with the pictures, but I think it's quite visible, so that should be okay. Katarina, I start with you, and the first question I have is the same for both of you. So, where do you see the biggest opportunities AI brings for the society and the security of the society?
Thank you, Michaela. Great to be here. Nice to see you again, Martina. Thank you all for putting up with this session in English, as otherwise it would be a little challenging for me. So I think it's still early days. It's early days to say ultimately what the impact of AI will be on security and society. But if it ends up being as transformative as we at Microsoft, and I'm sure everybody here expects, so you know, tantamount to a fourth industrial revolution after the steam engine, electricity, the internet, then we, of course, need to get prepared. We're also increasingly defining artificial intelligence as a general purpose technology. So it, of course, has a very wide range of uses, as you were alluding to in your introduction. It's not like a lawnmower or a hairdresser or a hairdryer that can only do one thing for us. It actually will impact everything from manufacturing to transport to healthcare to education to many, many different uses. And so I'm based in Brussels. Just this week, we had the European Council on Defense in Brussels, and in their conclusions yesterday, they emphasized how Europe must become more reliant on its own defense, must become much more ready and prepared to address security threats today and in the future. And of course, technology is a really key part of bolstering our defense, as Martina knows better than I do. And can play a really critical role in ensuring that Europe steps up in that area. There were talks about increasing investment by 800 billion euros, which is an unprecedented step. Having said that, of course, technology and AI is both a tool and a weapon. And as you said, there are opportunities and there are challenges. So in the same sense that it will help us bolster our own security, it will also be used by bad actors in the same arena. So whether it's attacking cybersecurity threats or hybrid warfare, the bad actors will be equally equally able to leverage the same technology, which is why, of course, it's so critical that we build in safeguards. And I would say the other big area that we are looking at, and which was just highlighted in the e-commerce panel before us, is how do we sort of, when alluding to the balance, you said we ensure an innovation-friendly environment by focusing specifically on the threats and how they impact the particularly vulnerable populations. So women, children, elderly, online fraud, etc. How do we specifically address those challenges? And maybe we can talk about that a little bit
definitely
more.
We will. But as you mentioned, Martina is representing a technology company from a defense sector. And I think that's a field where the artificial intelligence gives us a huge, huge opportunities.
Indeed. Hello to everyone. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be able to speak here on this panel and to represent the views of Czech technological company that is active in defense and security areas. The LPP, as I said, is a holding company, roughly consisting of 13, 14 dominantly startup companies that are very active in developing on a daily basis cutting-edge technologies, AI-based systems that have and can have a profound positive implications on our national security and defense capabilities. Now, the message I would like to convey is that, as it has been stated on a number of occasions during this morning, or different panels, that the AI poses as tremendous opportunities for our growth and innovation and competitiveness. But also the message I would like to convey is that we should be aware of positive implications AI technologies can have on our national security and the defense capabilities, particularly in the current geopolitical context. Yes, there are tremendous challenges, but I think that we should be all aware of what is happening on the security front, what is happening on the geopolitical scene, and that every state and government has a profound responsibility, and that is to keep its citizens safe. And we should be able to, as technological company, to be able to come up as positive and partners to the government and bring up our technologies, and the government and our military should be more inclined to implement those and use them to the full potential which we are bringing to the table.
Yes, we know that it may be a good servant, but not a good ruler. So, Katerina, Microsoft is one of the leaders in AI ethically adoption. What do you see as the key principles of responsible AI development?
So, yeah, Microsoft has taken an early approach to responsible AI. And I think it's important to say that we think it's important to focus on responsible AI, because the more you build trust in AI, the more you will see adoption, and the more we'll be able to realize all the benefits that Martina just spoke about. We have a set of principles that are core to how we think about developing our AI products and services. And these are now, of course, in compliance with the European AI Act, but they range from transparency, privacy, security, accountability, inclusiveness. And I think even more importantly than having that set of principles is an AI standard which operationalizes these principles, and so ensures that any organization that is developing an AI model, or indeed when we are doing it ourselves, can easily put these principles into action and ensure that they're sort of at the core, so we see kind of what we call safety by design. The other thing we're doing, and I alluded to that earlier, we're working closely with regulatory bodies, with European institutions, with many of European NGOs, to look specifically at the more vulnerable parts of the population. So next week we're launching a white paper that initially we actually started talking to Czech Commissioner Jourová about, who was very involved in these issues in her time as a commissioner in Brussels, called Protecting the Public from Abusive AI Uses. And that looks specifically at how do you protect women, for example, from the increasing proliferation of deep fakes, which, more than 90% of deep fakes are targeted at women. More than 95% of those are of a sexualized nature. So looking at, how are these, how do we prevent some of this misuse of AI content in a way that it harms women? Then also looking at children, and also looking at the increased, rapidly inflating use of online fraud, which in particular perhaps also affects the elderly, which again the e-commerce panel was alluding to, need more training and use in these technologies and aren't as kind of naturally born with perhaps.
You know, I'm thinking when we keep with those principles, which are right, but are we then able to react to those who don't have those principles? You know, for example, I guess transparency is quite tricky when it comes to defense sector. And now I'm getting to the question, to make it secure for the society, where do we build the limits?
Well, it's quite a tricky question, but I think that it's one of the challenges we're currently facing, because it's not only about the security situation in Europe and the need of our governments to be able to react to those, but also to strike really the right balance between the transparency and the AI Act regulation. And protecting our individuals and our citizens, and the right balance between the individual rights and GDPR and all the regulation that is at the moment basically very much limiting our defense and our law enforcement entities to really act the way they should, to react to the security threats. So what is really important is to be aware of, let's say, of finding really the right balance between what we are regulating in terms of really individual rights and fundamental rights, and the implications the AI Act has on technological companies investing a lot of money and their effort into bringing really solutions that can have positive effect. And the implications it will have, the bureaucratic burden in basically imposing on these companies such needs as fundamental rights, impact assessment regulations. So let's be clear, and our government should really be able, and our governments should be able to set clear priority in terms of defense and security, and be able to exempt specific actions and activities and development of specific systems into a special category, and not to impose all the let's say standard regulation coming out from the AI Act on the activities of companies like us.
And of course, you know, building on that, the other big priority in addition to security in Europe right now is, of course, competitiveness. And how do we achieve competitiveness? Well, one of the key factors there is seeing AI adoption, seeing more European companies being able to scale up, seeing, you know, innovative ideas, which we have plenty of in Europe, actually being able to be turned into reality. And of course, you know, an excessive regulatory framework isn't going to help us achieve that. So it really is a balancing act, as you say. You know, we say in the United States, startups are hiring engineers. Here, they're hiring lawyers. You know, that's not a great place to be, and you might think more about how to get that balance right. Of course, it's not just about regulation, it's also about access to capital, upskilling. One of the things we are working on here in support of the Czech AI strategy is also, you know, ensuring that we can skill more engineers, but also more people who know about privacy and more experts in AI. Europe has a very bold ambition to become an AI continent. And our president on his last visit to the Czech Republic said that he would like to see Prague become the AI capital of Europe. So, you know, we're all supportive of that.
You know, when I'm thinking of the AI Act, for example, protects us from the face recognition, which can be beneficial when it comes to looking for an international terrorism or something, but very dangerous when it comes to normal civilians. So how to balance, how do we ensure that AI is safe and beneficial for the society, both at once?
If I may, well, this is exactly one of the very sensitive technologies LPP Holding is developing and is providing to our security entities. This is exactly the type of really software and specific AI-based solutions we are bringing to the table, where there is a potential really to increase our security and defense capabilities, and that we should really not be put into a position via the EU regulation that we implemented here to the detriment of our security, and that the right balance should be really fun. And there are quite, let's say, legitimate regulations. Defense and security sector is very much regulated. There is a lot of responsibility and transparency requirements put on companies. And then there are legitimate measures that could be placed and put on development of AI technologies, which find their use in security, such as, let me mention just a few of them. It's it's a transparency requirements, communication with the regulatory bodies. It is also some specific safety features that could be installed into the AI system, such as the red button or let's say kill switch, that enables human operators to immediately take over the control of the system. But let's not really undermine our innovative potential of our companies that could be really used in the areas such as face recognition, as it is important when you look at the trafficking of people, when you look at the situation at airports, border controls. These are legitimate areas where our security entities and law enforcement bodies should have these very important tools that the AI is bringing to the table.
Katarina, I think you may speak from the point of view of a small company, because you were in one, you build one, and a big company as such. So where do you see the regulatory bodies should be, what role should they play in this field, so that we reach what is the topic, secure society? Because we just touched upon it's both-sided. So we need not to limit it too much, over too much. But do we need regulation?
I mean, this kind of technology, face recognition technology, of course, is one of those particularly sensitive cases where, you know, Martina just described all the good things it can do for our security, but equally, it's, you know, one of the preferred tools of some of the less appealing dictatorial regimes around the world. So
depends who holds it.
You know, it again comes back to it's a tool or a weapon, and what can be very good in the use of the right hands can be very bad in the use when used by bad actors. You know, I think coming back to which is why you know, we believe that a uniform and a clear regulatory regime and framework when it comes to AI is necessary, because it will ultimately build trust in the technology and increase adoption of the technology, but it needs to be one that isn't, you know, overly heavy-handed, that ensures that we can use it for all the, you know, most important use cases, that doesn't penalize small and medium-sized enterprises. And there, I think big companies, you know, like Microsoft, are trying to do everything to ensure access to our infrastructure, access to our models so that people can build on top of them, so that we can sort of play our part, because of course large companies have, it's, you know, easier for us to put the resources needed for compliance. Yeah.
Just, Martin, I wanted to point out, I was just wondering, is this discussion also going on in the US? Or is it only Europe still discussing where the regulation should become and where it should end?
I think this is a global discussion, and it's not just happening in Europe. It's happening at the UN. It's happening, you know, in the G7. Different U.S. administrations, you know, are talking about it in different ways. But you know, how to regulate this very quickly evolving technology is a global discussion, and evolving. So I think we're still going to see where that ends up.
Martina?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in reaction to Katerina, I think that what is important is that unless there is a global regulation found in terms of these specific technologies, then to go too far in Europe is just, I mean, in terms of the regulation, the over-regulation, is really, as I said, is shooting in our own legs in terms of protection. Because if we cannot regulate the adversaries, our adversaries, then limiting our reaction ability and protection would be really, to the detriment of us, not only of the Czech society, but also overall in Europe. And if you look at the approach of the Trump administration, not only vis-à-vis Europe, but vis-à-vis AI technologies and innovation, the drive they're going really to place because they understand what implications and positive benefits it will have on their national security, then there is something we should really, think twice in Europe before we start the implementing the AI Act in very regulatory mean.
Thank you. I was just thinking if it is possible to set the rules on a global level. That would be a nice one, but I'm not sure about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Katerina. Thank you, Martina.
Thank you.
Very difficult topic that would need a lot of time, but we don't have that one, unfortunately. But you may discuss it more in person, because we now will have a lunch break for 45 minutes. And the ladies are staying here for you to meet them personally. And we'll be looking forward to meeting you here at the main hall at 1:15 p.m. But now, enjoy the lunch. And some of you are also visiting an economic forum with a new era of cybersecurity. So that one you'll find in Saloon 1 and 2. I'll be looking forward for you here in the main hall, 1:15. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much.
Jsem Sara Polak a vítám vás na 9. ročníku konference Digitální Česko. 2 našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou podívat.
At the Digital Czech Republic for 2 days now, and it's been really amazing getting to meet all the speakers, talking to the other booths, and it's just been all very good connections that we've had, so we're having a good time.
Je zřejmé, že naše republika má před sebou ještě dlouhou cestu k digitalizaci, ale tahle konference i doprovodná výstava dokazuje, že jdeme správným směrem. Jsem ráda, že i holky v Metaverse, naše komunita, může k tomu přispět a že tady dneska můžeme ukazovat nejnovější technologie.
Konference Digitální Česko mě velmi milé překvapila. Nejdřív jsem byla trochu zklamaná, že jakožto vystavovatel nemám prostor být na přednáškách, které měly velmi zajímavé témata a řečníky. Nicméně nakonec mi to aspoň dalo prostor projít si ostatní stánky, vidět ostatní vystavovatele, co tu mají. Zajímavé věci z oblasti digitalizace, AIčka, různorodost, super.
To bylo Digitální Česko. Budu se na vás těšit zase příště. Ahoj.
doufám, že méně politická, protože musí být energetika založena na fyzice, na logistice a na ekonomice. Nepochybně budeme směřovat k nízkoemisní energetice, současně ale v mezidobí nesmíme vylít s vaničkou i dítě, to znamená rozumně se musí utlumovat uhlí a současně se musí najíždět plynové zdroje. K tomu potřebujeme i diskuzní platformy, jako je třeba ta, co se chystá.
Není sporem, že energetika a dostupná energie je klíčový faktor pro naši společnost. Proto se Institut pro politiku a společnost rozhodl založit novou platformu NextGen. Na této platformě se budou setkávat nejvyšší odborníci z českého prostředí a do budoucna i ze zahraničí.
Transatlantic relationship is absolutely, it's critically important. It's foundational to our collective security. It allows us to work together to collaboratively affect regional, transnational, and global challenges. And it's based on our common values, the values of democracy and freedom.
Transatlantic relationship is extremely critical, specifically during these challenging times that the United States and Europe must come together to tackle all types of challenges, whether it be security challenges, economic challenges, or challenges to our values.
Transatlantic relation is one of the most important, the most relevant relationship because of economic conditions of the relation, because of the friends, common challenges, but also because of social problems that both regions are facing.
Milé dámy, vážení pánové, za 10 minut budeme pokračovat odpoledním blokem. Zvu vás do hlavního sálu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with an afternoon block in about 10 minutes, so I would like to invite you back to the main hall. Thank you very much. Naši milí hosté, naše druhá polovina bude začínat za 5 minut. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start in 5 minutes, the second half of our conference. So join us in the main hall. Dámy a pánové, naši milí hosté, zvu vás do hlavního sálu, protože začínat budeme právě teď. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to the main hall because we are going to start right now.
Dámy a pánové, krásné
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back at the main hall at the conference Digital Czech Republic at the 10th year of the conference. I know that even those of you who are outside this hall can hear us, so please join us here in the main hall because we will be discussing another topic of today's conference, which is cloud technologies and telecommunication as fundamental building blocks of digital transformation. Before we start discussing this topic, I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the partners, thanks to which we can meet here today. The General Policy Partner 2035, which is Google. Gold partner is Vodafone. Silver partners include Allegro, Meta, Bank ID, Cetin, Microsoft LPP, and I should not forget also other partners such as Prague AI, Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, Czech Association of Extended Reality, and Holkiv Metaversu. And I would also like to thank the media partners, which is Info.cz, Svět průmyslu, and Ekonomický magazine. Yes, it might seem that you will find all important on the web pages of these media partners, but I'm sure that we will hear much more. The other topics that are covered, digital decade, this is how the European Commission calls its current strategy. According to this strategy, by 2030, at least 75% of companies in the EU should be utilizing cloud technologies, artificial intelligence, or engage with big data. This will necessitate investment exceeding 200 billion euro primarily on high-speed internet coverage. However, the progress has not been limited so far, and the market is still fragmented and heavily regulated. So how will cloud technologies and telecommunications fundamental to digital transformation evolve? This will learn from the following panel and from our guest. I'm just looking whether we have all the panelists present. I would like to invite to the floor Marek Novák, the deputy of the Chamber of Deputies of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, member of the Economic Committee and chair of the Subcommittee for ICT, Telecommunication and Digital Economics. He introduced digitization also in the private sector, so welcome. Please take this seat on the edge. I would also like to welcome Violeta Luka. She is the General Director of Vodafone Czech Republic, from where she came from previously working as CEO at Microsoft for Czech Republic and Slovakia. She has been long-term focusing on development of digital skills and innovation, and Forbes included her between the most influential women of Czechia and top CEOs. Welcome. I would also like to welcome Richard Young. We already introduced him in English. He is an international speaker and author of bestsellers focusing on new trends and technologies. His professional interests include artificial intelligence, futurist technologies, and their impact on the society. Richard regularly gives his speeches at global conferences, and he is a leader in futuristic studies. I would also like to welcome Mr. Petr Mlsna, the chairman of the Office for Protection of Competition. Formerly, he was a deputy minister for legislation and the Minister of Interior. He also worked in the office of the Czech government, focusing on legislative matters, and he is giving lectures in the Faculty of Law of the Charles University. So welcome. So this panel will be conducted in 2 languages. That means you will need to use your headsets to listen to the interpreters.
So don't be surprised. Sometimes I'll speak English, sometimes I'll speak Czech. But our interpreters are perfect, so you'll always get all the information in the language you prefer. And I start in English because I would like, that's for you who are not in the main hall yet, because we will close the door very soon. So if you want to join us, please do so as soon as possible. Violeta, I would like to start with you. Vodafone is one of the key players in building digital infrastructure. How do you see the current pace of high-speed internet and cloud service development in the Czech Republic?
Dobrý den, and thank you for having me here. I'm really honored and glad to be speaking about topics which are close to my heart and also to my job. I would love to have the same versatility switching between Czech and English, but I don't have it yet, and thank you for your attention, me speaking in English today. So, definitely, as Vodafone, we are playing a critical role alongside with the other competitors in the market to support the backbone of connectivity of the country. And I'm really proud that after more than 20 years in the country as a presence, actually 25 if I'm counting also Oscar years here, we have grew and invested in the infrastructure of the country quite heavily. We were sharing actually recently in one circle that if I am to reflect on the investment in the network and infrastructure over 5 years, we are speaking of more than 27 billion Czech crowns, which is quite a lot. But definitely if I am to reflect at the broader picture and refer to the digital decade you were mentioning in the beginning, we as Czech Republic, we are doing quite well. And if I'm comparing the evolution of our infrastructure adoption of technology in the last 5 years, we definitely see a positive trend. So we have more house connected to high-speed internet. There is a very strong 5G coverage in the country. Actually, you may know that digital decade KPIs are roughly 17. They are covering the households connected. They are covering adoption of AI, of modern technology, of data analytics, skills. They are measuring the readiness for skills, both in public but also in SMEs and in the digital government. And if I am to reflect on those KPIs, Czech Republic is actually doing very well on 5G, on AI skills, on skills overall for modern technology. So we have strong talent, strong capabilities we have built in the country, but we are lagging behind on many other dimensions. One of them being our infrastructure for the high-speed internet. Actually, it's lower than European Union and actually much lower than what we have proposed as an objective till 2030. So this is definitely an area of improvement. And as you know, to build this infrastructure, actually, it's very costly. Actually, telco industry is being recognized as having the biggest CapEx intensity out of all industries on the European space. And basically, we are definitely, all of us, all the 3 players, we are invested in the infrastructure. But if I'm looking at the number of, for instance, house connected to the fiber, we are ranging around 35%, the number of mid-2024, while the European average is around 50%. And we want to really go towards 90% in years. So this is a definite area of improvement for us. It is an opportunity as well. So wherever we have a gap, we have a way to go forward. And I am happy to see that there is strong commitment coming from the players on the market, but also from the government to support our efforts and to look how we can create more synergies and complementarities.
Thank you. Tato pauza byla, abych dala šanci.
So this pause was for the interpreters to finish interpreting into Czech, because now I would like to ask about the perspective of the Czech Union. The EU has an ambitious target, and it was already mentioned that in some KPIs Czech Republic is doing well, but in other areas we are lacking behind, such as high-speed internet connections. So what specific steps is the Czech Republic taking in order to improve the situation and to meet the set objectives? We take steps, we implement them in practice. Recently, we amended the Act on telecommunications, electronic telecommunications. We introduced some important changes, such as extending the possibilities for setting up transmitter stations, zoning decisions, zoning and planning process. We had a roundtable in which all operators operating on the Czech market were involved, and with their contribution, I believe that we managed to step forward with the legislation, and now we'll see, we'll have to wait for some time what are the impacts in practice. Okay, we'll see how this new legislation is reflected in practice. We have also the representative of the regulator that supervises fair rules on the market, so I will stay speaking in Czech. Most often, the anti-monopoly office is mentioned in pressures against strong players on the market. We are discussing cloud providers or technological companies where the dominance on the market is obvious. How to make sure that Czech and EU companies have fair conditions in competition with global players. We discussed a lot that we need to stay competitive, but what regulations should help us to stay competitive? Thank you for your question. I will start with the current state of matters in the area of cloud computing, how we see it from our perspective. 68% of all cloud services in the world globally are provided by three companies: Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. That means you have 2/3 of the market, of the global market, that is dominated by three companies. This is the current state of matters which we are now facing. We want to make sure that first, smaller companies have access to the market, whether these are European companies or Czech companies. We want to make sure that innovations do not stop, because we will have just three major market players who will offer only what suits them. And also, we want to make sure to focus on the practical level. We want to punish these oligopole companies where they misuse their dominant position on the market, such as bundling of services, and by using similar approaches. So some cases have not been decided yet by the European Commission. Also, we focus on their licensing policy. For sometimes they charge high fees for someone who wants to operate their products in cloud products of their competitors. And because these companies have very big economic strengths, it is up to the regulatory offices throughout the world to actually punish or persecute the misuse of the rules. In the Czech Republic, we do not decide only about the Czech market, because here the European Commission has the necessary powers, and cloud computing is one of the issues that is supervised by the European Commission. Sometimes, of course, we see that, in fact, companies misuse European Commission to conduct a fight against their competitors. We may have a look at a case where Microsoft agreed with Cisco. They signed an agreement, but Google in 2024 filed a complaint with the European Commission saying that the Microsoft is trying to misuse its dominant position on the market and is not supporting interoperability. This case has not been resolved yet, and we could continue along these lines with other cases. The European Commission, I think, decided rightly to use ex ante regulation, because if we wanted to use only ex post way, that means if we decided to impose sanctions only at the too late in the process, where the market is rigid already, it would be too late. I think that breakthrough was DMA. It is now copied by Japan, by the United States. You set up rules for the gatekeepers. that they have to comply with, and this allows also smaller local companies, innovative companies, to actually participate in the competition. Another thing is a Data Act, a data about data. This defines some technical rules, some technical principles, such as that transferred from one cloud to another cloud should be enabled. Basically, at the moment, this is a problem from the perspective of the anti-monopoly law, and also some technological standards will be set up at the level by the European Commission to ensure technologically the possibility to use other vendors' solution in combination with existing cloud solutions. So this is the way we go.
This will be a question for you, because I'm wondering how a futurist like you, what he thinks when he hears about all the regulation, all the rules, all the investment needed, because you see the future as a really rich, I don't know, platform for all the ideas, but it's limited by our human beings. Where do you see that the digital infrastructure will be in 10 years, in the next decade?
Great question. Thank you, Mikola. I think that when we look out 10 years, we're probably, I would hope, going to have a lot of the interoperability issues, a lot of the sharing across the cloud into a form of super cloud, essentially, resolved. Because in so many respects, this makes the system that much more resilient. And that ultimately is one of the things that we all need to be working toward. We are becoming more and more reliant on all of this all of the time. If you're reliant on a single system and it goes down, you need to have some form of recovery. Besides that, we're moving more and more into a very, very distributed format where we have so much more going on at the edge, where edge computing, eventually, increasingly, IoT, Internet of Things, is utilizing this increasingly decentralized system in order to reduce latency, in order to be able to have the immediacy of the processing on site, allows us to kind of see a vast, still network, but that increasingly we are reliant on the idea that there has to be cross-interoperability across all of these systems. So I would hope that that would be resolved by that time. 10 years is not that long. I mean, sorry, I thought you were going to say 50 years or something, but I don't know where that's going to go yet. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. So it's good to hear that you really are in favor of supporting the spectrum of companies we have, not limiting it to the biggest players as such. I can see, máte nějaký problém s tou tlumočící staničkou, že? Tak my poprosíme o novou, jestli můžu, protože...
There seems to be a problem with the headset.
At least two. Thank you. Great. If not, then I'll be the translator here, and you don't want that.
I can make it work.
No. So, thank you. I think, back to Violetta, back to Vodafone. I haven't asked at the beginning about where do you see the limits for your future growth, for accelerating the investment, for getting more, for reaching the goals that you mentioned. So, when we've heard about regulation, when we've heard about state or public interventions, are there limits or are there supporting the development?
By design, I am an optimist and a problem solver. So whenever I'm hearing limits, I'm thinking of the art of possible. So I make this comment when you will hear me answering to the question. So definitely, like any industry, there are challenges and opportunities. What is making the difference and is how you approach them. Internally, making partnerships, dealing with, private, with the public sector as well. I would invite you to make a step back and think Europe and think one word, namely fragmentation, which brings a lot of beauty, a lot of opportunity, but equally it brings challenges. For telco sector, this means that in average, one telco provider in Europe has 5 million customers. In Europe, the same unit is 100 million customers. And in China, it's 500 million customers. This means that our investment in infrastructure, in innovation, in R&D, in many, many things is multiplied. So there is an effort multiplier behind. And this is the reason why I mentioned the fact that the return of invested capital in telco is the lowest in Europe. In Europe, is the lowest in terms of average, below average. And the capital intensity is the highest, which is not particularly very attractive for investors. So this is the part of the challenge. How we are dealing with the challenge? Definitely we are investing, we are optimizing the way we invest in technology. We are utilizing more and more, let's say, software interventions, so we are making the hardware investment maybe more productive. We are making partnerships in this market. There are known partnerships between the players, so we make the infrastructure investment more feasible, more scalable. So these are the things which are staying in our control, and we are working on them. It's good also to mention that we don't build the future without thinking at the future. And what do I mean by that? Since 2021, Vodafone uses green technologies to power our base stations. So we are having a responsible approach in driving the business, which is fundamentally important because we can't always think only how to make money short term. We need to have a long-term vision. So this is part of our approach as well. Beyond that, we started more and more to be more vocal on European market, but also in Czech Republic, to showcase and to explain more and more what does it mean to create acceleration in how we drive digitization, optimization of our investments. And this requires to have openness. This requires sometimes to revisit certain regulation from the past. We all maybe remember the Mendeleev table when we were learning chemistry in our childhood, whatever, when we were young. Recently, I asked my legal team to prepare a Mendeleev, okay, with metaphorical way, a table with all the legislation we need to respect in telco, either which is valid now, either which is coming in the next 2 years. Do you know how many pieces of legislation we need to respect only related to digital aspects, cybersecurity, accessibility, and information security, digital acts? Do you have a number? It's more than 100. So the table, how it looks on a slide, it's really very hard to read. It's a diagram, but it's having more than 100 pieces of legislation. And imagine that this creates a lot of complexity. And whenever you are busy with something else, you have a cost of opportunity. So whenever we are wasting ourselves in maybe too much of something, then we are missing the opportunity to create real value for customers, for businesses, for the country. So my call here is that it requires, for us to thinking forward, to protect ourselves as a country, as actors in the country, but also to think, what do we need to reform and to cut a bit the waste, to make it more simple, and maybe to use the same word, maybe more operable and interoperable.
Thank you. I must say it's nice comparing the Mendeleev periodical table with the law enforcement, because there's actually 118 chemical fractions. So it's very similar. And I remember how difficult it was to learn those. But I'll switch to Czech, protože mířím samozřejmě za zástupcem
Since we have been talking about the bureaucracy, about how burdening it is for investment and operation of private businesses, just to update you on what you perhaps did not hear when you switched the headphones. So Europe is extremely fragmented as a market. There are 5 million customers per operator, while it's 500 million in China. So the investment, the return on the investment is, of course, completely different. So what can the national state, the government do not to hinder the investments? I'm not saying to support or promote, but not to hinder it. It's not that easy. Let me go back perhaps to what the governments and states should do. And that's the proactive approach on the European level. In the national parliaments, we have much less opportunity to do much. Violeta Luca already mentioned that there are hundreds of regulations and other kinds of pieces of legislation. And the problem is that the legislation is not being upgraded, but expanded. We understand that the law will never be ahead of innovation. And if we have new technology, innovative technology, and AI is a very typical example, we need to learn the lesson and stop expanding the legislation and try to revise and update and upgrade the regulation that we already have. Where we can help is or put it in the other way. In Europe, we basically tend to sanction innovators and those courageous ones who were ahead and try to provide networks to those great areas. We have plenty of locations which were pioneers in the past, but are lagging behind today. And this is what we want, one of the topics that we want to raise also on the European level. Strong data, solid and robust data, strong telecommunication services are needed. Without high-quality transmission, we won't be able to get much far. We need to address not only the white spots, the blind spots, but also the gray spots. Yes, access to high-speed internet is only available to about half the Czech population. Very often there is a lot of criticism to another topic which is in charge of the competition office, and that's public procurement. The system of public procurement is quite complex in the Czech Republic, and awarding a public contract is extremely lengthy in the Czech Republic. Very often it leads to prolongations and delays in implementation of projects. Is there a chance that this is going to improve in the nearest future? I like to start with data. If we look at the number of public contracts in the Czech Republic, there are some 16,000 contracts per year. About 1% of it go through our office. 99% of the public contracts run quite smoothly without the need of the anti-monopoly office to intervene. The problem of public procurement is not the review by the office if needed. The competition office issues its verdict. What, however, is not done well in the Czech Republic is the preparatory phase. And that is why some businesses may feel discriminated. I always encourage the contracting authorities to go into market consultations. You can't put conditions in your terms of reference if there is no one on the market to comply with your conditions. And lack of preparedness, unrealistic requirements, unrealistic time planning, this is all that we see too often. So if you have all these factors, then you know that the outcome can't be good. In order to extend the fiber network, you can't expect to have 3 parallel networks on the Czech market with 10 million people. So the operators must be well aware that if the operators want to extend the network, they need to be aware that there will be requirements for collaboration, however, without cartel agreements. So the business strategy has to be innovative in this sense. You can't imagine that you would be able to invest in the same way like 20 or 30 years ago.
I will ask you a question that we received after your first contribution. Violeta said that they had to collaborate in order to make sure that it works on smaller markets, but you also mentioned that 3 companies have 66% market share. So this is a question. Is it really true that they have 66% share if they are competing against each other? Yes, you are right. If someone has a dominant position on the market, it does not mean that they are criminals. If companies that are good, innovative, successful have the right to be big. What is important is whether by their size they do not suppress potential competition. That means only when dominant position is accompanied by some unfair policy, it is a problem. So we killer acquisitions, etc. At the level of the European Union, we are dealing with startup issues such as automotive talk, smart systems for communication by the cars with surrounding environment. There was a startup company, then a dominant player on the market came and they bought it for unreasonable money, and the European Commission has to step in such cases, because we should not pretend or expect that the big players will always behave according to the rules. We must not be naive.
For Richard, because we talk here a lot about future, not that far away future, the next years, but how do you see the role of typical telco companies in the future? Will they still exist, or will they be more Violeta, I think it will be great if you'll comment on that as well. Thank you, but Richard first.
Okay, very interesting question. I am learning a lot from everyone here today, this session and the others. There's so much about what is happening here in Czech Republic around all of this that is very enlightening for me. To me, I can't imagine a situation where moving away from multiple providers is going to be beneficial. I feel like competition is always good. It's a question of, does it cause other kinds of fragmentation? Are there ways to be able to ensure that it doesn't? But I don't feel like there's a path that makes sense to me other than something that is really handed down from higher up. for some reason that I would not necessarily agree with, that would try to do away with that. I'm not sure if that answers your question very well. I'm happy to elaborate.
Actually, I'm still a bit thinking about your thoughts when you hear the reality in the Czech Republic, because you come from the US. And we always compare, like, US is not regulating, it just leaves it to the competition, but then we speak, we need to regulate to have the competition. So how does that work in the US compared to Europe?
Well, first of all, you're correct that the US has a different regulatory environment, that we tend to be, overall, there's a lot of pressure not to overregulate. The particular party really would just assume there was almost no regulation. The other is having to moderate their responses because they recognize that to go too far the other way makes them unpopular. So in terms of how they address it, it's usually through antitrust actions in order to be able to say, okay, this is unfair. You're utilizing your power, in a way that is not suitable or the best for the marketplace. And essentially, that, to my mind, is the primary difference. I know you have antitrust that takes place here, but it feels like the regulatory aspect is much stronger. So I don't even know if the antitrust kind of response is utilized as much domestically in the region versus maybe on global players.
Who knows? We have here the representative, but I'll stay with English, so you have time to think of it, and I'll stay with Violeta Luka, who you were smiling, yeah. So you know how it is. How do you see the future of typical telco company? You came from technology company. I think there is a point in that why a telco company has someone with such a background.
First of all, I won't play poker. For sure, I won't win. This is a fact. So I was smiling because I learned over years and from other people than by my own journey that the best way to influence the future is to be part of it, to make it, in a way. I mean, to focus on what you can control, what you can influence, be the best of it, and then adapt, because the context is adapting. So definitely, if you look at telcos today, they are convergent players serving both consumers and businesses. They went beyond the realm of connectivity, and we are offering beyond connectivity security services, cloud services, IoT services. So basically, the richness of our value proposition evolved over time, and this made us more competitive. And I strongly believe that telco sector has a future, a long one, in the long distance. And this future actually implies that we will continue to adapt and transform, and maybe at a faster rate than we did maybe in the last 5 years. Because there is a certain difference in pace between the telco companies and the technology companies. And this is something we can learn from and find a balance. To find a balance to move faster and monetize the investments we are doing in our CapEx. And let me give an example. So Vodafone Czech Republic put the first site of 5G almost 5 years ago. But the subscriptions and the focus in the value proposition towards the customers came only much more later. So basically, we invest in technology, but maybe we don't spend enough time or to bring the consumers in to utilize the best of the breadth, While other companies, they are launching something, and the moment they launch it, even when they don't have supply actually, they are pushing it forward to create more demand and more adoption and more knowledge about how great looks like. You can see what's happening with a new device for certain producers. You can see what's happening in the fashion industry. You can see what's happening in the gaming industry. Recently, it was a game launch. We had 1 million sales in 3 days in Czech Republic. I mean, actually, it is a lot. It is huge. So this means that the consumers have the if they are motivated, if they know, if they see the value, they can adopt technology very fast. And I think this is one of the biggest opportunities we have in Czech Republic and in Europe, but I speak now for Czech Republic. We do have beautiful brains. We have a strong industrial base. Putting a layer of technology, bringing more competitiveness, playing a bigger role in European Union, having a bigger voice. We have a lot to share. If you think at the bank ID we have implemented in the market, this is a marvelous product actually. And I remember in my previous life, we have presented it to other countries. Imagine that if we can utilize technology, either it's cloud-based or on-premise based, but utilize the modern technology, we can save, we can make savings up to 2% of GDP. And you know what 2% means? Means an army or a better army. And I know it's not something I speak with a light heart about this. But we are living the times we are living, and it requires to utilize everything we had in the best way possible. And then this means pace, this means change management. And I think this is another layer we can think of. How we can bring in the boardrooms, in the management teams, change management, how we can bring this to school. I remember I had a teacher 20 years back, and he told me, look, whenever you get up in the morning, you need to say, change is good, change is good. And I thought, oh my God, you are crazy, why I should do that? But look, I understand why he told me that. Because being able to change and adapt gives strength, and this makes us more competitive. And I think this is part of the technology for technology won't change anything. Technology utilized by people is a completely different thing. And in a protected environment, in a balanced way, again, it's making sense.
Change is good. Change is good. You'll all go out of here repeating these 3 words. Thank you. There is a question that will probably be aimed at you again, but I'll now switch to Czech and ask first the representative of the public sector. Takže jdu na to.
Okay, so I will ask you my question. We've heard that we need to use what we have in any situation. We should make sure that we take the most of what we have. So what are the priorities of the Czech Republic, and what are the investment plans for investing in digital infrastructure? And I will add one more question that I would also like to ask Violeta. And by what time can we expect the Czech Republic to be covered by high-speed internet? We are in 2025 and it is still a big issue. And why I said it will be a question to Vodafone is that it was mentioned in the question that there is not enough transmitters and operators are lagging behind in implementing these services. So I will start with you. The current government presented its priorities. It will be difficult to give you a specific date. We can set objectives as we like. We can say in 10 years' time, in 2 years' time, in 3 years, but still, without analyzing the situation and without consulting with the business, we cannot set objectives. We first need to review what investments are needed, what are the possibilities, what is the state of legislation where it provides barriers in some of these zones, gray zones or white zones that I mentioned. We had problems with the legislation, so we had to adopt some amendments to the existing legislation to address these issues. But in order to be able to assess the current situation and map it in collaboration with the private sector, it is extremely important. It is important to be able to decide on any specific dates. We can wish to complete coverage by some date, but unless it is supported by hard facts and analysis, it will remain just a wish. So I am not able to give you a specific date. I would be glad if it was next year. Well, maybe not the date is so important, but the steps that we can take to make sure that we can achieve that objective. So now perhaps I will go back to what was mentioned by Richard, and I also had in mind Petr Mlsla. To how much are we impacted by the Czech and by EU regulations and rules, and why is Europe so strict? It is strict because of the outside players, of the third country players, or why? Well, I will speak as a historian now. If we ask ourselves how much of Austro-Hungarian legacy still lives in us, it is a lot. We do not want to admit it, but this spirit of regulation that comes from the old Austria-Hungarian Empire is still present. We always expect to have some rules for everything, and this is an extreme burden that is still with us. We keep talking about debureaucratization, deregulation, but there are no real results. We do not see any real results. We see it when we discuss individual cases, when we go to individual markets, review the situation in individual markets, and we find out often that there are legal standards or requirements, but rather technical standards that were created 20, 30 years ago, and markets follow these standards and are not willing or able to accept anything else that deviates from these standards or does not adhere to them. So this is what actually slows down any development, any progress, regardless of whether we speak about telecommunications or about construction companies, anything else. And there is no will to actually review these standards or these regulations. Where there is no will, well, when we find about such a case, we write to the ministry and say, well, you have a regulation that does not make sense. It limits market. Nobody knows why it was implemented. I will give you an example from last 2 weeks. We found out that if you have hens in your house, then in a week you may kill only 30 hens, 30 pieces, 30 animals, and put them into on the market. So why is that regulation here? And they told us, well, it is because you might have the animals infected with some disease. And I said, and are we going to change something about that if we kill 31 hens instead of 30? So there are many cases like that, and there should be really strong political pressure on individual ministers and ministries, and they should be given a task to cross out, to get rid of 10% of regulations, and I can guarantee you that nobody will notice.
So I wonder who's going to be the first to do it.
You react to that question. I will just repeat it. By when will the Czech Republic be covered by high-speed internet? We are in 2025, and it is still a big problem. Broadcasters are not keeping up, and providers are not solving it.
A new opportunity. I will speak like a lawyer. Well, it depends on a couple of things. One is getting the permits in 30 days, not in up to 18 months. I saw a report yesterday. We are building infrastructure ourselves. We have a project with T-Mobile, which is public, as you was reported some time ago. We also cooperate with other providers via wholesale. So we try to make use of the entire infrastructure without digging everywhere, definitely. But there is an opportunity, and now I am moving to very serious, the first point, to see how we can improve maybe this permits process, because right now, in theory, it's quite reasonable, let me put it this way, 30 to 60 days, but in the reality, the average is 5.5 months, and we have still many polygons in which is above 1 year. So to move faster, we would need to have permits faster. So this is something we may reach out to the authorities to help us to digitize faster Czech Republic. The second piece would be, it's really related to our ability to create more use cases for both consumers and for the businesses to utilize the technology we are putting in the country. So to increase the usage of more advanced technologies. And this is, of course, our job, firstly, but it will require also maybe more partnership and more discussion in various forums to encourage people to see the why behind. There are a couple of studies in Czech Republic recently in the last 6 months for SMEs, for instance, asked why don't you use more advanced technologies in your business to be faster, to be cheaper? And the answers are, so the 70% actually of the why not lie on 3 things. Not always the business case makes sense, or I'm not able to make it kind of straightforward to my shareholders. The second one is I don't have the skills, the knowledge, and the third one is I don't have the financing. So I think this is an opportunity beyond telco actually to address that, but telco is part of the solution. So this would be the second point which will help. In a positive note, looking at all the efforts and commitments of the players in the market, I would say that we will see an acceleration of the build, the footprint expansion in the market, but I wouldn't say a date.
Thank you. Marek Novák wanted to react. Česky, pardon.
Marek Novák will respond. Sometimes you simply have to set the priorities. When you roll out new networks, you need to address various interests and various priorities. One of them is the environmental concern. In certain cases, even though you really comply with everything that there is, and I know there are certain operators' towers that are green so that you can't even see them in the landscape. But this is one of the areas where you find many of the hindrances. So we need to define for ourselves how green we want to be. We have 2, 3, 4 priorities, and they contradict one another. If you go through European legislation, you really will find contradicting priorities and contradicting provisions. So that's one thing that we need to discuss. When talking about telco and technology development, we need to take education on board. We need to look at the quality of people coming out of schools. The companies need qualified personnel, qualified staff. And we also need a robust lifelong learning system, because an employee of today cannot remain the same from the start, from the first date of the employment. The employees have to be upskilled, reskilled, but they need to be motivated to do it. The people must feel motivated themselves to try and expand their skills. So this is what we sometimes tend to forget. So one level of education is the regular schooling from elementary school up to universities, and then we have the lifelong learning. I have one more question to Petra Mlsna, and following upon what Violeta said. If we know that we have the permit in 30 days, that's fine, and it will speed up the construction. Now the permission process takes 18 months. So the question is, how can we speed up the construction process? Petra Mlsna is not in charge of digitalization of the permit procedure, but what is your viewpoint? Unfortunately, this story ended up in a total failure. It was a failure from the very beginning. Whoever read the contracting documents, the terms of reference, they knew it was impossible to actually end up with the new and upgraded digitalization. I think that the government did what the only thing they could do at this moment. So they established this kind of bypass so that you can apply for your permit electronically if you are courageous enough, and the others still remain with paper. There is the Digital Service Act approved. At this moment, we have delayed the implementation of the portal. Well, we had 2 years to implement the portal for electronic applications. We had all the technical preparations done, and at the end of the day, 2 years later, all the ministries said, well, sorry, we are not ready. And if this happens, we need to subject the ministers to responsibilities. To explain, the bypass means that until 28, applications for building permit can be submitted both electronically and on paper, whichever you prefer. And only after that you will have the fully functional system. This is exactly where you should ask the market what exists, what is possible. Let me go back to what we are talking about. That's telecommunication, clouds. We will stop with the building permit system.
Move us to the future, not to the past. But I'll change the topic a bit. How do you see the future? What security and ethical dilemmas could the future bring when it comes to infrastructure and data? Because who owns the data? If they are too centralized, it's probably quite dangerous if we have centralized data. So infrastructure ownership will be a topic as well.
Thank you. It's a complex question, definitely a good one, but complex. It seems to me that we've managed to have standards established on all kinds of things through the years where we are able to unify multiple players across an entire environment in order to be able to operate in a way that is functional. Whether we're talking about telcos, whether we're talking about train systems, even going way back. I mean, okay, we had a few track gauge issues over the years, way back when. But I suppose the biggest issues for me around data are how do we ensure that it is protected going forward, assuming that all of the systems are interoperating correctly. It seems to me that as we look out ahead, we have to find better and new ways to isolate and to ensure that protection. Various ways of siloing that information in a way that is still usable is one approach. And I don't know if this is part of the conversation, but since we're talking future, I'll just mention. So there's a technology called homomorphic encryption. Now, this utilizes essentially data that is encrypted. It remains encrypted even when you operate on it. So it's possible for a query, for instance, or some other checking on the data without actually decrypting it. The information comes back as an answer in encrypted form that can then itself be decrypted, but all of the other data is actually kept in a fashion that never requires that it be exposed. So I would anticipate that, I mean, that's just a current implementation. Various variations of that would, it seems to me, be feasible, and as with anything when you're talking about the future, we can speculate about where the technology will be, but in all likelihood, there will be, by 20 years from now, a range of new algorithms that implement better versions of that so that we can actually achieve that kind of protection.
Thank you. Yeah, siloed data is definitely a topic. Violeta, I was wondering, are you also discussing those topics? Because you would be the owner of the infrastructure. You are also the owner of a huge amount of data, which is now those who have the data, they have the power. So do you discuss this topic as a security threat or as a business opportunity?
Absolutely. So first of all, as a telco provider, we operate under the principle security and privacy by design. So we have a very strong internal governance when we operate data, and we think security, either it's about our networks, our IT infrastructure. We definitely comply with all the regulation. We have the Network Information Security Directive. It is the first version we are complying with. We are definitely working towards and preparing for the second version of it, the NIS2. We do have a strong privacy and security department, policies, governance, together with the group as well. We are sharing various threats, if you want, intelligence with relevant authorities. We have a strong partnership with NUKIP and not only. So definitely this is a very strong topic. Obviously, what we learned over the years, given the increases number of threats and sophistication of threats, which kind of developed over the years, the vendors, either telecoms or technology providers, move the approach towards a new principle, which is called zero-based trust. It means that whenever we are designing systems, we need to think that they are breachable. So basically, we need to create safe guards, safe controls, so we mitigate potential risks. So there is a big investment behind, a lot of learnings over the year. There is cooperation as well. I think it's very important to have cooperation within the country, with European Union as well, states, but also maybe with other states. And this requires to have protocols in place for this. We are also preparing as Vodafone for quantum safe computing, because as you know, there is a perspective that within 5 to 10 years, quantum computing will be here. We have a cooperation with IBM since 2022 as a group. So definitely there is a lot to say there, maybe a special session. But fundamentally, with quantum computing, the traditional encryption is not longer valid. So you need actually to have a new set of algorithms and ways of working, basically. So definitely this is a very strong topic. We are investing, we are complying, and we feel good about the progress and the governance we have.
Richard?
Just wanted to add to that because of what Violeta was mentioning about the sort of post-quantum situation. I believe it was, sorry, missing my acronyms here, but the security group had, for the EU, is actually looking at, has put forward the idea of incorporating post-quantum PQC, I think it is. It's PQC. So the idea being that right now, if we look at one of the most prevalent forms of encryption, which is public key encryption, that itself, it's based on about 3 different algorithms, that itself is actually pretty attackable by quantum computers in the future. What, unfortunately, hackers are starting to do now is what's called store now, decrypt later. They're taking this data now with the idea that 5 years from now or whatever, they will have tools to allow them to decrypt it. However, there are lots of encryption methods that can be used that PQC
Quantum-ready encryption,
yeah,
in a way.
We'll be able to, essentially, we have that already. So those can't necessarily be attacked by quantum. So just wanted to add that little piece of it.
Thank you. Nejsem si jistá, ale hlásil jste.
I'm not sure, but you wanted to contribute to the discussion. How do you address in the Council or Committee for Information Technologies, how do you address the issue of data security? This is a difficult question. We haven't discussed it in such detail yet in our subcommittee and not even at our parliamentary committee, because this is not a too distant future. It is already today in some aspects, but I would like to focus on the question, what are we going to do about energy intensity of these systems and the new technologies? We need to address that as well, because this is also very important, because on one hand, yes, quantum computing, protection of data, etc. This may be addressed or resolved by Data Act, or maybe it will not be addressed by this act. But on the other hand, we need to focus also on the energy requirements that will be associated with the new technologies, and now we have to be aware of that. We have to acknowledge this fact that also in the telecommunications sector we will have higher energy costs, and we will need to be able to address it, whether we will have some new technologies that will be not that energy intensive, or how are we going to deal with that. And this will relate to the technology development. Okay, this is the reason why large players in the US invest a huge amount of money into reintroducing nuclear power plants or small module reactors, because GTP search requires 10 times more energy than processing a simple Google query, Google search. So we have more questions in Slido, so I will just go through them.
Topic. What panel thinks about that? I'm thinking. Anyone to comment on open data? I think it's not our one. Let me see, I think the next one probably can touch upon that. Ale já bych se ráda dostala...
I would like to get to the final question, because we have only 9 minutes left, and I would like to ask all the panelists to comment on how can companies, the state and the EU efficiently collaborate in a robust and reliable digital infrastructure to make sure that Europe does not lag behind other parts of the world. So,
the cooperation. What should be the roles of the players? Private sector, meaning companies, public sector at the national level, but also the one at the European level, to build robust digital infrastructure within EU.
Sorry, you're directing at me first?
That would be great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm jumping between the translation before it. So this is going to sound simplistic, because I think my answer is in this regard. I don't have enough background yet, but I do believe that it's a question of a true commitment across the EU in having the desire, and probably some legal binding desire, to commit to this, because it's the only way to remain competitive on a global scale. It's, in the long run, if it's a continual fight around standards, around how things are going to be implemented, how things are going to be established. I think that just is going to be one more matter that is going to just slow everything down. So ultimately, it's a recognition that it's either get more efficient at the whole process itself, the regulatory, legal, and other forms of technological agreement, or else just fall behind.
Legally binding agreement, thank you. Who else? Violetta, do you have any recipe from the point of view of business, how it should look like, this cooperation? Oh, you need a microphone, sorry.
Definitely to find a way to formalize an agreement which moves us to be one voice, not a number of states with each individual interest. And this is easy to say, harder to achieve, because each country, we have our own interest. And you can see this, but in the same time, we have also a common goal, which is to increase competitiveness and resilience in European Union. And I have one example which is on my mind, which is bothering for a while, namely that we create fantastic legislation for the future, if I'm thinking of at sustainability legislation, which Europe put on the table and actually pushed the companies to think more green future. But in the same time, we didn't thought to create an enabling ecosystem actually. So we created legislation, we put the pressure, but we didn't create a batteries factory. So 75% of the production sits in China. So for me, this is a wrong construct. So putting the things together in a round kind of deal, I think this is what we need as Europe, to find a balance between fighting for a better future, keeping our values, because we don't need to sacrifice them, but find a way to make it lucrative. For Europe as well. Of course, bringing other partners, no doubt around that, but also making sure that it works for Europe first. So I think this would be one big call out I will have. It's a complex question, so it doesn't have a silver bullet answer.
Never any challenge, any topic has a silver bullet as a solution, unfortunately. Tak kdo? Marek Novák.
Marek Luhák. Yes, I will start by following up on where Violetta ended. It is a complex issue, but it is not that difficult, in fact, because I see here the glass ringing but not breaking. It means it's a good quality glass. So we should go back to the original values on which the EU was established, and that is what we should be discussing today. Whether we want to have open market, free movement of labor, or whether we want to over-regulate, whether we want to have too much control measures. So it's quite simple, in fact. Europe was governed by states. Now the Europe is governed by the European Commission. That's it. Well, that's about what I would like to add to that. If we want to talk about how to communicate, we often at national level say we do not communicate enough in the parliament, with the regions, with the municipalities, etc. And this lack of communication goes from municipalities, regions, countries up to the European level. We sometimes get lost in the communication, and sometimes not even within our countries are we able to communicate with each other what we want to push for in Europe. And then those who are able to agree with themselves better are able to promote better their interest. Of course, every country has its own interest. Every country is different. Every country has different preferences. And in that case, if if some country can communicate well, it can promote its interests better. So we should improve communication on the national level to make sure that not only the government has its own position, but that it represents actually the position of all the citizens of the country. And then this position should be supported in the European Parliament, or that means on the European level, and then something goes back to us, returns back to us, that we then need to adapt on the national level in our national parliament. So this is about communication, not only communication with the municipalities, regions, etc., but also with the business. So everyone is involved. But to be able to do that, we need to know what we want to achieve, what is our objective, and sometimes we tend to forget about why we do what we do. And I would like to pass the floor to Petr Mlsla now. I will be very brief because we are nearing the end. First, we should get rid of excessive bureaucracy, but uncompromisingly with a chainsaw. Then technological harmonization, because the technological if we have 28 countries, it slows down our progress. Then third resource is combination of public and private funding. We should really use public-private partnership. We can do that when we build roads. We could use that also to build our digital infrastructure. And here we haven't progressed mentally, and we are still strictly separating private and public money. So we always end up halfway through, and all the projects are then delayed. So I would urge that PPP projects should be used also for large digital infrastructure projects, and this can make sure that we can progress much faster than now. Just very briefly, slightly off topic, what is the current status of the amendment to the Act on Protection of Competition? It is parked in the Parliament. I'm skeptical about it being passed now, so I hope it will be passed in the after the next elections. So this is it from the panelists.
Thank you to Violeta Luka, Richard Young, Marek Novák, Petr Mlsna. Děkuju a děkuju i za vaše otázky.
Děkuji.
A my budeme tady na pódiu pokračovat. Nikam nechoďte.
And we will continue here on the stage. Please do not leave us, because we will have the IP talk about digital transformation of public administration from vision to reality. This is what we are discussing here. We have a lot of strategies, we have a lot of plans, but to actually cook that perfect steak is quite more difficult.
Actually, continuing.
Thank you very much for
Justin Svoboda přichází zpět.
Děkuji, Michale Hergetové, dámy a pánové.
Thank you, Michaela. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We switch places and we move on to VIP talk on digital transformation of public administration. On this panel, we will have two guests. Martin Messerschmidt, Director of the Digital and Information Agency, that wants to contribute to the difficult digitalization process in order to make people make it possible for people to collaborate and communicate with the government electronically. And Jan Blažek, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Bankovní Identita, he's been the Chairman of the Board since 2001, and this company helps to connect and access data systems of banks and public administration to all citizens. Welcome, gentlemen. We do not have much time in view of the topic that we want to talk about. I have one first question. Why is digital transformation of the state agenda so important? The transformation says in itself that we need to move from one status to another. That means a certain change. And the reason is that we see the current status as insufficient and dissatisfactory, and the reasons are quite obvious. We all see and understand and realize there is a lot of room for improvement in public administration, both in terms of speed and efficiency and use of public money. So the objective is to use digital transformation for improvement. We are talking about digital and digitalization, but very often, unfortunately, in this country, it means that we start doing things electronically, but without properly thinking how they could be done in another way, differently and better. It is good to hear. For many people, you're right, digitalization means that we will be doing the same things but electronically. Now, do you think there is a way to change the mindset? Well, I wanted to say myself that when talking about digital transformation, I would only talk about transformation. The objective is to make things simpler, better, more functional, more efficient. So whether you use digital tools or other, it's not that important. Digitalization is a tool which can be very efficient in that. So what are the steps that we can do in short term? The first steps that we should take, whether in public administration and in business, the public wanted us to be very specific. So in my view, it's definitely more emphasis on service sharing, on data sharing, on developing interconnected data fund, data base, and use of common building blocks, such as completion of the state cloud and its functional usage, to make sure that, for example, one institution makes its data available and offers it with a service so that the other institution is not forced to do more or less the same. So this should be one of the cornerstones of any successful transformation. Another aspect would be measurability. We need to be able to measure the progress. For the time being, we don't know whether we are progressing or not, and if we are progressing, how much. Unless we are able to measure the time that is required for resolving an issue, for admitting an application, we can't tell whether we are improving or not. Well, I think we are improving, at least looking at the numbers of accesses to the government portals. There has been a great increase, so it's been successful in a way. And as for the transformation, there are many obstacles, both on the part of the state and business. One of the steps that is needed is more profound collaboration between the public and private sectors. And then the regulation that has been mentioned many times, and I think deregulation would help the state as well. And there is also lack of resources, and with this I don't mean only financial resources, I mean HR, human resources, especially in the IT sector. The regulation obviously is costly, and lack of qualified staff is a big problem. This means that we are incompetitive vis-à-vis the rest of the world. Petr Mosna in the previous panel said that its office is fully digitalized, and he was surprised by the other offices. And he also said that if his staff was not willing to promote digitalization, he would dismiss them. But where to find new people? We know that in the IT, the wages are extremely high, so this might be one of the reasons why qualified people are not in public administration. You are right, this is one of the reasons why we lack qualified staff. But one more comment on collaboration with the private sector. It is definitely a good way to promote. However, the conditions should be slightly different from what it is doing now. At the moment, the state, which lacks qualified people, the state outsources from the private sector even things and agendas that should be done by the state itself. The problem is that the state is not able to define its requirements, its terms of reference. Very often the state says, you study the legislation and tell us how we should do it. The state is lacking knowledge and data on its own processes. So this is what should be done on the part of the state. They should be able to know exactly what is the core of what they want to achieve, and then set the terms of reference for the private sector. And this is what the private sector says. We actually already heard this in the morning, that Tomáš Čupr expects the people from the public administration knocking on the door. The trouble is, it's always about the people and the type of people who work for the state and public administration. How many young people will go and start working in public administration? It's not really the case that young people admire jobs in public administration, and one of the reasons is that the state and public administration, unfortunately, are not able to pay sufficiently for their work. People working for the state work there because they are convinced of they are committed, but at the end of the day, they are so overburdened that they burn out in a couple of years. And this is one of the biggest problems. And unless we are able to pay these qualified professionals properly, we won't improve this situation. From what I hear around, it is also about the prestige that's linked to jobs in public administration. Could the state do something about it? Certainly, it's not only about money. Actually, I think there is a great demand for some kind of a mission. Many people in my environment, when I talk to them about their role in the world, many people search for sensible tasks. There are many people who would be willing to work for lower money. But, of course, we are not talking about 50% of the standard wages. The state has a lot to offer. The state can offer learning and upskilling. They can offer perspectives, but there is a big barrier. What is also unhealthy in my viewpoint is the extremely low unemployment rate. And since it has lasted for too long, it distorts the market. And many people, and my colleague here would tell you how long it took before they staffed the Digital Information Agency. In Romania and Bulgaria, the situation is much better because the unemployment rate is higher. But so on our market, the people who are not afraid of losing their jobs, they somehow start losing motivation to improve themselves. So the labor market would really need some changes because unless we do that, we still be lacking the people. If We all know that education is key for any proper functioning of public administration. Why don't schools, even in private sector, try improve the offered education to educate young people to become public officers with a mission? Well, it's a good question, but I do not have the courage to answer. Let's go back to digitalization of public administration. You both work on the topic of the EU wallet. The EU digital wallet will not contribute to digital transformation of the public administration as such, but it will help the citizens, the markets, the whole situation. Introduction of the EU digital wallet will be, in my view, a big step forward, and it will contribute to new lines of business because it will allow for safe data exchange while still preserving the protection of private data. So it's not only a matter of communication with the state. The state, by a law, holds registers where the information is available. So the state does not need the information through the EU digital wallet, but it will simplify transfer of data and information between the private and public sectors through a device that the user holds at hand. The private sector will be able to obtain information that is needed. For example, confirmation of no tax debt or similar documents. So in my view, it should simplify extremely communication between public and private sectors. At the same time, new products that are based on trust and anonymity will be also developing. For example, if you want to use services online that require confirmation of certain data, such as the age, it will be possible. So the EU digital wallet is the first, let's say, kick that should speed up the digital transformation in Europe.
It will definitely have impact also on the public administration budget. The digitization of public administration has been ongoing for many years, since the 1980s and 1990s. We did a lot since then, and this is a slightly different approach because the public administration exchanges data that is regulated by the law. They are using technologies that allow exchange of data between individual government authorities. The government authorities have other obligations, such as the just to pre-fill forms that relates to the Act on the Right to Digital Service. But if I use this wallet, then I can use seamlessly services from public and private sector. In 5 years, we may ask ourselves the question: how many of you will still carry with them a physical wallet? How many of you still carry a wallet with you? So to be able to make comparison if we meet here after 5 years. About 1.5. So we'll see what will be the situation in 6 or 5 years. I will just add a few points to that I think are important. I think that I would like to stress that this is a EU level project. So I am now representing Bake ID. This is a solution that is used mainly in the Czech Republic, but the European EU wallet will be a product service that we will be able to use in any EU country and also other members of other EU countries can come here to the Czech Republic or from anywhere else. They will be able to open an account, for instance, in Czechia. Where I think it will bring revolutionary changes is another area. Now you can use bank ID to remotely identify yourself. So this covers approximately 60 scenarios out of 100. The EU wallet will allow you to cover 100% of such cases. For companies, for the state, it means that what now they need to do in an inefficient paper way, they will be able to do it using the EU wallet and do everything online. It was mentioned here, it will be any certification, study certificates, driving permits, payments, everything, all these things will become much easier. You will be able to use the EU wallet to sign into your bank account, for instance. Now you are using other solutions, but in 3 years you will be able to use this single tool to sign into any bank that operates in the EU. So it will bring a lot of simplification and also a lot of cost savings, both on the side of the companies and on the side of the state. And for users, it will also mean a lot of time savings. Now we have a question that connects these two topics. We mentioned how the digital transformation of public administration and EU wallet. Are you aware that there is a large part of the population that is and will not be digitally literate? So we need to preserve also offline channels. Definitely. None of these projects that are under preparation is replacing something. They are always adding another channel, adding another opportunity, possibility. So we will always preserve the existing channels for people who do not want to use any digital product. So this is the absolute basic. The only thing is that it will probably cost them more and they will not be able to use all these services, but the law stipulates that the basic services provided by the state have to always be covered also offline for private companies. It may be not that cost efficient to offer all possible solutions. I always think we have a lot of time when we begin discussion, but now we are getting to the end of the time slot. If you were meant to mention one thing that should be implemented to improve the digitalization of public administration, what would that be? We should attract talented people. We should be able to attract them from the private sector and offer at least comparable wages to them. And so we should be able to attract talents to our ministries, talented, motivated people that would help to push things forward. A question to the private sector: would you be able to offer your employees for one day to the state? Well, I think we are already doing that. So what would you suggest? Well, my proposal would be we should get rid of some regulations, because it would lower the burden that is placed on companies, and it would free our hands, free our resources, and invest them into what we need to in innovations or invest it in transformation of the public administration. I'm looking at the time countdown, and I'm thinking now there was a new piece of news release that how many time Europeans spend by clicking on the cookie bar. Somebody made the calculation, and they calculated also that it costs us 14 billion euro. This is just one piece of regulation, and I understand what were the intentions behind, but if you look at how much time we spend with it, if you multiply it by the cost of time, it costs us tremendous money. So I hope that this wish of yours comes true, because I'm really nagged by having to click on the cookie bar every time I visit a website. So thank you very much for participating in the discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will meet here at 5 minutes past 3 p.m. and we will discuss cybersecurity and how to protect digital infrastructure.
9. ročníku konference Digitální Česko. 2 našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou podívat.
At the Digital Czech Republic for 2 days now, and it's been really amazing getting to meet all the speakers, talking to the other booths, and it's just been all very good connections that we've had, so we're having a good time.
Je zřejmé, že naše republika má před sebou ještě dlouhou cestu k digitalizaci, ale tahle konference i doprovodná výstava dokazuje, že jdeme správným směrem. Jsem ráda, že i holky v Metaverse, naše komunita, může k tomu přispět a že tady dneska můžeme ukazovat nejnovější technologie.
Konference Digitální Česko mě velmi mile překvapila. Nejdřív jsem byla trochu zklamaná, že jakožto vystavovatel nemám prostor být na přednáškách, které měly velmi zajímavé témata a řečníky. Nicméně nakonec mi to aspoň dalo prostor projít si ostatní stánky, vidět ostatní vystavovatele, co tu mají. Zajímavé věci z oblasti digitalizace, AIčka, různorodost, super.
A to bylo Digitální Česko. Budu se na vás těšit zase příště. Ahoj.
Doufám, že méně politická, protože musí být energetika založena na fyzice, na logistice a na ekonomice. Nepochybně budeme směřovat k nízkoemisní energetice, současně ale v mezidobí nesmíme vylít s vaničkou i dítě, to znamená rozumně se musí utlumovat uhlí a současně se musí najíždět plynové zdroje. Jak k tomu potřebujeme i diskuzní platformy, jako je třeba ta, co se chystá.
Není sporem, že energetika a dostupná energie je klíčový faktor pro naši společnost. Proto se Institut pro politiku a společnost rozhodl založit novou platformu NextGen. Na této platformě se budou setkávat nejvyšší odborníci z českého prostředí a do budoucna i ze zahraničí.
Transatlantic relationship is absolutely, it's critically important. It's foundational to our collective security. It allows us to work together to collaboratively affect regional, transnational, and global challenges. And it's based on our common values, the values of democracy and freedom.
Transatlantic relationship is extremely critical, specifically.
Mluvím. Milí hosté, poslední blok dnešní konference bude zahájen přibližně za 4 minuty. Zvu vás, abyste se vrátili zpátky do sálu a byli účastní prvního panelu posledního bloku. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the main hall because we are going to start the last part of today's conference, and we would like to share the panel about cyber security. Join us. Dámy a pánové, náš poslední blok a jeho první část bude začínat za 1 minutu, takže prosím, tedy děkuji vám, co už zde sedíte, a zvu vás, co jste ve foyer a chcete se účastnit posledního bloku, abyste přišli do sálu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the last block, and thank you to all you are sitting here in the main hall, and we are going, I would like to invite you from the lobby because we are going to start right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, both those of you who are here in the main hall and those of you who are still outside, welcome to the next block entitled Cybersecurity, or How to Protect Digital Infrastructure. And these are our panelists. In this panel, we will have the Deputy of the Chamber of Deputies, Robert Kraluček, who has 20 years of experience from ICT and related sectors. Good afternoon. Then, I would like to invite the Director of the National Office for Cyber and Information Security, Mr. Lukáš Kinter. Since 2017, he has been working in this authority, I would also like to invite the General Director of Cetin Group, Juraj Šedivý, who mentioned yesterday that after 30 years, this is the first time he is a bit nervous about what is going to happen in the future. And also, I would like to invite the cybersecurity and cybercrime experts, academic lecturer Jan Kolouch. Good afternoon. Gentlemen, please take seats, and I will start by asking the first question, the opening question. Perhaps during the panel, we will come to an answer to this question. What is the main threats of the current world in the area of cybersecurity? It may be a theoretical question, but let's start by discussing that. People, men, humans. Okay, thank you. My friend used to say that the biggest problem is between the keyboard and the chair. So I think that the weakest point are us people. And we are also a threat because maybe we'll hear from Lukáš later that most of the attacks end by or are initiated by someone clicking a link, someone putting a USB stick somewhere. So we are the weakest point, I think, we humans. Thank you for this answer. So we will ask later about how we can educate people. What is the biggest threat according to you? I think that we need to look at we also need to look at those who have malevolent intention, who are where the threat originates. And so if I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a physical person, as the head of my institution, if I speak about on behalf of the states, then I will be attacked by different actors. They will be using different techniques. For common people, they use social engineering in relation to institutions. They very often there are cyber criminals groups that want to gain profits by racketeering, by conducting ransomware attacks. And if we talk about the governments, then we talk about advanced actors that use espionage and use everything possible that can be used, including weak points into supplier chains. Okay, thank you. I agree that this is people on one hand, whether it are uneducated users or the attackers. Then we also need to discuss about what is potential harm, and we need to adapt the means of protection to make sure that we can recover from attack or prevent it completely. What should I say? I think that it is our digital illiteracy. Most of the population does not know how to use technologies, and even if we were told about how we should behave, we do not do that. We click on links without thinking, and we often try to catch up, to close these gaps by adopting legislation, and I think it is not possible to balance for that with legislation. So our topic is how we can protect a digital infrastructure. What can we do to protect it? Should we just educate people, or can we just should we implement only regulations, or should we implement a combination of the both? How we can balance the regulatory and the educational element to ensure that we protect the users and maybe even the state? I will start by answering. We should always focus on collaboration between the private and public sector. The EU should always establish some basic frameworks, some reasonable objectives that it will not try to enforce immediately, because otherwise they would be fulfilled only formally. And it should be combined with gradual education. I have a comparison. When cars started running on the roads, for the first driving on roads, there was a guy running in front with a flag, and we cannot do that now, but also we must not require strict compliance with strict regulations from people who do not know what they actually should do. So I think on the large scale, on the high level, it's intellectual or technological superiority of the good word. So it is up to the democratic and civilized work to prevent someone else to become technologically superior, because then it will become a battle between systems. With the help of AI, anyone will be able to conduct a sophisticated attack against the infrastructure. So we need to educate, we need to raise experts, and also the civilized world should collaborate on being able to protect itself. I would like to ask you, you mentioned education. At what level do you mean the education? Do you mean lifelong education? Do you mean education in elementary schools? Do you mean education of the public? What types of education? Well, I'm referring to all types of education, starting from maybe preschool education. The change is changing at such a rapid pace that even 1 year or 5 year cycle is not sufficient anymore. Nowadays, you really need to educate on an ongoing basis. Professions that existed 5 years ago no longer exist, because AI-supported systems are able to perform the respective tasks. So we need to be flexible, and open mind will be the most important thing for the future. I'm thinking about another question. You are saying that the world is changing in extremely fast pace, but before we actually decide on in what we need to educate, it is no longer relevant. So maybe we should educate about some general approach to technology. Well, this has been the case always. Our brains were developed hundreds of thousands years ago, so we are not able to. They were not developed for the current technologies, so we need to learn how to adapt. This is the most important. But we need to focus also on social sciences, etc. One comment. This is what is really important is the general pool of knowledge, because if you have a neuroscientist, you cannot expect them to have a cybersecurity skill, and the other, if you want them to have cybersecurity skill, then they will not be perform 100% their profession. But the general knowledge is what is missing, really.
Absolutely correct. It's more the general awareness. We don't need to talk about education. There should be a general awareness about what I can be encountered with and what to do not to become an easy victim. And it should be therefore a set of very different activities. And as for regulation, it should ensure a certain minimum standard, and beyond that, it should be up to each individual business and so on. And then there are areas where the regulation should not be sort of blanket measure, but define the role of the state and tools of the state, which with these tools would be able to respond very flexibly to any new situation. This is my 8th year in the parliament, and I've been visiting various conferences over those 8 years. And we have been talking about the same topics all the time, and basically nothing has changed. I have a 5-year-old daughter, and she gets in touch with all the technologies, whether at home or elsewhere, on tablets and mobile phones and so on. She starts asking, and sometimes it's difficult to answer. Of course, she asks about the day and night and so on. And we found a website which is called Paxi, and it answers all the questions. Actually, through this, my mother, who's 77, she started to learn and learned to handle WhatsApp and computer. And so she knows how to operate it, how to make a phone call. But whenever there is something new or non-standard that appears, she calls me and asks what's happened. So I'm quite happy she's managing WhatsApp, but she will never, ever be able to move forward. Sometimes we hear that, or the politicians are told, you have to address that with a piece of legislation. But we are losing common sense. Last week, I inherited some $80 million from various, uncles that wrote me an email. We have a mock-up exercises in the parliament that we receive various emails, and there are always still, regardless of the warnings, there are people who still click on the links. And you keep telling people you have to check the sending address, you have to do this and that, and still people make these mistakes. I don't think there is a 100% ideal piece of law. The state can give you a certain legislative framework, but the ultimate responsibility will be with each individual. If you look at yourselves, what kind of data you have been sharing until now, I had the opportunity to see what you can look up from publicly available sources. I think Tom Cruise should make a movie on this topic. This would make us start thinking about it. Everyone shares the private data on the internet, on Facebook. You share pictures of your family, of your home. It's really scary what you can look up in public sources. So this basic level literacy that turns back to common sense should be applied in schools. Everyone relies on what the AI will generate, but it's us who have to be responsible. Excellent. The questions keep coming. So obviously it is interesting to the audience. How can you efficiently measure the level of cybersecurity in an organization? Is there a way at all? Well, first of all, you need to define what you want to protect, what are your primary assets, whether they are supposed to be accessible, whether it has to be remain accessible, integrate. Then you need to set up certain metrics that is desirable for you. You have to do it within the organization and also towards outside. You have to have disaster recovery measures. So, well, simple metrics is ex post, whether a threat has been implemented or not. But this is not the best way. However, for operators of critical infrastructure, there are prescriptions for each individual parameter of the critical infrastructure, and there is the metrics implemented. So it is a good guideline. And apart from that, you can have various parameters of your own that can be already implemented, incorporated in the security architecture when you roll it out. So the application itself will sort of monitor data that flow through the system. Two more questions from Slido. Can you use gamification in educating people, employees? Are there any trends visible in that respect? Well, definitely. It's only a question of creativeness. Has it already happened? I'm not sure that specifically in the field of cybersecurity there have been any games in that respect, but there have been various games that popularize mid-ages. And similarly, if you come with a good idea, you can really and definitely turn it into a game scenario. So, an idea for a startup. Unfortunately, I haven't noticed any nice game about the Chamber of Deputies. Well, gamifications is basically the red and blue teams. You can have all kinds of programs that can improve cybersecurity. You mentioned in your previous answer artificial intelligence as one of the really difficult aspects, because as Tomáš Čupr from Rohlík said, when calling the customer center there, you won't recognize whether you talk to a live person or not. And this is going to be even more extensive. So how should you approach this? These are definitely the tools when people can be basically cheated. And you mentioned that despite all the exercises and practice, you tend to click on links that you receive. If someone calls you with the voice of your mum, please call me to this other number because I lost my mobile phone. What to do about it? It also relates to the metrics of the cybersecurity. AI is a genius. Do we know where our data goes? Do we know what the data is doing? If I use AI in Rohlík, in the delivery service, for example, without checking where the data goes, because the profit is more important than this, then of course the technology is able to collect the voice track and then gathers a lot of data from it. If you are a user, why should you ask GPT for a answer to a reproachment letter? I got a wonderful answer, so I was happy, and then I start with developing the financial analysis of my company. Will you really ask ChatGPT for this kind of information? So we need to start with ourselves. If you are a business, you can develop your own system. It might be more expensive, it may take a bit longer, but you won't share your information with unknown environment. But the business is developing so fast, if you want to develop the system, well, you can use off-the-shelf systems. It will still take you a bit longer, but you will teach the system with your own data. The Czech Republic has sometimes given up on its technology supremacy in the past, and now we have to outsource from China. So security is definitely not the easiest way. This is very nice. I'm going to reuse it, if I may. The security is not an easy way. So if we go back to practical measures to protect ourselves from the frauds, online fraud or phone fraud and so on, you know, people or AI calling with the voices of people I know, there is no easy way, and the only thing you need is critical thinking and caution. you must be, or we must be aware that if anyone approaches me with a non-standard request, I have to verify that in another way, whether the request or requirement is legitimate or not. Sometimes we are pushed to be fast, but it's not. It's definitely not good for security. Isn't it quite a normal human property that characteristics that we want to find the easiest and fastest way? Well, you all say we need to pause, think. This is quite difficult in the everyday process. It's all about our own convenience. I am a father of 3 daughters, 5 to 23 years old. And if I remember what we did when we were young at our summer camp, we got scissors and paper and we had to make anything of it. Out of you here in the audience, who used an application on AI, based on AI? Who has not used any application based on an AI? It's quite fun to try it. I do it too. Then when you write an email, I have never ever been a master of grammar and orthography. So I use AI, even if you want, when you want to write an email in English, then of course even more so. And with that, you share your private data. Today, a female will not know, a woman will not know whether it was really a poem by this guy who tries to court her or not. We all live in an era of lies. We would try to write poems and the women would send it back to us. I'm not musical myself. I could never ever compose a song, but with AI I can do it. So now the woman who receives the poem, how can she, with her critical thinking, tell whether it was your poem or not? Well, if she uses the AI as well, then you will meet the other person in the pub, then you will not have anything in common. We are actually resigning on our own ability to try and search for information ourselves. And the result is that we have high divorcement rate and a low birth rate.
We are blaming AI of all sorts of things now. You wanted to comment on this? Well, there is no simple solution. Often it is unequal fight between large systems, large models that are standing against a simple human brain. Sometimes users do things that they should not do, and they do that under pressure. And the systems or processes are able to attack the most sensitive part of the human brain. They are still dealing with the human brain, and this is what makes me worried. I think that common sense is, of course, important. Probably will not be able to give up on those things. We should perhaps have systems that detect automatically that this is a spoofed call or something else and protect the users. But the human brain is not able to cope with that, I think. I have one more question. When we know that these attacks or interreactions are here, would it be helpful to identify AI-generated content, should some regulation in that sense be adopted? Well, when I think about acts that we have, DSA, for instance, other acts say that there will be some institutions set up to do fact-checking. Well, I think that this is something that cannot be done by any institution. The problem now is there is no authority that would be trusted by the general public. And we are getting back to the fact that each one of us will have to verify facts, or they will be will have to use common sense and process the information that they have. Artificial intelligence will surely help us. It can analyze large chunks of data, but always at the end there is the human being that is responsible for taking the decision. I will get information from AI, but me as a politician, I have to make a decision myself personally as a human. Well, I will just add that currently we are overloaded with information. There is extreme amount of information that comes to us from all directions. We are not able to process it, and if it is labeled that this is generated by AI, it won't help. So we should not be lazy, but it is general nature to be lazy, because if we were not lazy, we would still be living in caves. But we should find some balance between our laziness, complacency, and think about step back. And if I get a call by AI, then we should hang up and call back. If I get a phone from my mother that she's stuck in the lift, I should hang down and call her back and verify whether it was actually her who was calling. A few days ago, there were videos that were posted on social media about how Pope died. So we should basically think about everything that gets to us, about all information that gets to us. So we talked about individuals. Now let's talk about companies. So the companies have experts, specialists that are responsible for their cyber security. It was mentioned here on several occasions that we have nearly zero unemployment. So where can we get specialists to focused on cybersecurity? Where can we turn to? Where to hire experts from? Well, I do not agree with you. I think that companies do not have these experts. Also, NIS 2 regulation introduces is problematic, because we will just create a piece of paper, someone will tick a box, and because simply there is not enough of these specialists, and we are not able to train these specialists now. We may have them in 10 or 15 years, but the only solution in that situation is sharing of resources between private and between institutions in the public sector, definitely, but maybe also among private sector and private sector. If I look at the budgets of our individual public administration organization and see how many they budget for cybersecurity professional, cybersecurity experts, I see that there is no way how they can hire so many people, because these people are simply not available. So we will need to share resources. This same applies also to military and to cybersecurity in the military. But here I think that we have the advantage of being able to share resources. And here there is a big opportunity for the private sector. Private sector should be able to share resources with the public sector. And we in the public sector must be able to actually utilize these resources and use at least the minimum of experts that will be able to communicate with the private sector. Sometimes we are not able to define what are our actual needs in the private sector. Public sector, we need to have people that will be able to that, and that will be able to communicate with the private sector. So, okay, you mentioned that there is a lack of these resources, and we need to turn to the private sector and share these resources with them. So, technically, how would you go about that in practice? What is your idea? How would in practice sharing of people between private and public sector look? Well, there are many companies that offer cybersecurity services. These can be shared. They have experts in this area. And historically, we have become used to owning all resources. We are just learning to use shared services. We discussed cloud resources, cloud services in the previous panel. So we need to learn to change our mindset and buy these things as a service. I believe that in the private sector, there are many companies that offer these cyber security services, and we could hire these services. Also internally within the public infrastructure, we could share some resources. If you looked at the regional directorate at police, for instance, it is not possible to have a cyber security expert in every directorate. We need to share these people among our organizations. I will have just a quick remark. Sharing is great. I support it. And to start, I think it would be great if we learned how not to waste our resources. What do you mean specifically? Well, many technical experts are overloaded by unnecessary tasks which can be completely abandoned or which can be automated. And this applies in particular to the public sector. The biggest cybersecurity agency, American Star Security Agency, created a concept that is called Joint Service Security Defense Cooperative. And this is an organization which in real time shares information from trusted entities from private and public sector. They exchange this information in real time about new attack vectors, about new threats, and they try to build defense mechanisms or defense strategies in real time to protect the infrastructure. Of course, this has to be trusted institutions with which this collaboration takes place. Each participant has to earn participation. Each private company has to earn participation in such initiative. And this is just an example. I have also an example of sharing of resources from the Czech environment. In Czech Republic, there are communities of companies that were subject to ransomware attacks, and also on the EU level, the European Commission understood that it would be waste of money for each country to build their own data storage centers. So this was the reason for which EU open source cloud was established, open science cloud was established. I wanted to say one more thing. The state should have the minimum number of experts that will be able to communicate on equal level with the private sector. This ensures that the collaboration can actually work, because where state often fails is only during defining the terms and conditions or defining what it actually wants to get. Then in the next step, there is no verification whether they really got what they wanted or needed, and it costs all a lot of money. It would be much cheaper, we would save a lot of money if we have a minimum number of experts that would be able to communicate with the private sector. You also mentioned in the previous channel that the experts are not motivated only by money, but also by a sense of purpose, of meaningful work. Do you think this would work also in collaboration between the private and public sector? Can we motivate experts that work for the private sector by offering them, let's work, come to us, work for us 1 day in a week. You will be paid half your price, half your wage, but you will do something to the benefit of the society. Well, I think that people who want to do something meaningful, these people are extremely important for us, because if I went to the market, to the labor market, I cannot convince these people by the amount of money that I'm going to offer them, because they are not paid that well in the public sector. So you really need to keep these people who put their heart into their work, but they are often on the verge of collapse because they are overloaded. You need to have people that are educated, that are willing to work. And also in the private sector, I often see people, when I hire new people, well, they say, I want to 4Ks, I want to car, peace, a lot of coffee and a lot of money. So it's difficult to hire new people sometimes. I agree with Jan Koloch. Public administration has to follow strict pay charts, and it cannot offer more. And when I was young, I went to the university. I did not complete the course, and I went to the private sector. I earned money in private companies, and now I am nearly 50 years old, and I will not go to university to get my degree. So I can become a minister, but I would not be employed elsewhere in the public sector because I do not have sufficient, I do not have diploma. I do, and well, this applies also to the IT area. Yes, this applies in general. So the public administration is very rigid. It follows all kinds of charts, and we need to look for some new model. I do not know what solution can we find. We should find a way how to well pay people that are skilled, even though they may not have the required formal education. So we should find some model how to actually attract such people and be able to employ them and pay them well. So the current remuneration system in the public administration is distorted. We looked for ways how to circumvent this because there are some benefits that you can offer, etc. But this is a difficult situation, and we really need to change the system, the framework, because otherwise we will not be able to hire, for instance, skilled people who, however, do not have a university degree, who only went to secondary school. Well, I know many companies who say that they will be more willing to hire a motivated cook than someone who has a degree and is not willing to learn new things. Well, I wanted to disagree on one point. There are some changes, minor changes that are taking place. I am able, when I want to hire people to IT positions, I can do that already now with the current system, but I have to give these people additional benefits based on a personal evaluation or assessment.
I might come up with a concept that is known at least from the United States, maybe somewhere in Europe too. Graduates from military schools that spent a few years in the army, 5 years or more, are quite desired. Because they know they have good experience. So if we do the same, having a track record from the public administration might be a good recommendation for further jobs. Now let's move one level above, and that's the protection of state from cyber threats. They are well designed, they are purposeful, targeted. How can you approach it? Both the state and the private sector should always define its priorities. Very often we use the technologies and we keep coming up with additional things. Do we all agree that it's good to have good and functional healthcare? So far, not a single hospital was considered part of the critical infrastructure. Once we have a war, hospitals will be critical. So this is one of the examples. We need to start changing the infrastructure, whether physical and infrastructure. 100% agree, and this is where the state lags behind. The state still has not realized that cybersecurity should be a top priority and that it requires enormous money. It's still underestimated on the state level, and this definitely has to change. It's not only hospitals, it's many other pieces of the infrastructure. Unfortunately, people are such that until something really bad happens, we talk more than we do. And we have to start acting, and this is not going to change with legislation. There must be someone, whether it's a minister or someone else, who must just say, now cybersecurity is a priority and we need to invest money in it. Obviously, there's never enough money for anything, but it's crucial. We have already heard many of the steps that can be taken. That's sharing of data, information, collaboration between public-private sector. We do have ideas for projects. There are even some projects already running, but they take long. We still wait for a kind of a PPP project for developing secure infrastructure, let's say at least for ministries, so that we can enforce single secure standards across all ministries. Many of us are well aware of these things, but we still encounter situations when people in public administration disagree and are convinced that the state can do that on its own. It's not true. The state will need a strategic partner. The rules of the partnership must be set in such a way that the state will not become a victim to this strategic partner, but it requires certain courage. The whole process is very slow. The state is slow in identifying critical elements, components of the critical architecture and infrastructure. But so all this is extremely slow, especially in view of the threats and risks, and also the progress and advancement, technological advancement that appears. In 1936, the then Czechoslovakia started building the border fortresses in 1936 and planning to complete it in 1954. And we all know what happened in between. And today's situation is very similar, and we are far from ready. I wanted to move from this bottom level to the top level before we got to the questions. Czech Republic, one of the few countries in the world, is developing in its own data infrastructure for billions of Czech crowns. Yes, that's true. We develop our own deposit architecture. There are multiple libraries involved. This is not, however, only a matter of the Czech Republic. It's open to scientists for archiving any kind of data. It's open also to scientists and users from elsewhere, not only Czech Republic. There will be standards set that will help protect scientific data we will have multiple sites with replicated data, and it should be safer than current systems when the universities and scientific systems, scientific projects that archive their data on a public IP address and can be then misused. That's a problem. There is one more question that concerns open data. What is the security of open data? What is the in view of their accessibility? This basically concerns all kinds of repositories. CERN is one of the examples. The data is archived there. It's accessible, and the administrator defines the rules for encryption, for secure accesses, for different levels of authorized accesses. Open data does not mean unsecured data. It's more a matter of the rules securing the data. What steps can organization do to proactively improve its cyber resilience? So specific steps from the small and medium-sized businesses up to top. Well, don't wait for regulation. Take your steps because you need to do it. You can, of course, use the regulation and the regulatory parameters as some kind of benchmarks, but you can use international standards for the same purpose. You can map the data that you have. You have to analyze how important it is for you. You analyze the ways of protecting and securing the data at this moment and where you want to be. And you define a certain, or you make a certain gap analysis, and you set a time schedule. In practice, this means that you check your technical equipment, you check your organization and processes, and all this has to be aligned in order to eliminate, if possible, the human factor using the technologies in the extent available. But of course, you should not forget about the people and further development. You have to communicate with your staff about potential threats, how they should avoid them, and how to behave safely and securely. This is one of the roles of the state. This is where the state should ensure availability of the data. The state should provide certain guideline. And of course, then you have commercial businesses that offer the same kind of service, turnkey service. But the state should provide certain fundamental guidelines. Next question, whether the businesses and private institutions should be sanctioned for not complying with the security requirements. There are 400 organizations that are already subject to NIS, and currently we discuss the transposition of NIS 2, which will multiply the number of regulated entities, and of course they will be sanctioned if they are non-compliant. So on my behalf, definitely any individual and any business should be liable for and responsible for the protection. The state, on the other hand, should create such conditions that it's feasible. From what I said previously, I don't want to say that the sanction should be the primary motivation. Ideally, each institution, each organization should want to be resilient to prevent any potential threat. Are there any current threats of frauds or disinformation before the elections? Well, definitely. We have encountered that in the past already. There is a certain level of risk before any election. With the growing number of social media users, once again, I have to appeal to common sense, to critical thinking. I'm not underestimating it. Social media and the public space on social media have their positives and negatives, and we have to take them into account. If we leave out the threats concerning the elections, are there any signals of other types of virtual cyber threats? Then the number of DDoS attacks has grown 70 times over last 2 years, and we need a robust protection against this type of attacks. We often encounter new vectors, man in the middle, when the infrastructure is attacked somewhere along the path that concerns especially telco operators, and the aim is to manipulate the data, to change the data, modify it, or misuse it in another way. Then there are physical attacks to networks. The physical layer is underestimated. You have SD-WAN that can send data on an open internet. However, if there is someone who's able to manipulate the routing tables, then the connectivity will cease. So we need systemic perception and a systemic view of the systems in any organization to address all kinds of risks and vulnerabilities. One more comment. It's very difficult to distinguish whether the attack was held by a state actor or by criminal individuals. North Korea is often combining actually both. Either they attacked on the state level, but at the same time they attack individuals or businesses with the aim of getting money. The attacks on institutional level are often aimed at obtaining data that can be used for spying purposes and so on.
I would like to mention one lately very trending vector of attack, and that is supply chain. You can protect your organization, you can train your people, and theoretically you will be protected to the maximum level, but nowadays no organization stands alone. They usually have their suppliers and they are in a chain, and unless you work also with them, unless you are interested also in how your supplier chain is composed, how it works, then you can become a victim, because not your employee will make a mistake, but an employee of one of your vendors will make a mistake. And the threat or the level of the threat increases in proportion to how important the given institution is. What was mentioned were some important sectors such as healthcare, but also power industry is one of them, telecommunication infrastructure, etc., etc. So in that respect, the state needs to perform a stock-taking exercise and decide what is important for it, and then apply strict assessment to its supplier chain. Why is it so scary that so much information can be retrieved from social media? We are sharing these things voluntarily, aren't we? Well, in that case, the attacker knows a lot about you and can approach you, behave in a trustworthy way. You will trust them because you will not be able to tell that this is not a real situation, that they are being manipulated into something. And then the attacker will make you voluntarily, for instance, send some money from your bank account, because simply they will use some details about your life and convince you this way. We all share posts. We like to post on social media. If everyone had good intentions, it would not be a problem. But unfortunately, there is a sophisticated, there are sophisticated criminals that misuse this data. So we should be prudent about sharing our personal information. I have some cases. I know about some cases from the practice that relate, for instance, to the misuse of children. Sometimes we post pictures from our private life. On the photographs, they may be, for instance, some expensive painting that you have on your wall. People would post a picture, say we are going to vacation for 2 weeks vacation with our family, and at the back of the photograph there was this expensive painting. So we should be aware of what we actually share, what we post, what information we share on social media, because it is associated always with some level of risk. So we should use common sense in that, because also for guessing a network, guessing passwords, this can be used. If you post information about your pets, including their names, often people use the name of their pets as a password. So there's a lot of information that we share and that can be used. It can be analyzed by artificial intelligence very quickly. Large volumes of data can be analyzed by artificial intelligence. If you meet someone on the road, on the street, you will not tell them that what is the name of your pet, when are you going on holiday, etc., etc. We have the tendency to put all things, all kinds of information on the internet. I agree with that. But one thing about AI, when I share photographs of my children from holidays, there are generative graphical models that can render away the clothing that you have on yourself on the photograph. So all these are things like this that are a risk. If you have no problem with that, if you are ready to walk nude on the main square in Prague, then no problem. But otherwise, you should be more prudent. I do not share any photographs when I am in swimming trunks since 1996. How will attacks using machine learning and artificial intelligence, how are they going to evolve? I mentioned spoofed voice, spoofed calls, manipulation of images. What can we expect? Well, I think there is one major problem that we are dealing with. The criminal part does not care about ethical issues, and the good guys always have ethical issues in mind. We as politicians lost Africa this way. We are not able to negotiate with dictators that represent non-democratic regimes. We are not able to adapt to the fact that China is behaving unethically in relation to these countries, and that's good. But here the limit or the dividing line becomes blurred, because we may be slowed down by this ethics, we may be restricted by our ethical concerns, and we will need to find a way how to deal with that, because there is no borders, there are no borders in place in the online world. I think you will remember many cases where videos, fake videos were posted on social media, where renowned sport celebrities, politicians recommended some fraudulent investments, and we need to regulate it in some way. Who will be responsible for that? Who is responsibility for posting such content? Whether these who are paying for this advertising actually, or those who allow that advertisements to be posted on their system. So we will need to adapt law to the changing situation. We will not be able to do with our old ways how we did it until now. So this is a change through which the entire society will need to go through. We will all learn how to live with this new world, how to live in this new world, and how to deal with this. I think that law will not help us. Faster adoption of law will not help us, because if we adopt new laws too quickly, people will lose track of what is actually in the law. And what is most important is that we do not post information. If we do not post it, then it cannot be used. So AI is now able to manipulate images. There were cases like that in the past, but it took some time until manipulated Taylor Swift were posted. Then the U.S. courts decided to take some action. But what is the most important is prevention. If we should
zakázaná AI, ale toho zločince neodreguluješ, dokud ho nechytíš.
Not post this information. So what can happen? Images can be manipulated. It is very easy. It is much easier than using Photoshop in the past. Deep voice, this is another tool. This is something for which you do not need high technology. Deepfake, real-time deepfake will also happen in the future. We will face that, and then we will again need to stop, slow down, let the amygdala rest, and we should get our cortex get involved. We should call back to the person that supposedly contacted us. We will look paranoid, but it will be the only solution that we can do. So if we have a deep fake of as part of a disinformation campaign, how can we defend ourselves against that? Well, we should use common sense, but there is the people are different. Well, we are looking for a 100% solution, but a 100% solution cannot be made by the state, by politicians. It is your decision, your responsibility. Unfortunately, sometimes it is only up to us. Technology will not help us. Nothing else will help us. This week, I received approximately 3 emails that told me that I inherited $80 million. I know, of course, that this is nonsense, but I was addressed personally, and it is also my decision whether I will respond to that. And with deepfakes, even if my favorite Cameron Diaz recommended me to make some investment with a 30% return, then I would not invest my money in it. But maybe you will get a call from your close friend whom you know, and he will tell you, I have a great idea for investment. Well, I am sometimes get called by my wife, and then I go home and I find out that this was not a call from an artificial intelligence. But I was joking now. Even if you get a call from your friend, then you should be cautious. You should not be paranoid, but you should be conscious. There is one more thing that is important in my opinion, and this is a collaboration not only within EU, but a global collaboration. Is it possible, or I know that this is a difficult question and we cannot answer it in 10 times. United States, China, Europe. Well, geopolitically, we will always have some conflicts, some problems that we'll need to deal with, but there were things that were already mentioned, such as CSA, telco providers, some things on which we can collaborate, for instance, within EU. So there are areas where we can collaborate. The collaboration should be built on a partnership, on a PPP partnership. The state should not always be a superior partner. The state should be an equal player in this collaboration, and then it will work. Well, it already exists, this collaboration, only with some parties. The collaboration is is easier if you share worldview with them. It is easier. If you do not, then it's more difficult and it takes more time. NUKIP, for instance, has our office has many representatives around the world to build trust relationships based on trust with our analogues in other countries, and it helps us to get information about advanced actors that act against state institutions, for instance, in the Czech Republic. So such collaboration is existing. It can be better, but also it could be worse. If I was to mention another initiative, it would be counter-ransomware initiative, which now associates more than 80 countries of the world that decided that they need to take coordinated action against ransomware gangs. This is a great initiative, I think, and we'll see whether it will make these countries able to respond to such attacks. Well, of course, international collaboration is important. It is also necessary to build trustworthy suppliers, especially when you need to focus on systems that help you to detect threats. Can Europe become leader in cybersecurity? Well, I think it can be a co-leader, but here I would bet on transatlantic collaboration. Despite of the current turbulent developments, I still think that this is the direction that we should go. Do you want to add anything? I think that in many aspects, in many areas, Europe has know-how and technologies that at least originated in Europe, but maybe now owned by owners in the US. But the brain capacities, brain resources are here. We have a lot of talent, global level talent. We just need to learn how to use that talent and these resources. The problem of Europe is it has problems keeping talents. We are good, but we are not good in retaining talent. Usually they leave overseas to the US. How can the role of cyber conflicts change in geopolitics? Well, these conflicts will be used much more than conventional weapons. We saw also already attacks performed by Viper in Ukraine to wipe out systems. We should expect that cyber attacks, whether there are state actors behind them or other criminal groups behind them, will be used for also other purposes than just for financial gains. We already met a ransomware attacks, but there may be also attacks that will just alter some data, and these systems will then provide false diagnosis. I agree. Investments in the use of cyber space for attacks here, the return on the money that you spend is much higher than if you spend this money in real world. So especially during elections, for instance, cyber attacks can be used to achieve high gains for the attackers, and also such attacks are much easier to deny. It is something completely different to the conventional world, where the attacker can be identified much more easily. So we can expect the number of these attacks to grow in the future.
I think before the war of Ukraine, we had the feeling we were already in cyber environment. Then we thought we were in the conventional environment. Now we are back in hybrid. But in China, they actually are in cognitive environment. They are actually already now able to try and influence thinking of and the minds of individuals and of the society. It's a completely different level of war than the hybrid war that we are able to think about in Europe. And we will have to invest once again from the very start, from critical thinking, from common sense. This is what we have to revert to. In this kind of war, we are actually helping the attacker by publishing our own data, because we make it much more easier for the attacker to attack our weak points. You all mentioned the investments. Where should we take the money? It's not always about money. It's about taking the opportunity. We have invested a lot of money into, let's say, hardware, but we need to invest into people, into HR, into ourselves. We have to learn and invest into the learning of other people. And if we eventually learn something, we have to reshape and reformulate the processes. And then it requires also time. So it's not always about big money. In corporate systems, the initial design must have a part of the investment allocated for security. Historically, countries would give, well, there would be 30% dedicated to defense. We are now talking about 2%. So for a telco company or any other business, it is a mandatory allocation. Security by design is a must, and we should never forget about the people who operate the designed systems. When I started at the National Security Office in 2015, and as an auditor, and I visited many institutions and organizations, and very often the institutions would buy a false sense of security by purchasing expensive systems that remained in the box because there was no one in the organization to actually implement it and use it. It's not about additional money, but it's about prioritizing with the money that we have available. We finished exactly on time. Thank you, Robert Králíček, Lukáš Kintr, Juraj Šedivý, and Jan Koloch. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. And you all in the audience have been perfect audience. Thank you for that. And I hand over to Michaela. I had to look up for myself rainbow table, and even though I read what it is, or I still don't understand. When I listen to debates about cybersecurity and safety on digital infrastructure, I always remember a joke that I heard at a similar event, but there it was about Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Musk, who is the most mighty one. Zuckerberg said, I control the social media. Musk says, he masters the media, and Bezos says, I'll give the people what they even don't expect. And then the electrician says, and do you know where you have the main fuse? Now move on. By 2035, AI is expected to impact some 40% of jobs. In the Czech Republic, it would be about 2 million people. That was calculated by Boston Consulting Group. And the International Monetary Fund says that in advanced countries, the impact will be even up to 60% jobs. Will this mean that we will improve our abilities and capabilities of foreseeing what's ahead of us? This is what the next panel debate is going to be about. The panel discussion, to which we invited Andrzej Kovařík, member of the European Parliament in Renew Europe. He's been dedicated to finance, digital technology, AI, and especially from the regulation viewpoint. Barbora Brabcová is an expert in AI application, and she's a part of the Task Force for Education in Czech Association of AI. She lectures at the Prague School of Economics and at the West Bohemian University. And she helps to use AI in practice effectively. We welcome Lukáš Bencel, Director of Czech Association for Artificial Intelligence. He focuses on connecting theory and practice. He monitors regulation of AI on the EU level and strives for ethical use of AI in business. And Lukáš Kačena, Director of PRG AI, who supports, and the organization supports research and development and innovation in AI, and he also has experience from public administration. It's great that you stayed with us till the very end, because I've been looking forward to this panel, and this is where I know roughly what we are talking about. I'd like to start with a personal question, and I wanted to ask about how AI is changing your work currently. This was my initial idea, but then I realized that we have gentlemen who established an AI company. It's quite obvious, but we want to hear from all of you. Good afternoon, and thank you for invitation. It would rather be a question to my team who prepare background materials. So apparently you haven't replaced your team with AI. No, I have not replaced them, but my team definitely use AI tools. In my work of an MP, we are rather facing situations when AI tries to use our identity to offer some kinds of products in the better case, or some nonsensical political ideas. So this is where I encountered AI, so the kind of deepfake videos. As a publicly active person, you have to be aware of this. So definitely it is reflected in my work. Lukáš? Well, in fact, my personal work has not changed too much with AI. Of course, I do use it, but it has changed substantially the work of our association. Prior to autumn 2022, when the generative AI came to place, there wasn't that much interest in AI. Our organization started in 2019, but then in 2022, with the increased awareness, this had a great impact. Barbora, who is an educator on how to use AI in businesses to be more efficient and effective. It's quite a new business. Yes, definitely. When I started, I developed an application where I thought that the generative AI might help. So when ChatGPT appeared, it was my first choice, and it moved me forward. And this is perhaps the most substantial impact when you need to come up with an idea, you are missing or lacking the ideas, and you need a hint or a kick. And this is where I use AI. So I just use it to as an impetus for my own creativeness. Thank you. Lukáš. Good afternoon. Our company or association was established when ChatGPT was already in place, and we wanted to use it. So we have automated multiple processes. We are still very few of us, and without AI, we would not be able to do without it. We generate majority of the content using AI. I even had my voice synthesized to make phone calls to our partners with questions whether they need anything for the conferences or for other events. So we do use AI a lot so that we really promote what we talk about. So we use this as an introductory question. And now, what will be the impact of AI on the labor market, or what opportunities it brings? What are the most desired skills on the labor market today? I think today's demand will not be accommodated with standard knowledge or skills. And on top of it, there is a demand for this human skills, that's, willingness to try new things, to complete tasks. I think this is one of the characteristics that is highly requested and required. To prepare your background materials, to do your research, it's quite an obvious thing. But being able to use the materials to complete a certain task, to implement it, it's really appreciated. We collaborate with several job portals, HR recruitment companies, and we carried out an analysis of the tendencies in the sentiment. So one of the trends is very high specialization, or on the other hand, the job advertisements are requiring highly multifunctional individuals. And I think this is an impact of AI. Each of us can be a copywriter, project manager, programmer, program developer with AI. And this is one of the major impacts on the labor market. I have two comments. Boss of NVIDIA said that the job of a programmer is dead. Having your child studying for a programmer is a nonsense. And someone responded that the job, a profession of a programmer has never been about knowing the programming languages, but it's more a matter of understanding and describing a problem and communicating it, or being able to communicate it to your team. And in that sense, the profession and this job will never be dead. So AI will or is already becoming part of the fundamental digital literacy, and each of us should be able to master or operate the tools. But coming back to the programmers, program developers, it brings us back to the labor market. Already today, and we have figures from the US.
My sem něco slyšíme ze zádu.
Já jsem si myslel, že to jsou hlasy.
I thought it was voices in my head. Well, I saw that we look at each other and I realized that somewhere a microphone must be turned on. So please switch it off. Thank you. I had such a nice idea that I wanted to share with you, but I will be quick. Now, programmer tasks can be done by generative AI in the US. This is the most of the use cases for AI, generative AI. In particular, it is able to replace junior positions, programmer positions. That means it will result in changes in the business model. If you pay AI for developing software, then you will be paying for the time that is used by AI, and also junior. We will not need so many junior developers. So we will switch from large programmer farms to something else. But how can you become a senior programmer? You will not be able to go through the junior position because there will not be many junior positions needed. So it is a question that we'll need yet to see the answer to. So we will need to come up with the ways how to find new ways, new models. The same applies also to junior lawyers. How? Yes, I understand how they can become senior specialists if they cannot go through the stage of junior position. So I would like to know what does Europe do to make sure that technology changes bring more opportunities than threats. What can we do to get ready for that? I would like to ask Andrej Kovařík. Well, this is a broad question. On one hand, we need to look at what is the nature of these threats and whether we can respond to them. If we look at AI, for instance, the attempt that the EU made was to adopt Act on Artificial Intelligence, the AI Act, and it categorizes individual systems that use AI depending on their or the potential risk to the society which they pose. And here, if we agree that there are some things that are not allowed by law in offline world, then they should be also banned by law in the online world, when, for instance, AI tools are used. So it is a question how to set up precisely the balance between the damage to the society and things that do not damage the society. Well, there was quite an extensive debate wherein this act was adopted, but I think that the way it is set up currently is quite well balanced. We'll see what it brings in practice during implementation, and regarding opportunities, here the regulation can actually hinder developments if these things are too strict, or the regulation is too strict, or it is implemented in too strict way. It may hamper the pace of innovation, or the innovation will take place outside of the EU. And this is one of the part of the criticism that was raised against this act. And we'll see whether this criticism is based on real valid arguments or whether it was just some pessimistic vision. So there is a specific question to you, whether you personally see AI regulation as necessary. Well, I see reasons for having such regulation for I see two reasons. First, we are able to set up uniform rules for all 27 countries. This regulation was first conceived at the time where individual member states started to think about implementing AI regulations, and I think it would be a worse option. It's much better to have uniform regulations across the entire EU. And the other thing is, I think that apart from threats, we should also think about how the current legislation deals with new business cases, with new business models that come with AI, how it deals with the fact that we already have existing legislation, for instance, relating to the protection of personal data, access to data that is key for developing new AI models. Here, I think the demand was also from the business side. There was a demand for some regulatory response, for some regulations that would clear in which environment would operate. The regulation was needed to eliminate the green area where it was not clear how to address cases where AI is used, for instance. So we now may discuss about this regulation is too detailed, too specific or not. And I think personally that we will need to wait for the actual implementation. If this act is implemented in a reasonable, balanced way, then I think it would make sure that the public administration performs its supervisory function while still providing enough room for the business. Then I think it would be helpful, actually, having that regulation. Well, I will rebel. I think we could discuss regulation for a lot of times, but this is not topic of this panel. Regulation is here. It is important. It should support development and use of AI, because we need to perceive AI as a technology that is a driver of innovation in the 21st century. But if I was to come back to the job market, we should make sure that people across all levels, across all groups of society, we need to make sure that they are not afraid of artificial intelligence, know how it operates, get to know this technology, and as part of getting to know this technology, they should also understand that in the near future, probably AI will not take away their job from them. Just this week, there was a public published which said that companies which invest in artificial intelligence and robotization do not decrease the number of their employees, because they are more efficient, they are more successful on the market, and they can afford to grow. And we see that also in the Czech Republic, where companies introduce artificial intelligence in their systems. It does not result in firing employees. There is a large company that operates a call center that receives thousands of queries, thousands of calls every day. They introduce AI solution, but it did not result in firing operators, because it is what AI does, it allows them to focus on more problematic cases and retain people, because the employees have an AI assistant that helps them to respond to the calls. So what I wanted to say is that we should not be afraid of AI. We should not see it as something that will take away our job, but we should see it as an assistant that will help us to develop. I remember the first digitized factory of Siemens. He said that we fully digitized and we hired 2% employees more because we were able to handle more and we needed more people. Lukáš, do you have a comment about that? Until recently, I spoke in the same way as Lukáš does, but one large company operating a call center implemented AI solution, and they started firing people they no longer need. And in real life, artificial intelligence is already taking away jobs from people, and there are also long-term strategies to replace more jobs. They know that fluctuation or turnover of people in call centers is very hard, so they are trying to automate these processes, use artificial intelligence more. We see also solutions that show that AI can be autonomous. We keep hearing a lot about AI agents, that they can be used for more sophisticated tasks. And if we do not artificial intelligence to take away jobs, I think I would start from the other side. We should start with the management. We should guide them through the AI transformation in a responsible way, way and explain to them how they should reskill, requalify their people, how to set up a pro-growth mindset in the company, not a mindset where AI is used as a tool to take away jobs from existing employees. I think that you've heard a sentence that artificial intelligence will not take your job, but it will be taken away by someone who knows how to use AI. So it's applied already this year. We see already in this year that AI actually itself takes away jobs from people, and these people do not necessarily need to have low skills, low qualification. Bara, I would like to ask you about your experience. You go to companies. How do you manage to convince not the management but the employees that actually the AI can become their assistant, that it can help them? And one more question, is 1 year enough? As I've heard that you offer a 1-year program, and we also discussed this is a never-ending process. Yes, this is true. It is important to communicate with the management, to explain to the management, or the management should be able to inform its employees and motivate them, convince them, but exactly as you ask, some often we need to focus on the individual employees, but here the management again plays a role. The management should show that AI is not here to just threat them that they might lose their job, although it may happen, but it is there to help them to grow professionally, to achieve much more than they would be able to achieve by themselves. And my experience shows me that companies which take this approach, who communicate in this way towards their employees, there it really works, where they openly support that, where the management leads by example, when they show for what they use these AI tools, what it helps to achieve them. If they all show that to the middle management, to ordinary employees, then it is extremely important. It is extremely important to show people in this position for what specifically they can use AI in their everyday job. If you speak too generally, it is sometimes difficult for these people to imagine for how AI might help them in their jobs. And I think this is the icebreaker that you can use, where the people really realize that AI can become something that helps them to do their job better, that helps them to complete a project, and then it is provides much more benefits. It's also very useful if there is some unified AI portal that presents individual use cases within the company to inspire and motivate people in the company. We also have a 1-year program, as you mentioned, for companies. I am not able to tell what the 1 year is or is not enough, but I am a supporter of longer programs. I believe that long-term development education really makes sense, because if you have one training session, then people go back to their jobs. It doesn't change much, but I think, and therefore I think continuous education, continuous support is important. Learning, teaching by examples is also important, and if if such approach is efficient, then we are ready to offer a longer program. But if you announce it beforehand that you want to implement a long-term program, then it lowers motivation. You should not overload people who will take part in these programs. Often people are demotivated if you ask them for too much, if you put too much information on them. So this should be taking place in steps to make sure that you do not discourage people for participating in such programs.
Interesting thing is that there are quite a few questions concerning the multifunctionality, about sort of skipping these junior positions. Automation in the past led to degradation of work conditions, which was reverted only by the objections of working people. AI can result in the deterioration of the structure in society. And once again, the question, how will you address the need for senior positions if you are not able to educate people on junior positions? I don't think that the AI will not result in all people being only half-skilled. Of course, you will need to have domain experts who will understand AI and be specialists in their specific area. But I don't think this will result in all of us doing some uniform kind of work. Capabilities of AI systems are bigger than we are able to use, but the bottleneck is to correctly assign the tasks. That means prompting the systems. Working with AI, someone said, is like being able to assign work well to your live people. And not everyone is a good manager who is able to assign tasks well, and the same applies to people using AI. So the idea of a very uniform kind of work, that because rest of the work will be done by AI. There is one more question concerning the degradation of the quality of working conditions with reference to the history. Do you address this topic already in Brussels? I am not sure because labor legislation is more still on the part of the member states. However, what we spent time on when discussing AI was involvement in various generative AI models in selecting new members of staff, for example. And it does already happen. I don't think that the disconnection of the career path, the senior and junior staff, that this path has already been disrupted that much. What we saw so far, for example, in legal practice, is that AI is replacing routine work, which if you do several times, you learn it quite well. But if you do it the whole year, I'm not sure whether this is exactly what builds your additional competencies. So the difference between junior and senior positions is not only in the type of tasks that you do, or not that much the type of tasks, but there is this time difference because you simply need to gather experience in certain situations. And AI will always require some additional management skill to go with it. And then a second thing that is also generally applicable is that even though the individual components using AI will become better and better, I still presume there will be a human supervision, human confirmation of the outcome of the algorithm, for example. You know, some endorsement that whatever the algorithm generated can be eventually presented to the client. Of course, the person supervising the outcomes will be in a different position, but I'm not sure whether it's degradation. So far, we have been investigating a deeper involvement of AI in the processes and in how far it can increase productivity with the same or even reduced number of workers. So it's not so obvious. More and more often, hand in hand with AI onset, we hear talking about guaranteed income, because we will need perhaps fewer people, perhaps less productivity. So let's start from the right. I think productivity and effectiveness or efficiency is often confused, but one concerns quantity and the other one quality. And AI allows people to generate a lot of outcomes that may not necessarily always be of good quality. So the role of a human will be rather the supervision of whether the AI does what it should do. In our task force, AI in Management, we consult CEOs of large Czech companies. With them, we discuss the competences on management positions and how these competences will have to be changed. We try to define what an HR expert should know and be able to do in 2024 and then again 2025. The corporate culture must be set in such a way. We know that this is lacking in many large Czech companies. The willingness to adopt the new technologies and AI is lacking. So this is an appeal to companies to analyze their corporate culture in this respect. And AI is becoming more and more democratic, and trainings on appropriate prompting, for example, means that so far AI was controlled and operated by smart people, and now the producers of AI, the manufacturers of AI, will focus on the dumb people to be able to do it as well. So the trainings and courses that Barbara talked about will probably be different in the future, because everyone sooner or later will be able to handle it, but not in an efficient way. Lukáš Kachana disagrees. I more or less agree. AI does not mean the same as generative AI. It does not mean only using ChatGPT. There are many much more sophisticated tools that will require highly specialized, highly qualified experts to use it and to operate it. But I was smiling at your question concerning the guaranteed income and the shorter working hours. I don't think this is going to happen anytime soon. But in 2050, 1/3 of the European population will be older than 60 years. And we will have fewer people for the work that we will need. For 100 years, we have already had a 5-day work week. Why is it? Because even with computers, we have not reduced the time that we need for our tasks. And the reason is simple. Over the 100 years that since we have introduced the 5-day week work. We want to be richer and richer. We have bigger needs. We all want to own our houses. We want to own our cars. We want to go for holidays. So I'm quite skeptical about AI changing this approach soon. Of course, we do not know what's going to happen in the next months. The development is very fast, but the population trend will be formative. The Czech Republic actually has the fastest rate of growth in population older than 65 years. Andrej Kovařík nodded, but that you don't think it is a key topic at this moment. It may be discussed in some countries, but it has not been a topic for us. But frankly speaking, if an income tax is one of the key sources of state funds, this would require an absolute overturn of the system. All the macroeconomical relations would have to be redefined, and I don't think we are that far yet. If this was to happen, the AI technologies might probably play a certain role in that, but other factors would have to be involved as well. If I can, I'd go back to education and training. And what I mean by education, it's not, just training courses. It's more a matter of the general mindset in corporations in relation to the corporate culture. We carried out various surveys, and we identified a big gap between the way of thinking among children and adults. And this means that there will have to be a certain continuous educational scheme that will ensure change in the mindset, not only concerning the skills, but also using the technologies. Is there an AI tool that is used to educate people? Well, the language model itself, if you ask it, it will tell you how to learn new things. I use a joint account with my colleague, and he had a baby born recently, and I was surprised that, as ChatGPT learns from what you ask, now I started to have hints about, big car for a baby pram and so on. How can AI affect motivation for work and communication in work teams?
It can strongly influence motivation, in particular, when people realize what it can be used for, how it can help them, with what activities it can help them, where they can use some AI tools to get ready with research, with the visual side, with the content, etc. It then motivates them strongly to put more of themselves into their work. It motivates them to actually use their key human skills and to replace routine work with these. So if we see that some things that took us a long time to complete were repetitive, we did not enjoy working on these tasks, now we see that we can do it much faster, or that AI tools can do these tasks for us, then it motivates us to approach our job more comprehensively. And it turns out that if this is supported and communicated by the management in companies, it motivates people, and it helps to increase their value for the company, because it allows them to enjoy their work. And there was the second part of the question. What was there? Does it have impact on the communication? It definitely has impact on communication, and witnessed many situations. I often witness extreme situations. Either people are afraid to use at all these tools, they are afraid of it, they look at it as some black box, or on the other hand, they would like to use it for everything. And I saw, for instance, that all company communication was done using these tools, and I think this is not a good solution, but definitely communication changes. Many things like marketing communication, newsletters, all this can be replaced with AI tools, and I think nothing wrong about it if it is supervised, but replacing real communication within the teams is something that I would definitely not recommend. Also, the AI hallucinates still a lot. We do not call it lying, but we call it hallucinating. Well, I wanted to comment on motivation not in companies. I agree with what Bara said, but the problem is how to motivate young people, students, at the moment when they know that there is some tool available that can do homework for them, write essays for them. And this is a problem that we deal with in all levels of education, in all schools, because it lowers motivation of students to do something when they know that they can get it easily from AI. We do not probably. There are many things that we learned by heart in the past. We no longer do that. But here, for instance, students are required to learn how to structure their thoughts, how to put them in words, but they will use some AI tool. This AI is a tool that also helps us to explain many things, and I think it may be demotivating for young people. It may demotivate them for learning. Does our educational system reflect these changes that happen, or how should it change? Well, I would say that it does reflect these changes. I have positive opinion on this. I think that introducing AI in schools, that we have a number of organizations that focus on this, AI for children, for instance, and this organization is one of the world leaders in introducing AI in elementary school. Their materials are being translated into English because American schools want to use them. So we have a number of initiatives at school that show interest in these initiatives, move forwards and develop, and so there are positive developments in this area. But on the other hand, there are of course some schools where this is no changes are being implemented because the schooling system is vast and there are many schools forming a part of it. I think that now it is AI tools are mostly used by students, and the teachers are just learning how to use them for instruction. Another question for Ondřej Hovařík. When you consider 5-day working week, do you also take into account the changes in the demographics of the population and with their lifestyles? Now we are looking at this from the perspective of the older generations that are used to work 5 days a week, but now we have a new generation that wants to have what they call me time and time for themselves and for their family. They take slightly different approach. Maybe they will really start working 8 hours when they can use AI. Okay, that's a good idea. Well, I'm not sure whether this is a question that relates to AI. I think that gradually we will see a similar process to what happened with digitization. Now we all have mobile phones in our hands where we are not able to actually separate our private life from our work life, whether we plan our holidays or whether in 5 minutes we may be working on a project from work. And I think that similar thing will happen with the use of AI tools. I think that as these things are democratized, we will not need to do a number of tasks on a particular time or at a particular space. So I think that this will change, but this is a kind of general trend, and whether AI aligns with the new generation that enters the job market, I'm not too able to answer that question, but I definitely think that this new generation will be able to use much better and these technologies maybe in much more creative way, because they will consider them an organic part of their everyday lives. They will not need to learn how to use them through some company trainings or similar activities. We know that often these trainings do not achieve the desired results. So, yes, I agree. For them, this is something so natural that they will not consider AI as something that they might need to use because they will be already using it. Many questions concern societal impacts, whether AI can contribute to separation of people, whether AI will not cause our cognitive capabilities to deteriorate. These are comprehensive, difficult questions, and I will try to answer them in several points. What I think about this, I think that this damage to our cognitive abilities, underdevelopment of our cognitive abilities, is not a big risk. But what I see as a risk is a dependency on AI. When you learn how to use AI and when you see that it's not working, and then you are demotivated to work. It's like when your Windows are updated, that everyone stops working and waits until the systems are back and operating. The same may happen with the AI, I think. So I would not be that much concerned about deterioration of cognitive abilities. I would be concerned more about dependency on AI tools. And another thing, I really believe that even the Z generation will take artificial intelligence not as something that is only for them. I believe that all generation will use it at the end, and the attractiveness of the employers will depend on their corporate culture, and based on the context or communication with our members, I know that they are trying to put stress on their corporate culture. We have a member that organizes every Friday a small competition for a small silver brick for employees that come to the office, because he deals with the problem that people do not want to come to the office and want to work from home. So we should focus on corporate culture. Also, a Future Jobs report from International Monetary Fund recommends putting accent on corporate culture. And therefore, I would just repeat that we need to work with companies to make sure that it turns out well for the employees at the end. I will turn the question around and ask Bara about how employees can use AI to increase their chances of being successful on the job market. Well, I see it in particular in the area of adaptability. They should not be afraid to try new things. They should be open or courageous teenagers to try out these tools, and I'm going back to the Generation Z. For them, this is typical. They do not think about it. They just simply go and try. They are not afraid, and this helps them to discover new possibilities and opportunities. On the other hand, the older generation tends to be more afraid to try new things, whether they might not cause some problems, etc. So if you are looking for a job, if you are looking for a new job, then increasing your attractiveness on the job market is possible through not showing that you are not afraid to try to new things, and also critical thinking is a big part of all of that. Now, if you ask someone about for what AI can be used, everyone will give you some example for it can be used, but try to ask for what would you not use it and why. And based on that, you will learn how people think about this, whether they are actually aware of how these tools work and whether for which areas they are good to be used for and for which they are not good to be used for. And young generation is very good at this. Often I hear that young generation is not good in critical thinking, but my personal experience tells me the opposite, and I'm glad to see that. One more comment about the schooling, about education. There is really a big difference between the students and the teachers. The students already use these tools, and teachers are just about learning about this. And the difference is not only in the approach to AI, but the schooling system has not adapted in general to Generation Z and to the way they think. So we need to take two steps. We need to adapt to the Generation Z, which is different, and adapt to new technologies. I really do not envy teachers their position, because students are much ahead of them. But can AI be used to support someone who has some limitations? For instance, they are in a remote location. So can they use AI to improve their access to the job market? Will it help us to make regions that are lagging behind economically catch up with the rest of the country? Well, I'm not sure whether this relates only to AI. Maybe the first part of your question, engagement or participation on the job market. I can imagine a situation where different types of these systems based on AI can actually create better higher quality jobs for handicapped people or for other people that have other reasons that do not make it difficult for them to participate in the job market. And this is a benefit on the individual level, on the level of an individual for these groups. That it does not bring that much benefit for regions that are currently underdeveloped or structurally affected. In that case, one thing is the quality of the job that is offered, and but the other thing is the quality of life in these regions, how these regions operate, whether they are accessible, where the services that are required by the population are available there. And this technology can play a positive role, but I do not think that it would be an automatic factor that would be able to change the existing trends. But what I mentioned in the first part of my reply, that means offering opportunities, job opportunities to a larger part of the population. I think this is valid. It also includes offering possibilities to participate in a job market for older generations. For people that are over 50, it is now quite difficult to find a new job. And here I think that facilitations through various AI-based systems can help quite a lot.
Let's start with Lukáš Pencl. I'm very glad that you mentioned handicapped people, because we see that the technologies clearly can minimize the barriers and allow handicapped people to do jobs that they would not be able to do before. And there is one other group, and that's people from abroad, because AI minimizes language barriers. Some 3 days ago, I had an email from a handicapped Ukrainian refugee. I received a very long email describing his story and explaining how AI helped him not only adapt his life to the new conditions here, but also helped him find a job as a freelancer. So this is one of physical examples that it can really help them, help handicapped people with some kinds of barriers, whether language or other. Thank you for this specific example. It is always good to see what it can really look like in practice. The other Lukáš, your association, or both of you, both Lukášes, how the association and the Prague AI try to support and promote communication between the public and the government about regulating AI. Both of us participated in a roundtable at the Chamber of Commerce, which was focused on how to implement AI Act in the Czech Republic. Both the Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence and Prague AI, they both try really to be the bridge between businesses and the government and to facilitate communication. And it would be a topic for a separate conference. It may seem currently that we are lagging behind, but at the same time we see things starting to move. So we'll see what it looks like after the election. And back to your original question concerning the regions, I don't see any obvious benefit for the regions that lag behind. Digital poverty can actually lead to even bigger gaps between the excluded areas and the advanced areas. And we can see it very easily at schools. In Prague schools, it's rather a normal thing to use AI, which is not the case in schools in those lagging regions. Another question that concerns better efficiency and enhanced productivity. Is there a chance for the state to tax the proportion of work that is done by AI rather than people, and especially if the proportion is going to grow? It's one of the risks that we are discussing. If the most widely used generative AI systems are still in the hands of several Elon Musks, then it's going to be difficult. But as I already said, it's that the labor market is not going to change in such a way that AI will do all the work instead of us. But still, if, for example, program developers or lawyers can do their work in a quarter of an hour with the help of AI instead of in 2 hours, we will have to think about monetizing this benefit. I don't think we need to be looking for this sophisticated answer at this moment. What we are taxing at the end of the day is the final product. It's the outcome of a certain process. We don't look that much into the process, the internal aspects of the process. And VAT tax or sales tax applies to the outcome, to the final product. And this is something that we will obviously stick to, because it's a source of income for the governments. And it also motivates the state to generate high added value in the economy, because it means a high income for the public administration. I do agree, as for the regions, that it may be also a threat for certain regions. It may apply to entire countries. If we look at how the Czech Republic is implementing the AI Act, there are countries in the EU that do not wait for the final deadlines. They have already opened their experimental sandboxes where public and private organizations test new models, new applications, and we still do not have this kind of environment in the Czech Republic. Year on year, we see changes in paradigm every year. This is the speed of change in technologies. And with every month that we are in delay, we are losing more and more in competitiveness. So it's not only regions within a single country. Even individual countries may become lagging because they are not fast enough. And even though we have the same rules, only the speed and the way of enforcing will play and make the difference. Is there any provision concerning the labor market in the AI Act? Yes, there are certain parts like non-discrimination based on certain key parameters. But this is basically just transposition of the general principles. The principle of non-discrimination applies everywhere. So AI specialists should not discriminate you based on your age, gender, race, sexuality. Apart from that, the Act bans fully automated recruitment process, for example. So each recruitment process has to be validated, at least at the end, by a human factor. Colleagues here will probably know that the AI Act imposes the obligation on all public entities. If you use AI technology anywhere in the system, all people that get in touch with it should be informed about it. And this concerns, for example, the initial selection among 100 of CVs that arrive to a company for selection during recruitment. In the first stage, AI is very often already applied. So these are multiple things that we already see on the labor market, but no specific provisions are there on top of that. You wanted to comment on the taxation? Yes, and perhaps I understood your question in a different way. I see a certain concern. You know, we have the understanding that a person that's employed brings money in the system, while an unemployed person is a cost. And there is a certain concern that a person replacing this live person with AI will have to pay taxes for this AI. So there is a certain concern that one day there is a table with a calculation that if you dismissed 5 people using AI, the business will be required to pay such and such amount of money. It sounds scary because it's difficult to define when you need to use 5 people or 3 people or 0. I have one specific example concerning the literacy. Last week, I had a consultation with a large company, and they told me they needed no AI literacy training because Article 1 and 2 of AI Act is not applicable because they declared that AI is not used in their company. So I was surprised for a while. I wanted them to understand what they said. And they said in a while they realized that it's not exactly true, but this was their official statement that the AI was not used, and that's why the application of the Act was irrelevant. You almost used the summary that I wanted to say. Have you noticed any impact of AI on the Czech language? Honestly, it makes big mistakes. It has problems with the neuters. But I think actually that video games that children play have much bigger impact on the Czech language. I don't think really there is a big impact. I think actually that the language model masters even dialects. So this is the final round. You all have a minute. I wanted to end up on the positive note. So where is the biggest opportunity on the labor market for us who want to be successful in the labor market? Well, so we used up the minute. AI is helping us to get rid of the routine work. Basically, in every position, in a job position, you have part of the work that's not interesting, and this is where it helps us. And it helps us improve in things that we do not do too often, but still we don't want to outsource them or delegate them. It helps us brainstorm. So for me, it brings hope that we will be better people, better educators, better parents. I do agree, but I would have a look from the other way. We want the businesses to support their staff in using AIs if it makes sense, because sometimes I witnessed that a member of staff spent 1 hour trying to formulate the right prompt, and if the person did it with their own brain, it would take much shorter. So sensible using is definitely the key. I agree with everything that has been said, but if your parents ever tell you to become a translator or interpreter, and all your life you wanted to be a carpenter, now go for it, because this is the time when the crafts will be most demanded, and you may find the job of your life. Generally speaking, these are simply new technologies, not only AI, that will help people master and do their work better. There were so many times where you told yourself, okay, there is no one else to do it because everyone else is on holiday. So you won't be alone anymore. You will have someone to do it instead of you. The more important thing perhaps will be to follow, observe the trends, follow the trends, and to realize that you won't be able to last with one thing that you learned at the beginning. And success will come to those who will be ready to change. And this is perhaps the change is good. Change is good. This is something that we have already heard. So, Ondřej Kovařík, Lukáš Kačena, Barbara Bracová, Lukáš Benzl were our panelists. Thank you for being with us. And this was the last panel of the 10th Digital Czech Republic Conference. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for staying with us. I also need to thank General Policy Partner Google, Gold Partner Vodafone, Silver Partners Allegro, BankID, Setten, Microsoft, LPP and Meta, Partners RR, Prague AI, Czech Association of Artificial Intelligence, Girls in Metaverse, and media partners InfoCZ, Svět Průmysl and Economic Magazine. And next year we will see each other at the 11th year, and thank you very much for being part of Digital Czech Republic.
Ahoj, já jsem Sara Polak a vítám vás na 9. ročníku konference Digitální Česko. 2 našlapané dny, 70 plus speakerů, side eventy i doprovodná výstava. No a jaká témata se tady probírají a koho tady potkáte? Pojďte se mnou podívat.
The Digital Czech Republic for 2 days now, and it's been really amazing getting to meet all the speakers, talking to the other booths, and it's just been all very good connections that we've had, so we're having a good time.
Je zřejmé, že naše republika má před sebou ještě dlouhou cestu k digitalizaci, ale tahle konference i doprovodná výstava dokazuje, že jdeme správným směrem. Jsem ráda, že i holky v Metaverse, naše komunita, může k tomu přispět a že tady dneska můžeme ukazovat nejnovější technologie.
Konference Digitální Česko mě velmi mile překvapila. Nejdřív jsem byla trochu zklamaná, že jakožto vystavovatel nemám prostor být na přednáškách, které měly velmi zajímavé témata a řečníky. Nicméně nakonec mi to aspoň dalo prostor projít si ostatní stánky, vidět ostatní vystavovatele, co tu mají. Zajímavé věci z oblasti digitalizace, AIčka, různorodost, super.
A to bylo Digitální Česko. Budu se na vás těšit zase příště. Ahoj.
Doufám, že méně politická, protože musí být energetika založena na fyzice, na logistice a na ekonomice. Nepochybně budeme směřovat k nízkoemisní energetice, současně ale v mezidobí nesmíme vylít s vaničkou i dítě, to znamená rozumně se musí utlumovat uhlí a současně se musí najíždět plynové zdroje. Jak k tomu potřebujeme i diskuzní platformy, jako je třeba ta, co se chystá.